Regression, Revenge, the executed knight goes back in time to save the princess. Volume 1 by Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue, unwanted and tragic voices continued to echo in my head. It was the heartfelt cries of those who had been scorched by the never-ending nightmare of war. Even if they were to perish, their voices were etched into my mind like a curse, never to disappear. Al, even if it's just you, please survive. My best friend died protecting me. The scent of his blood lingered on my hands. Run away, I'll buy you some time to escape. She had been braver than anyone, facing countless enemies that approached her, but she never returned. Despite her usually sharp tongue, her bright smile in her final moments remained etched in my mind. Ah, before I could even fight Al, this happened, that's really pathetic. She fell before my eyes and never got up again. She was never one to seek conflict. It was her own country's soldiers who had caused her death, and only sadness was left in my heart. Aldia, I entrust everything to you. The boorish hulk of a man who had been guarding the fortress sacrificed himself to help his comrades escape. All of my precious friends had died. I could do nothing but watch their final moments without being able to help them. Why? Why do I have to experience such pain over and over again? I should have been able to do something to save them. So, this is where I am going to die. Without me, will that person be okay? One of the enemy generals had remained proud until the very end and had been more empathetic to us than her own comrades. However, we were not allowed to mourn her death properly. The enemy princess smiled at me with all her heart as she was dying. Aldia, thank you. I'm glad I could speak to you before I die. She was glad to be able to speak to me, even though she knew she was going to die. I wish she had not said that. I had developed forbidden feelings for her, but it was at the last moment of her life, and she passed away. I, who was powerless, could not save anyone. I was just a fool who could only fight and kill enemies on the battlefield in front of me. What kind of knight am I if I could not protect a single important person? I could only take lives, but I couldn't produce anything else. Repeatedly piling up a history full of mistakes and then dismantling it, I had finally realized, only when it was too late to undo what I had done. What have I been fighting for all this time? I finally asked myself. I was truly a fool. The smell of blood that was so deeply ingrained in me that I could not wipe it away was deeply etched into my body. After losing so much, I began to wonder if there was any meaning in living. But even so, I continued to kill, because I had already come too far to turn back, and because there was no other choice but to move forward. That choice was a big mistake. I should have stopped somewhere. If I had, maybe my future would have been different from what it is now. The defendant, Aldia greets, you are suspected of treason against the kingdom. Do you have any objections? I suppose I am going to die too. Terribly cold air flowed within the Supreme Court of Kingdom Leshfeld. The name, Aldia greets, called calmly by an elderly man, referred to me. Accused of treason against the kingdom, I am facing a scene of one-sided condemnation in a sham of a trial. Any objections or counterarguments were never recognized from the beginning. The charge of treason was predetermined. All that remains is for me to acknowledge the charge, and the punishment will be decided. Aldia greets. Your silence means that you acknowledge the charge of treason. Is that correct? What a stupid farce. Even if I said something, someone in this court would interrupt me and not allow me to make any claims. I was thoroughly fed up with the air that did not even allow me to sigh. I looked around with empty eyes. See, there is no one on my side. The gazes of the kingdom's people surrounding me were all full of malice. Even though the war is already over, they haven't changed anything. It might have been better if the war had continued. I thought something inappropriate like that. The kingdom of Leshfeld had been at war just a few months ago. The enemy in the war was the great northern power, the Vulcan Empire. Until their defeat in the war against the kingdom, the empire was the largest country in the world. However, the various countries that had fought alongside the empire in a united front invaded imperial territory, and the empire fell. Even in such an empire, there were people who I thought should live. They were much kinder than the heartless people of the kingdom, and were the ones who cared most about the future of the country. Valtrun von Felsdorf. She was the late imperial princess, and I had once been saved by her. She had snow-white hair and strikingly strong blue eyes. Unfortunately, she is no longer in this world. She ended her short life by execution. Although she was the princess of a defeated country, she maintained her noble and dignified expression until the very end. I wanted her to live even for just one more second. During the war, amidst the battlefield where sparks flew and scattered, I encountered Princess Valtrun several times. We were enemies, destined to kill each other, but by chance, I was able to catch sight of her several times. At first, I had wanted to kill her from the bottom of my heart. I was trying to defeat the Imperial banner for my country. However, that plan was not easy to accomplish. Take this. You're in the way. Get out of the way. I won't let you pass. The Imperial army was heavily fortified, and I suffered countless wounds before reaching her. My hand was torn messily, and even gripping the sword was painful. My face was covered in blood, and my vision was also impaired. Every part of my body was in excruciating pain. I must have looked no different from the dead as I took one step after another while enduring the pain. I dragged my feet forward. The marching speed had become astonishingly slow, and I could not stop spitting blood. None of the comrades I had fought with on the battlefield were alive anymore. They had all died. And when I finally reached the princess, I was also in a near-death state from the countless wounds I had received from the Imperial soldiers. My consciousness was hazy. My mouth was filled with the taste of blood, and tears of fresh blood dripped from my eyes. To top it all off, the blood of enemy soldiers had splattered all over me, and my black armor had been stained red. I could not swing my sword as I wished. Sluggish as I have become, my sword never reached her neck. I still can't. I was filled with vexation, but I could not do anything. You still can't die, is that what you want to say? She squatted in front of me, looking down at me. Yes. I still haven't achieved anything. Looking back now, I wonder why I was so determined to live. I did not have any purpose. I only thought about killing my enemies, yet I was saying such grand things as I still haven't achieved anything. I must have been completely delusional. I can still fight. My mouth moved, but my body could not move properly. The short conversation I had with the princess would be my last words. Even so, I desperately tried to stay conscious. Damn it. My visions suddenly narrowed. Would I also become a member of the dead, swallowed up by the darkness? I could not move, I could not see, I could not feel anything anymore. I still had a lot of regrets. But I felt that this was the end of my life. However, my life did not end there. I will never let you, who wish to live, die. Be strong. I'll cast a healing spell on you now. She reached out her hand to me, a soldier from the enemy army. Her beautiful white hair, which sways slightly, was reflected in my eyes. Why are you helping me? I asked in a dry voice for her reasons. Well, I'm just returning a favor from the past. I have no other intentions. Besides, you still can't die, can you? It should be a benefit for you who wants a future. You should accept it gracefully. After saying that, she finished my treatment and left the place. Her back looked much larger than her figure. We hardly had any contact. When the relationship between the kingdom and the empire was not yet bad, we exchanged a few words for just a few minutes at the military academy in the royal capital. That was all. I do not remember doing her any favors. That was why I felt like I owed her more than she owed me. We meet again. What do you want to do? Kill each other this time. As I traveled through the battlefield, I often ran into Princess Valtrun. She did not have any guards with her. Using her high physical ability and magic power and command abilities in the army, she fought on the front lines. It was hard to believe that she was a princess of a country. However, because even the half-hearted soldiers could not even put a scratch on her, such behavior was allowed. In addition, the Imperial army led by Princess Valtrun was overwhelmingly strong, as evidenced by their successive victories over the kingdom's army in various places. Originally, as an enemy, I should have defeated her as soon as I found her. However, I had completely lost the will to do so. I don't intend to kill you. I'm not so shameless as to point my sword at someone who saved my life. When facing her, my turbulent emotions naturally calmed down. You're surprisingly kind to the enemy princess. That's my line. I've never seen or heard of an enemy princess who heals enemy soldiers. I suppose that's true. Looking at her face, even if it was on a harsh battlefield, my impulse to kill instantly subsided. It was a strange feeling. Even before being a benefactor, the gentle aura that Princess Valtrun carried around her was comfortable, and there was always a sense of release from the tense string that was stretched tight. It was probably because her gaze toward me did not contain any malice. "You haven't changed at all since before. You're still kind." "I'm not kind, I'm just a murderer." I said so, but she shook her head and smiled gently. "You're kind. When we were in the academy, I only talked to you for a moment before the entrance ceremony and at the end of graduation. However, I certainly know you've been making an effort every day. That's why I wanted to help you. Even though we're enemies." Yes, even though we're enemies, I still wanted to help you. Her words remained in my mind. "But I don't regret helping you." Her dazzlingly gentle eyes were fixed on me. I will never forget being captivated by her beautiful blue eyes. Even if my life were to end, this memory would never disappear. This feeling will last forever. We will now proceed with the execution of Aldiagreets by hanging. Ah, is this how easily my life comes to an end? I swallowed my saliva while sitting on the gallows, feeling the noise around me. My dry throat felt like it was being stabbed from the inside by needles, and a feeling of regret overwhelmed me more than fear in my chest. The life that person saved, now ending here. The defendant, Aldiagreets, has been communicating with the princess of the Vulcan Empire, Valtrun von Felstorff, since before the war and has been leaking information about our kingdom to the Empire. Furthermore, he was involved in helping the princess escape after the war. In addition, the hearing officer read out my alleged crimes one by one. All of them were lies. Fabricated and distorted information was read out as if it were true. The many charges against me were just a prelude to stop my heart's beating, but the pain and sadness I felt had long been numbed and disappeared. I felt nothing, just emptiness. Even the meaning of lamentation was taken away from me. That is all. With that, it has been concluded that the death penalty is appropriate for Aldiagreets. We will now proceed with the execution of Aldiagreets by hanging. Is it finally starting? The end of my life was about to come. The executioner appeared right beside me and tied a strong rope around my neck. If the door beneath me opened and I fell, the execution would be completed. It is truly humiliating. The curious crowd, the gazes of the nobles and royalty that looked at me as if I were mere garbage. All of them are watching me. Why was I such a fool? I really did something stupid. Princess Valtrun saved my life. And yet I did not choose to wield my sword for her until the very end. Why was that? Because she and I were enemies, that was the only reason. When facing the enemy, Princess Valtrun was the only one I did not kill. However, I achieved some results on the battlefield. I killed countless Imperial soldiers. I sacrificed even my rest time and fought tirelessly. Looking back now, I wonder why I was trying so hard to kill them. What was the meaning of doing such a thing? I asked myself. A knight who fought for the kingdom is ironically killed by the kingdom's people on charges of treason. How could this happen? I fought to protect the country, and now everything has been taken away from me, even my life. No one pays attention to my outburst. They probably only see me as a criminal with a bad attitude. Haha, listen to the criminal talking. Does this traitor think he has the right to speak? What a fool. We don't need someone like you in this country. Just die already, you traitorous scum. Amidst the insults being hurled, I simply trembled in place. I controlled my ragged breathing and bit down on my lips. When was the last time I felt this much anger boiling up inside of me? No matter what I said, my words would not resonate with anyone. This is ridiculous. What have I been doing all this time? Then, I remembered something just as I was about to die. I saw in my mind the slim and beautiful hand of Princess Valtrun that was offered to me. To be frank, could you join the Empire's side? I don't want to fight against you, no, that's not it. I want you. During a battle, when I met Princess Valtrun for the third time, she asked me to join her side. However, I did not accept her proposal. I'm sorry, I have friends and family in the kingdom. That's why I can't betray them by siding with the Empire. I see, I'm sorry, you have your own reasons. Let's forget about this. In the end, my friends and family disappeared before my very eyes in the midst of the war. And now, I am also about to disappear. By choosing to fight for the kingdom, I was left with nothing. The princess of the enemy country, who had been kind to me, died without fanfare. The friends I had been close to were swallowed up by the repeated ravages of war and never returned. I have nothing left anymore. My words were filled with all my feelings. I even wanted to curse this irrational world. Looking back, I realized that my life had been full of regrets. I had spent several decades wondering what I had been living for. When I was surrounded by malicious looks from those around me, I could not help but feel lost. I felt a vibration in my feet. The door under my feet opened, signaling that I was about to fall. I had done something foolish. I was truly a fool. If I had made a different choice back then, would anything have changed? Could you join the Empire's side? If I had accepted that proposal, would my life have been different? I want you. If I could have walked through life with the person who sought me out, I wonder what would have become of me. At the very least, I might not have ended my life filled with so much regret. There could have been a possibility for me to have a happy future. However, I did not seize that opportunity. I didn't even try. That choice at the time was supposed to be the most important turning point in my life, but everything that happened after that was brought on by the weakness in my heart. I had listed superficial reasons, such as fighting for the kingdom or having someone important, to avoid thinking about anything. The outcome of my meaningless words led to an equally meaningless end. Pull the lever. The executioner pulled the lever of the device on the gallows. With a dull thud, the door beneath the gallows opened, and the rope, now noose, quickly tightened around my neck. Zahi. My face was engulfed in heat. Nausea and fading consciousness made me feel like I was about to vomit out the contents of my stomach. It was regrettable to think that I would die like this. It hurts. I can't breathe. Where did I go wrong? Gah. It was truly the worst possible end. I would be exposed in front of the public and continue to be mocked even after death as a fool. There was no salvation. Who would want to lead such a pitiful life? I have killed many and will surely fall into hell. Without thinking about the meaning of killing, I have simply taken lives. It was war, so there was no other way. I knew it wasn't something that could be easily justified. And yet, I continued with my inhumane slaughter. Without stopping my foolish acts, I have accumulated sins. That is why I know that receiving this punishment is inevitable. It is the price I pay for the sins I have accumulated so far, and it is just natural retribution. Cug. The sound of the thread of life snapping could be heard. My shaky vision suddenly turned pitch black. The night of the kingdom, Aldia greets. This is where my life comes to an end. The final moments of someone who had secretly been known as the strongest knight in the kingdom, it is such a pitiful end. No matter how strong I was, in the face of power, I was powerless. And because I lived without any purpose, I could not accurately identify what was truly important to me. At the last moment of my life, I thought of her face and made a wish. If I could meet her again, I want to live by her side this time. Chapter 1, A Wish That Was Never Meant to Come True. Placed on the execution platform, I was supposed to be killed just like that, or so I thought. When my consciousness returned, I found myself on a bustling main street in a familiar city where people were laughing and having fun. There was no trace of the post-war atmosphere of violence and turmoil. No, wait, calm down. Think about what is going on first. If my memory was correct, this place was not within the territory of Kingdom Leschfeld. It was a completely neutral area located between the kingdom and the empire. The lively town of Filnatz spread out around the Filnatz Military Academy, built to train officers to command the military. It was a unique place that did not belong to any country. At the same time, the town's surroundings were enclosed by high walls, making it a fortified city. However, Filnatz had disappeared without a trace due to the war between the kingdom and the empire. For both countries, this place was an important area that could greatly change the course of the war. It goes without saying that fierce battles were fought to secure this place. Yet the town that was at the center of such a disastrous war was still alive and well, bustling with people. This place should not exist right now, and yet, Filnatz maintained its beautiful townscape and lively environment. It was impossible. It felt like the lively atmosphere of Filnatz that I had seen before the war. I have not breathed in such a peaceful atmosphere in a long time. This is impossible. I felt like I was in a dream. However, the scenery was so vivid, unlike a fleeting memory. I could feel the wind blowing on my skin and smell the scent of chicken skewers and alcohol coming from the food stalls. It was a normal and everyday atmosphere that surrounded me. Was this a false world created by my own delusion? I don't understand. That's my line. On my shoulders, Someone's hand was grabbing onto it while my thoughts were still a mess. Hey, Al, if you keep spacing out here, you'll be late for graduation. Don't mumble to yourself. Let's go. Huh. When I turned around, my friend who was supposed to be dead was standing there. What's with that look on your face? Well, I mean you. What? Are you so happy to see me? Geez, I'm not happy that a guy likes me at all. What is this? Is this still a dream? You're Steno, right? Have you forgotten the face of your best friend, Al? I opened my eyes wide and froze. It was impossible for him to be alive, because I was the one who witnessed his death. Hey, your grip is too strong. I let go of his arm that I had unintentionally grabbed and looked down at the ground. Steno Regul. He was from the kingdom. When we attended the military academy, he was like a close friend who was always with me. I became a knight of the kingdom and served my country as a knight just like him. But why? Why are you alive? When I said that, Steno furrowed his brow and tilted his head. His face was filled with countless question marks, as if my words were incomprehensible. Of course, I'm alive. What, did you have some kind of elaborate joke about making me dead? I hate to say it, but you don't have a shred of humor in you, huh? He was not an imposter. The light brown hair and gray eyes, the slightly playful attitude was undoubtedly the same person I knew. I could never mistake the face of my best friend, with whom I ran on the battlefield and entrusted my life to. I mean, there's no way it's a joke, right? No, don't give me that serious face. What's wrong with you, really? He taps me on the back with a puzzled look on his face. Seriously, are you still half asleep? Did you have a nightmare or something? That's not like you. A dream. You were too excited for today and stayed up late, right? Haha, even Al can get carried away. Steno lightly taps my shoulder and quickly walks ahead. Hey, Al, we should get going soon or Petra will nag us. The road is crowded, and we might even get a beating if we're late. With a faint smile, he acts as if he's forgotten about what just happened. However, I had no room to spare for worrying about his behavior, because the fact that he was talking to me like this was abnormal in itself. I've never heard of anything like the dead coming back to life. Certainly, he died a heroic death on the battlefield. In my eyes, he protected me and died a terrible death. I also cremated his dead body, or rather. Hey, can I ask you something? I thought of something I wanted to confirm more than being able to talk to him. I ask him, who seems to be thinking of nothing. What year is it in the kingdom's calendar right now? It had been a question on my mind for a long time. I felt a sense of discomfort looking at the peaceful streets of Philnotz. In addition, seeing the figure of my dead friend made me curious about it. It is important to organize my emotions, but I wanted to understand the current situation more than that. Time regression, I could not help but think that this possibility was becoming a reality. Steno had a face like, what's he talking about? But reluctantly told me. It's now March of the year 1241 in the kingdom's calendar. Why do you ask? 1241, had I thought so. The moment I heard his words, my previous doubts turned into certainty. I remember clearly the day I was executed. It was June of the year 1247 in the kingdom's calendar, and now it's March of the year 1241. In other words, this is 6 years before that day when everything came to an end. It is the era before I lost everything precious to me. I see. Just before the graduation ceremony of the military academy. The idea of time regression gradually became clearer, replacing the vague notion from before. Did I get the chance to rewrite my history full of regrets from that time? Either way, for now, that bloody war has not yet happened. Al, are you really okay? Although he was worried that I might be feeling unwell, my state of mind was surprisingly calm. I'm fine. Well, you say that, but forget it. Let's hurry up and go, or we'll definitely get glared at if we're late. Even hearing his exasperated voice, I did not feel any discomfort. It is a miracle to be able to have a conversation like this with an old friend. This is what is called regression, I suppose. It is something I have only heard of in fairy tales and the like, but it clearly applies to my current situation. Is this some sort of prank from God? I do not know how this happened, but it does not matter. Right now, all I have to do is firmly acknowledge the situation that has unfolded before my eyes. I would not have this chance again. I cannot afford to make a mistake this time. I have been given a chance to return to the stage where I can once again hope for a bright future that I missed before. There is nothing left for me to do but to do what I can. That is what I have decided in my heart. Section. It was the morning of the graduation ceremony at the military academy that everything was unwound. The dazzling sunlight lightly burned my cheeks. At the same time, I felt a slight chill. The wind had not yet warmed up. If my memory serves me right, this was supposed to be the day when a decisive catastrophe would ignite the spark between the kingdom of Leshfeld and the Vulcan Empire. To an ordinary person, it would be the worst day ever. But to me, it was nothing but a day that could be seen as a turning point in my life. Therefore, I was not pessimistic. I still had hope that things would somehow work out. Graduation, I still can't believe it. Is it the feeling of being a student? I can't seem to shake it off yet. Maybe. While walking towards the military academy with Stino, I pondered about what would happen next. I still wanted to play around more. Once I join the kingdom's chivalric order, I won't even have time to play around, and the training seems pretty tough. Maybe. I gave a vague response while walking beside him. Stino seemed to be thinking about his future as well. Although our intentions were different, we both imagined an unseen future and had hope swelling in our hearts. His eyes were sparkling with a gleam that could be seen from afar. Unfortunately, I could not picture such a bright future. Since I knew the outcome would be disappointing, all I could think about was how to survive in that future or how to change it. Hey, Al. You're going to join the kingdom's chivalric order after graduation, right? And we'll be in the same unit, right? Come to think of it, yeah. I was supposed to join the kingdom's chivalric order, too. No, it's nothing. He gave me a suspicious look. Did you forget where you're going to work? It's not that I forgot. I was just thinking about something. I see. Unintentionally, I had already decided to give up on joining the kingdom's chivalric order. My assignment was already decided, and my path after graduation was set. I have passed the exam, and next month I will be serving as a member of the kingdom's chivalric order. It was a relatively fortunate path. If I followed the original path, that was what I would become. However, I could not accept that. Stino, you know what? I'm thinking of not joining the kingdom's chivalric order. I had no intention of walking down the wrong path again. Even if I continue down that path, there is only a future of regret waiting for me. I would have become an enemy of Princess Valtrun, knowing her kindness, yet continuing to engage in futile battles with the Imperial army for the sake of the kingdom. Knowing such a future, I thought I should make a different choice at this crossroads. Hey, you're not joining the chivalric order. Stino looked like he wanted to say it was a lie, but before he could say anything else, I continued. I'm serious. It's not a joke. I'm going to the Vulcan Empire as soon as I graduate. To the Empire, giving up becoming a knight of the kingdom. Yeah, that's right. I'm not going to become a knight. Sorry for the sudden news, but I've already made up my mind. In the first place, my existence itself was unexpected. I'm not someone who should be in this place. But it's not like you, Al. I thought you were the kind of person who would think more before acting. This is the first time something so unexpected has happened. I also, until recently, thought that I was that kind of person. I miss my time at the military academy. I had been careful not to stand out too much during my student days. Even in practical exams and studies, I had been quite lazy. It was a miracle that I was allowed to join the kingdom's chivalric order. You won't have this kind of opportunity again. Maybe. It's a miracle that I was allowed to join the kingdom's chivalric order with my grades. You idiot, I know you were slacking off during the exams. I wasn't talking about that, but the fact that we could join the order together as peers. Stino has a sad expression on his face. He had been looking forward to joining the kingdom's chivalric order with me. In my previous life, we were assigned to the same unit and saw each other every day, just like we did in the academy. However, I could not save him. That is why I have decided at that moment not to join the kingdom's chivalric order. I want to save the man in front of me. I could only watch as he was dying, but now maybe I can change it. Hey, this is a personal matter I want to consult you about. I stopped and grabbed Stino's hand. His light brown hair swayed slightly. What is it? I know it's a pretty unreasonable request, but if possible, would you consider going to the Vulcan Empire with me after graduation? He must have thought, why? At the time, I wasn't interested in the Vulcan Empire. After graduation, I unconsciously decided to find my career path in the Kingdom of Leshfeld. Me too, to the Vulcan Empire. Yeah, That's pretty sudden. Are you telling me to resign from the kingdom's chivalric order, too? Sorry, that's not my intention. I understand. So don't apologize. I'm only able to ask something like this because it is my second life. I will never side with the kingdom of Leshfeld now. I cannot work in a country that betrayed me after I served it. But if Steno stays in the kingdom, there may come a day when I have to turn my blade against him. I definitely want to avoid that. I'm sorry, can you give me some time to think about it? It's too sudden and confusing. Steno asked me to put my Vulcan Empire plans on hold. Yeah, thank you. To be honest, it was unexpected. It was just wishful thinking that I asked for on a whim. I was happy that he seriously considered it without immediately rejecting it. In addition, if he has the slightest intention to do so, it might be possible to change the future where he dies. Section. At a quick pace, Steno and I headed toward the academy building. We're going too slow. I nodded lightly at his voice. We ran through the streets with all our might despite being out of breath. Wiping the sweat off my face, I kept moving my feet single-mindedly and entered a familiar section of the streets. I could see the academy, and at the same time, I could hear a clear voice echoing all the way to where I am at. Hey Aldia, Steno, you guys are late. When we reached the front of the academy gate, there were familiar faces waiting for us. I felt like everything had really been reset. It was nostalgic, but I also wanted to curse myself for being unable to keep them away from their mortal fate. Waiting for Steno, who was a little late, we approached our friends who were waiting for us. We've been waiting forever. We promised to meet up early yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, sorry, something came up. Ha, Steno aside, Aldia, it's rare for you to be late. I lowered my head at the complaint mixed with a sigh. Well, my bad. Seriously, reflect on it. Petra Farbin, a classmate and model student who is always with us. She has beautiful bright blonde hair and deep green eyes. With a strong posture, she never hesitated to speak her mind to anyone. It was unclear why she was with us, but looking back now, I can recognize that her presence was an essential part of our group. Sorry about that. Do you think an apology will make up for being late on such an important day? It's really unacceptable. She is pretty angry, especially with Steno. Yeah, it was always like this. I feel nostalgic just having this exchange. Steno shrank back. I was surprised by how significant her presence was, and at the same time, it made me feel nostalgic. Petra, it's always normal for these two to be a little absent-minded. Don't get so worked up. Huh? On the contrary, wouldn't it be strange if Steno was being responsible? Hearty laughter was heard as we followed along. The huge guy next to Petra is Ambrose. He is also a classmate. He has short reddish-brown hair and strong brown eyes that seem to harbor a firm will. Unconsciously, scenes from the previous life came to mind, and he was just as reliable as he looked. He was a strong man, strong enough to become the kingdom's fortress commander. Even when wearing heavy equipment, he was a monster in terms of endurance, capable of fighting for long periods of time. Ambrose, nice assist. Steno, what's up with you getting carried away, even though you were late? Ugh, don't glare at me like that. It ruins your beauty. Steno tried to join in with Ambrose, but when Petra glared at him again, he hunched his back like a small animal and hid behind me. Hey Al, Petra is really scary. She can kill someone with just her eyes. That's your own fault, you know that, right? No, but you're just as guilty for being late, right? Why do I have to be the only one Petra glares at? It's about your attitude, at least show some remorse. I think pinpointing her dislikes is Steno's weakness. Even though it was before the graduation ceremony, there was an electrifying atmosphere that lacked tension. Amidst all that, a fluffy atmosphere came from the side. Seriously, Petra, don't be so tense. Like Bros said, it's about Steno, so he probably just overslept. Forgive him. That was Mia, showing her white teeth with a grin. She was poking Steno's back with her finger, shaking her distinctive blue hair. I did not oversleep. Heh, it's definitely oversleeping. Steno has bed hair, you know. What, really? It was a lie. Mia was having fun teasing Steno. Hey Mia, let's talk seriously. It's fine, isn't it? We should enjoy the graduation ceremony, right? Petra's unwavering courage in the face of Mia's words was genuinely impressive. I wonder how the world looks through her jewel-like azure eyes. It piqued my curiosity a bit. In the past, I had only met Petra once on the battlefield. I remember feeling immense despair and sadness when I witnessed her death. Hey Al, you think so too, right?
Me.
Yeah, it's better to have fun, isn't it? Yeah, I think Mia is right. She was from the Vulcan Empire. I had no idea what she would do after graduation, but I think there will probably be a future where we fight together in this life. She was a troublemaker from the beginning of her enrollment, but by the time graduation came around, she had top-class skills in close-quarters combat and archery. I feel conflicted because she is excellent, but that was probably why she was sent to the battlefield. However, I would not abandon Mia this time. What's wrong, Al? Her blue eyes stared at me intently. Nothing. Oh, really? I thought you might have fallen for me, Al. Unpleasant memories resurface, but I should just put that aside for now because nothing tragic has happened yet. While smiling wryly at Mia's teasing, I avert my gaze from her. Petra-senpai, please don't scold Al-senpai. It's only been about a minute since the original meeting time. This time my junior, Addie, spoke up in my defense. When I first met him, I thought he had a cool personality, but I was shocked when I later learned he was just shy. He now speaks more confidently in this group. However, Petra waves her golden hair and dismisses Addie's words. A minute late is still late. Addie becomes so sweet when it comes to Aldia. What? Do you like him or something? And no, it's not like that, I just respect him. Well, if two guys do that, it's just creepy and disgusting. That's terrible, Petra-senpai. Addie turns away from Petra, looking embarrassed. Addie, Al-senpai, thank you for standing up for me. I did not realize before how much Addie was attached to me. I had a junior who admired me. I felt that I should have paid more attention to him. Addie looks delighted and raises his voice toward Petra as if to provide further support. I mean, Al-senpai was definitely accompanying Steno-senpai, who overslept. Yes, that's definitely it. Yeah, you're right. That's disrespectful to your senpai, and Petra don't agree with him. Somehow, they were a compatible group. Just as Steno made a perfect retort, Petra's gaze shifted to the shade of a tree. She had been hearing the sound of rustling leaves and grass for a while now. So, what about Tredia-chan, who's been hiding in the shade all this time? The girl, sneaking behind a big tree near the academy gate, flinched when Petra called out to her. When everyone's attention turned to her, she slowly shook her head from side to side. Are you talking to me? Tredia is my junior, who is 2 years younger than me. She is a shy, introverted girl who prefers not to be in the spotlight. Even when she was with us and involved in activities, I have memories of her hiding behind someone's back or lurking in the shadows. Every time I saw her, it seemed like she was hiding from something. That's right, so what do you think? Eater, being late is not good, right? I think it's, Steno-senpai's fault. Tredia replied hesitantly, with tears in her eyes. I could not help but feel sorry for Tredia, who was fidgeting around and seeking help from those around her. And as expected, Steno's handling is sloppy. Ha! When I sighed, Petra pursed her lips in response. Suddenly, all the gazes that were directed toward Tredia swiftly shifted toward me. Aldia, do you have something to say? It's nothing like that. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't really have any complaints about Petra's words and actions. Having gone through so much suffering and having their life taken away, it was amazing to be able to see their familiar faces again in this situation. Petra's unchanging, nostalgic attitude was what made me feel that the most. No, it's really nothing. It's just that I felt a bit sad thinking that we are graduating, that's all. This sigh was not out of frustration with anyone. It was just something that came out involuntarily as the current situation in front of me moved me. My lips curl into a smile, and I cannot help but feel happy, but that is just how much I am enjoying myself. I was genuinely overjoyed to meet with my friends again, whom I had wished to see one more time. Maybe it is. Graduation is truly a bit sad. Yeah, that's right. It was the last page of my youth that I had sent off. I believe it was probably a very beautiful memory. Section. Steno and I, who were slightly late for our meeting, were scolded by Petra. However, there was one person missing from our usual group. Petra seemed to be aware of that as well, and in a furious tone, she exclaimed, "So, Aldia and Steno came, but what is that guy thinking?" With her arms crossed, Petra's sharp gaze was directed towards the distant city, mainly towards the direction of Fledgel's residence. Fledgel von Margneuer. He is the only one among our group who holds a peerage, being the son of a noble. Normally, he is more reliable than Stina or me and is not the kind of person who would be late. However, there was a valid reason for his absence. No one knows it except me, who knows what will happen in the future. Petra, it seems Fledgel won't be able to attend today's graduation ceremony. Since Petra was so angry, I indirectly conveyed the message that he would not be coming. Petra seemed to question why I knew about it and approached with a frown. Why? It seems to be a family matter. I don't know the details since I didn't ask. I actually know everything. His fiancée is from the Vulcan Empire, a daughter of a prominent noble. It was related to the absence of turmoil this time because their engagement was being reevaluated due to a crack in the relationship between the two countries. Princess Valtrun's engagement will be called off right after the graduation ceremony. The offer to break off the engagement might be made today, but the content itself had probably been decided long before. Otherwise, it would have been unthinkable for many noble children to be absent from this graduation ceremony. If it's a family matter, then it can't be helped. Come on, don't be mad, don't be mad. Smile. Mia tried to appease the grumpy Petra in a light-hearted tone. Mia, it's heavy, don't lean on me. Awa, it's just a little physical contact. You don't have to be shy. I'm telling you, it's heavy. Please get off. Following Mia's cheerful laughter, Stina, Ambrose, Addie, and Tredia nodded in agreement, one after another. Mia is right. If we keep worrying about the person who couldn't come, we won't be able to enjoy the graduation ceremony that we've been looking forward to. Stina is right. We should fully enjoy the graduation ceremony in Fledgel's place. Well, that guy must have his own plans, right? Don't mind it. Perhaps Petra was drained of her venom by the reactions around her, as her anger subsided. I guess you're right. I wasn't thinking straight. I can understand her feelings. Today is a special day, the graduation ceremony. It is a natural desire for close friends who have spent several years together at the military academy to want to end it with laughter and camaraderie. They want to be together for every minute and second. After graduation, everyone will go their separate ways and be unable to meet casually anymore. But once today is over, we won't be students here anymore. Stina muttered in a solemn voice. We used to see each other every day until today, but once we graduate from here, we won't be able to do that anymore. The students will return to their own country. They would not have the opportunity to chat again, and they would be forced into battles they never asked for. If only time could stop. If only graduation day had not come. If only there were no war. If only they were not put in a situation where they had to make some difficult choices. Various thoughts were condensed into that one sentence. Aldia. People around me probably perceive it as sadness over the fact that we will be separated after graduation. But the reality I know is much worse. They will be involved in a deadly struggle among friends. Former acquaintances who once laughed together end up killing each other in earnest. Such a tragedy unfolds in reality. Al, don't make such a sad face. We can all gather like this again. Mia patted my back, trying to cheer me up. Petra also held my hand. That's right. Even if we're apart, our connection will never be severed. We're bound together somewhere. That is why it is painful. If there had been no connection from the beginning, the feeling of sadness would not have sprouted. The pain of a stake being driven into the heart remains every time something precious slips away. And that pain does not go away. The tears would not stop until they dried up. That is why I want to protect everything now that I have a second chance. For that reason, I must speak up. Listen, everyone. After graduating here, I plan to go to the Vulcan Empire. In a subdued voice, yet firm tone, I announced my decision to everyone present. You're kidding, right? When I conveyed my intention to go to the Empire, Petra had the most shocked expression. Why, you said you had an offer from the kingdom's chivalric order. That's what you said. I'm declining that offer. I won't return to the kingdom. I will go to the Empire. What? I don't understand what you're saying. Petra, like me, is from the kingdom. For her, my decision to go to the Empire meant that we would not be able to see each other anymore. I don't get it. Why? I'm sorry, but that's what I've decided. Don't apologize. It's your choice, no matter what you think, but still. After graduation, Petra is guaranteed to become a royal court mage. So if I had joined the kingdom's chivalric order as planned, we would have worked in the same royal castle and could have seen each other frequently. But to suddenly say something like that, I did not expect Petra to become so emotional. Ambrose, who had been silently observing, spoke up. I'm curious, why do you want to go to the Empire? Personally, I think working in the kingdom, or the Empire, isn't so different. Ambrose's words hit the mark. If it was about work, both the kingdom and the Empire are powerful countries with plenty of opportunities. It would not make much of a difference. But my reason for wanting to go to the Empire is not for such practical reasons. I don't understand why you're fixated on the Empire. Did you become fed up with your homeland? Ambrose's words struck at the heart of the matter. Even if I stay in the kingdom, I will never have a bright future. Well, something like that. After a brief silence, I quietly confessed. Ambrose looked at me with wide eyes, but soon returned to his serious expression. I see. With just that, he nodded. The heavy atmosphere seemed like it would continue, but unfortunately, it was only the people from the kingdom who looked disappointed. That's great. If Al is coming to the Empire, we'll warmly welcome you. Yes, personally, I would be very happy if Al Senpai came to the Empire. And me too, if Aldia Senpai is coming. Mia, Addie, and Tredia, who are from the Empire, showed a bright, welcoming mood. Well, the more friends you have in your own country, the more opportunities you have to see them. In response to that, Petra raised her voice. Then, I'll go to the Empire too. What? Hi. Stino, Ambrose, and I, all from the kingdom, let out surprised voices. We could not keep up with Petra's sudden statement. Petra, why would you? Hasn't becoming a royal court mage always been your dream? That's why. I did not understand. If she still aspires to become a royal court mage, it should not lead her to consider going to the Vulcan Empire. Chasing one's dreams is a wonderful thing, especially when you finally have the opportunity to reach for that dream. So, you're also declining the offer. Yes, that's right. It's not something you decide so easily. It was unthinkable. Normally, you would not just abandon your dreams so easily. However, Petra directs a determined gaze toward me. I thought there might be some reason why Aldia wanted to go to the Empire. If I become a royal court mage, I'll wholeheartedly throw myself into my work. But I'll never know the reason why Aldia chose to go to the Empire for the rest of my life. And I don't like that. For such a reason. Yes, for that reason, I've already made up my mind. If Aldia is going to the Empire, then I'll decline to become a royal court mage and go to the Empire too. Don't worry, I'm quite talented. I have confidence that I'll do well there too. Petra has always been perceptive. She often accurately guesses what others are thinking from their words. Perhaps she sensed something from my words and actions. The truth is uncertain, but I was genuinely surprised that she would come with me, even if it meant giving up her dream. Then, maybe I'll go to the Empire too. Following that, Stino also declares so. With a sleepy yawn, he exuded an air so light that it did not seem like we were having a serious conversation. You too, Stino. Yeah, I've made up my mind too. I'll go with you to the Empire. Although he had been so indecisive just moments ago, he now had a look as if he had let go of something. Perhaps he was influenced by Petra's quick decision-making. And then another person raised his hand. Hey, if that's the case, it seems like only Fledgel and I will be left out. We'll need someone to guard us on the journey. So I'm going too. Ambrose also declared that he would go to the Empire. He is from the kingdom. But there was an impression that he was not particularly fixated on his post-graduation employment. I had hoped he would side with us when the diplomatic relations between the two countries deteriorated, so this was a pleasant surprise. Is it okay? I asked again. Are they sure they will not regret this choice? The relationship between the kingdom and the Empire is not necessarily a good one. Considering what might happen next, it is even more of a reason to think that way. There is a possibility that the place they should eventually return to will be lost due to conflict. They probably still do not know that. No problem, this is my choice. There was no hesitation in Ambrose's reddish-brown eyes. Looking at the faces of the others, it was clear that they had all made their decisions. Are you all really okay with it? I chose to go to the Empire because I absolutely do not want to regret it. Moreover, I know that a war will happen in the future. Despite not telling them about it, they chose to go to the Empire. In response to my question, Stino was the next to speak up. Yeah, it was Al who said, "Come with me." In that case, shouldn't you just be happy and not question it? Stino. And besides, you were so desperate to ask me to go to the Empire. You must have had your own reasons for it, right? He saw through me, huh? He probably does not know that a war will happen, but my intense expression seems to have had a significant influence on his decision. Thank you, Stino. Yeah, don't worry about it. Next, I turn to Petra. Are you sure about this too? Being a royal court mage would guarantee your future. To decline that. Petra was always an honor student who consistently ranked at the top during our time at the military academy. It was her constant efforts that enabled her to become an excellent royal court mage. Choosing to abandon that bright future shouldn't be decided so easily. A woman never goes back on her word. But, with an apologetic expression on my face, Petra pokes me in the side. What's more important is why you invited Stino before me. And yet, it sounds like you don't want me to come. Explain properly, will you? Do you not trust me? Depending on the explanation, I might just punch you. For some reason, she is angry. No, she is missing the point. It was true that I approached Stino before this group gathered. However, that was because I thought he would be easier to persuade. I thought Petra was different. She had always talked about how becoming a royal court mage was her dream. I thought that the stronger her feelings were, the less likely she would come with me to the Empire. And so, I believed that it was not the right time to bring up the topic yet, considering it is still our graduation period. Petra, calm down. I didn't talk to you about it because I knew about your dreams. There's no way I can calm down. You wanted Stino to come with you, and you think I'm in the way? It's infuriating. Besides, that's one thing, and this is another separate issue. Her reaction was different from what I expected. We were supposed to be having a serious conversation. It feels just like any other time back when we were students. Giving up on becoming a royal court mage is such a waste. Petra then declares with a powerful voice, not backing down from my persistence. I don't care about that. Now that it has come to this, I'll go to the Empire even if it kills me. Overwhelmed by Petra's intense emotions, I could not find any more words to say. You might regret it. Yes, I'm prepared for that. Well, I did plan to invite her later on, so I should be happy that it saved me the trouble. And by the way, I expect a thorough explanation later on about why you invited Stino, but not me, okay? Aldia. Why yeah, I got it. Scary, she is so scary. I never expected to feel genuine fear toward Petra. Mixed feelings of joy and chilling cold sweat running down my spine seemed to tighten around my heart. Amidst the swirling, mismatched emotions, I feel a greater sense of relief. Everyone present in this place has shown their determination to head to the Empire. 3 people from the Kingdom of Leshfeld, excluding Fledgel, who is not present here, have decided to come together with me to the Vulcan Empire. All 3 of them seem to be somewhat prepared, and I cannot help but doubt if it is really happening. It was a story that seemed too good to be true. No, just being able to return to this period itself feels like a dream. Opportunities for a fresh start are not something you come across often, especially a fresh start in life, which is something ordinary people can never experience. Under normal circumstances, we should not have been able to see each other again. With a serious expression, Mia started speaking after contemplating everything up to this point. So, I understand everyone's situation, but what about Fledgel? After everything else was settled, Mia brought up that topic. Of course, I want to invite him. Since everyone here is going to the Empire together, it wouldn't feel right to exclude Fledgel and not tell him about this. I see. You're right. However, being a noble, he has some obligations and ties. He is the 4th son of the Viscount Margnor family. He will not inherit the title, but he is still a noble. Taking him to the Empire is much more challenging than bringing the friends here who do not hold a noble status. Aldia, what do you think about persuading Fledgel? I believe it will be difficult, said Ambrose. His words carried weight, causing everyone's expression to darken. Indeed, Fledgel being a noble makes it difficult to bring him to another country. Then, nevertheless, I am convinced that he will come. Fledgel had mentioned in the past that he had not decided on what to do after graduating from the military academy. There is hope. I absolutely want Fledgel to come to the Empire. I understand your feelings, but Ambrose is right. Just being a noble makes it a challenging situation. What do you think about that? You're right. Normally, that's what one would think. Is that not the case? Steno is right, and I don't disagree. However, in Fledgel's case, he has many brothers who can inherit the family's title. Moreover, the possibility of Fledgel clinging to his noble status is quite low. Indeed, Fledgel would never cling to life in the kingdom. I could not present clear evidence for it at this moment, but I knew what was particularly important to him. If time were to progress as it is, Fledgel would undoubtedly have a tragic future. Why are you so sure about that? Petra approaches me aggressively, but I calmly respond. Fledgel must have something more important to him than his social status. Something more important than his social status. Yeah, that's right. What is the factor that deals significant damage to Fledgel's heart? It is being separated from his beloved. Due to the deteriorating relations with the Empire, Fledgel's engagement eventually fell through. He truly loved his fiancée, but she was a noble of the Empire. That was why the engagement was dissolved, and he sank into despair. The answer derived from that situation is quite simple. The most important thing to Fledgel is the connection with his beloved fiancée. His heart will undoubtedly waver if we can fulfill the condition of re-establishing that bond. If he goes to the Empire, he might be able to rebuild his connection with his fiancée. That would be a significant advantage for him. Even if he has to discard his noble status, it is something he would want to obtain. I have confidence in persuading him. He will definitely come. Fiyu, you're so reliable, Al. Upon hearing Mia's teasing voice, Petra's expression changes abruptly. Hey, the graduation ceremony is about to start. With Petra's reminder, we snap back to reality. Looking at the clock tower inside the academy, it was almost time for the graduation ceremony. You're right. Is it already that time? Let's go to the venue for now. Everyone nodded in agreement with Ambrose's opinion. If we're late, even the teachers will scold us. By the way, Steno, weren't you called to the student counseling office yesterday again? Haha, that's so funny. Hey, Mia, weren't you also grilled by the teacher for forgetting to submit your final assignment? Don't just single me out. Hey, you two, we can talk about that later. Hurry up. Today is the graduation ceremony at Philnott's Military Academy. Afterwards, there will still be intense developments awaiting us. As for persuading Fledgel, let's deal with that after settling other matters. For now, let's focus on the immediate tasks. Because right after the graduation ceremony, we will be thrown into chaos when the second prince of the Kingdom of Leshfeld, Yuri Leto Leshfeld, breaks off his engagement with Princess Valtrun. Section: The graduation ceremony at Philnott's Military Academy proceeded smoothly. We graduated from the academy in a solemn atmosphere without any major issues. Holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand and a graduation certificate in the other, we gathered in front of the familiar academy building, facing each other. It's finally over. Yeah. After discussing our plans to meet up later, we decided to disperse. Within 3 days, if you don't contact us even after the deadline, I'll come barging into the inn where you're staying. I got it. I'll definitely get in touch. I replied briefly to Petra, and we all turned our backs to each other. Well then, see you on another day. I'll be waiting for your message. I'm looking forward to our next gathering. See you. Steno, Petra, Ambrose, and Mia, graduates of the military academy, each set off on their respective journeys home. Well then, Al-senpai, we'll be going too. Congratulations on your graduation. Please continue to, do your best. Yeah. The current students, Addie and Tredia, who still had cleanup tasks after the graduation ceremony, returned to the venue. Watching the graduates gradually leave the academy, I sighed deeply. Well then, let's go. Today's main event is not the graduation ceremony, but the turmoil caused by the annulment of the engagement of Princess Valtrun. In the past, I had witnessed a similar scene where Princess Valtrun and Prince Yuri broke off their engagement. And after the prince left, I remember calling out to her. That was probably the first time where she and I had a proper conversation. And this time, I am intentionally heading toward that incident. In this current life, I have decided to side with the Vulcan Empire. So, at the moment when the kingdom and the empire part ways, I plan to meet Princess Valtrun and pledge my loyalty to her. It feels like I will be taking advantage of her broken heart, and I feel sorry for that. However, in my previous life, I regretted refusing her invitation. That is why this time, I want to be on her side. After waiting for a while, I could hear the footsteps of two people treading on the ground. As expected, they stopped a short distance away from where I was hiding. Valtrun. I hereby annul our engagement, effective immediately. An unsettling atmosphere permeated the backyard of the military academy. In a place where no one would stop by, a major incident that would greatly shake the relationship between the two countries was quietly unfolding. Hidden in the nearby bushes, I silently watched the scene. After this, Princess Valtrun and Prince Yuri would engage in a fierce exchange of words, escalating into a big fight. Will the intense chaos, with insults flying back and forth, begin now? While thinking such things, I patiently observed the outcome, but I understand. Let's annul the engagement then. She accepted his words without showing any signs of anger, calmly responding in a composed manner. Her icy blue eyes became visible every time her pure white hair swayed in the wind. The development has changed. I was quite shaken inside because the flow of the annulment seemed different from what I had seen before. What does this mean? It was not supposed to proceed so quietly. The prince also seemed taken aback by her calm demeanor. Hey, do you even understand what I'm saying? It's the annulment of our engagement, you know. I won't let you say you don't know what that means. I am aware. What would you like me to do about it? What? The prince's face flushed red, his anger bubbling up. On the other hand, Princess Valtrun stared at him with a completely cold gaze. Normally, both of them would have started arguing without composure. That was how it was supposed to be. It was not supposed to be a situation where only Prince Yuri was swayed by emotions. At the end of a big fight, there was also a scene where Princess Valtrun was slapped across the cheek. No, wait. She was slapped across the cheek. I completely forgot about it. It was a well-known story within Philnot's military academy that Prince Yuri behaved arrogantly, and I had witnessed that scene in my previous life. On that day, I lacked the courage to step forward, so I could only watch his arrogant behavior from the shadows. It was because, subconsciously, I was afraid of authority. The image of her left behind, collapsed on the ground with swollen eyes, vividly flashed through my mind. While thinking I should stop it, there is a part of me that wonders if leaving here would be a bad move. Should I take action or not? If I do not act, it will be the same as my previous life. To help her or to not help her. As I remained indecisive, the conversation over there continued to progress rapidly. I should make a choice before it reaches a point of no return. Yet, I find it difficult to move. It seems you won't understand your position until you experience some pain. In a vile tone, Prince Yuri menacingly berated Princess Valtrun. However, she remained completely unfazed. You must be joking. We should be in equal positions. How dare you? There's no time to think. I need to rush out and save her right now. I made up my mind and was about to step out of the bushes. I stepped on a twig, feeling my heartbeat increase slightly, but I pushed forward without paying attention to it. However, I suddenly felt a faint sense of unease, as if something had passed right in front of me, and I stopped moving just before fully exposing myself. It was just a moment, only a brief moment. It started when I sent a glance to Princess Valtrun and Prince Yuri. In the instant he raised his hand, I could see the slight relaxation of her mouth. Even from my distant viewpoint, it was clear that the corners of her mouth were raised. Why did she smile just now? Furthermore, it seemed like her gaze was directed not toward the prince but towards me. It felt as if she could see me, as if she had noticed my presence, which was strange. A cold sensation ran down my spine. It could not be possible. However, she addressed Prince Yuri in a cold voice. Is that so? Acting so rough in the presence of outsiders. Princess Valtrun halted Prince Yuri's movement with a single sentence. At the same time, with that single sentence, I understood everything. She knew that I was hiding and observing this situation. What is the meaning of this? It means exactly what it sounds like. Do you want to stop with your nonsense? Or, damn it. The prince's face turned blue upon her words, looking around nervously without lowering his hand. But in the end, it seemed that Prince Yuri did not notice my presence. That is natural since I am perfectly hidden. For an ordinary person, it would be nearly impossible to spot me. HMPH, just bluffing, aren't you? Are you really that afraid of being hit? Princess Valtrun responded to his defiant words with a mocking laugh. If you think so, then maybe you're right. Please, feel free to do as you like. How insolent! Her expression remained unchanged. No matter how much the prince made a show of raising his arm or trying to provoke her, she did not make any move to avoid it. Her composed attitude and unwavering composure broke the prince's resolve. "It can't be, you're not bluffing." Then, taking into account the possibility of being observed by someone, he clenched his fist tightly and kicked a stone on the ground with great force. Even as a prince of a country, it seemed that he still cared about appearances and maintained a certain level of rationality. The prince openly contorted his expression, clearly showing his desire to release his pent-up emotions with nowhere to direct them. His frustration remained unabated. However, any possibility of the situation escalating into further turmoil had completely vanished. "Damn it, Valtrun, don't think that this will end here. I will make you pay eventually." His words of intimidation fell on deaf ears as she elegantly smiled. "If you can, go ahead and do your best." Remember this. Leaving behind a parting shot like a petty villain, Prince Yuri quickly departed the scene. Why is it so? Princess Valtrun's actions were quite different from before the regression. Not only did she emerge unscathed from this encounter, but she also easily repelled Prince Yuri. There is no doubt that the long-standing conflict between the kingdom and the empire deepened along the predetermined path. However, it is an undeniable fact that significant changes occurred during that process. Is she truly the Princess Valtrun I know? Watching her composed behavior, doubts started to arise within me. Now, that interloper is gone. As Prince Yuri left, silence engulfed the surroundings. Wearing a radiant expression, she casually turned her feet in my direction, as if it were only natural. "You're here, aren't you?" Stunned, I remained frozen in place, as Princess Valtrun slowly walked toward me. So she has indeed discovered that I was secretly watching her. "You don't have to stay hidden anymore. Prince Yuri has left." She called out to me in a voice audible only to my ears. Her words indicated that she was aware of my presence. Ultimately, there was no point in hiding. "How did you know that I was hiding? Why do you think so?" "I'm sorry, I was being mean." Princess Valtrun smiled cheerfully. Indeed, the princess standing before me felt somewhat different from the one I had seen in my previous life. I let myself be carried away by the flow and appeared before Princess Valtrun, but I had not given much thought to what would happen afterward. Still bewildered by the turn of events, which was drastically different from before, I walked toward Princess Valtrun. It was different from the time when I handed her a handkerchief with her swollen eyes. She immediately recognized my presence and even called out to me to come forward. Moreover, Princess Valtrun, who had been told by Prince Yuri that their engagement was annulled, remained remarkably composed. It was as if she knew everything. Had something happened to change her before today? Watching her confidently standing there, I could not help but wonder if there was some kind of factor at play. What is she thinking exactly? Princess Valtrun's actions are clearly changing. When I first saw her at this place before, she had an incredibly fragile and unstable atmosphere, as if she would shatter when touched. But now, she is completely different. The radiance in her eyes continues to burn without faltering, and she confidently displays her behavior as if it were predetermined. Her snow-white hair, like pure white snow, sways in the wind, giving off a fantastical appearance. To top it all off, Aldia greets. Instead of me approaching her, she approaches me. She comes right in front of me and gently touches my left cheek, as if enveloping it. Your Royal Highness Princess Valtrun." She chuckles lightly at my confusion. "You are the real one, right?" "Hi." And then, immediately, she shows a gentle expression. "I'm sorry. Your troubled face is just so cute. I couldn't help but say something unnecessary." "No, it's fine." "Hee, as I thought, you haven't changed, have you?" She smiles fleetingly and murmurs softly. "I've wanted to meet you for so long." Eh? Those words were like something you would say to a long-lost friend. She and I continued attending the military academy, but we had no contact during our time there. In that case, it would be unnatural for her to say, "I've wanted to meet you." The current her and I should be strangers. No, that is not right. She had mentioned before that she knew about me in my previous life. So it was not strange for her to recognize me. "Princess Valtrun, with all due respect, I believe you attended the same academy as me, so, I struggled to suppress the words that stuck in my throat and tried to calmly squeeze out my words. I wanted to know what her intentions were with her words. However, suddenly she bowed her head to me. "I'm sorry, I guess it doesn't make any sense to you, being told something like that." Her blue eyes seemed to tremble for a moment. The same expression she had when I rejected her invitation. It was a slightly lonely expression, yet one filled with an unwavering determination. "Your Royal High." I was about to address her as Your Royal Highness, when suddenly my field of vision was completely blocked. I found myself settled snugly in Princess Valtrun's bosom, where I could hear the rhythmic thumping of her heartbeat. "Just stay like this for a little while, please." I didn't even have the intention to respond. I heard her sobbing voice, and it seemed that the annulation of the engagement was indeed painful for her. The reason she acted differently this time was probably because she discovered my hidden presence. She had probably been enduring it all this time. I didn't know if her engagement with Prince Yuri was what she wanted, but it was clear that her heart had been wounded. "It's no good, I shouldn't be crying." "It's okay to cry. That ordeal was undoubtedly a heavy burden for you." However, contrary to my thoughts, the next words she uttered completely overturned all the speculations I had made so far. "Aldia, as I thought. In this lifetime, I want to have you by my side." A decisive statement. Her jewel-like blue eyes were focused on me. I immediately sensed that this was one of the reasons for her transformation. No more words came out for a while. Section: The first time I met Aldia was before the entrance ceremony of the military academy. I was the first princess of the Vulcan Empire, Valtrun von Felsdorf. Because of my title as the first princess and my superior talent in magic compared to others, I always had annoying people around me. "Princess Valtrun, please choose me as your personal knight. I have won the provincial swordsmanship tournament. If you are looking for someone to be your personal knight, I would like to receive that position." "Valtrun, I think I'm the only one worthy of being your personal knight. What do you think?" I was approached by numerous men, asking to be my personal knight. Becoming the personal knight of the Imperial princess would guarantee a secure future. While it was a well-known fact, it was truly troublesome to be approached in such a manner by people I barely knew. I was tired of people with obvious ulterior motives. That was why I said, "Do you want to become my personal knight? Then prove that you are stronger than me. If you can do that, I will consider appointing you as my personal knight." I set strict conditions for becoming my personal knight. Fortunately, I have never been surpassed in magic by anyone. Is that so? With this level of skill, you wanted to become my personal knight? That's out of the question. Whether they were of the same age or older, I defeated them all. Many people wished to test their skills against me, and I continued to defeat them. Perhaps because of that, hardly anyone said they wanted to become my personal knight anymore. Finally, it's quiet now. Once people knew of my abilities, no one approached me anymore. At the same time, I could not make close friends. It would be a lie to say that I did not feel lonely, but more than that, I disliked being bound by troublesome relationships. Quiet moments passed by. However, that was only within the Empire. Such peace was ephemeral. When I was about to go to the city of Philnotz, a neutral zone, to enroll in the military academy, nobles and knights from other countries, including the kingdom of Leshfeld, who were unaware of my magical prowess, began to gather around me and try to win my favor, just like the people from the Empire did before. "Oh, beautiful princess of the Empire, please make me your personal knight. I heard that the position of your personal knight had not been decided yet. Could you please give me a chance?" "Your Royal Highness Princess Valtrun, I am the most suitable." "No, I am." Here we go again. It was truly exhausting. On the day of the military academy's entrance ceremony. And to think that such a commotion would occur so early in the morning, it was too noisy for the beginning of the day. Please calm down a little." I tried to settle the situation amicably, but my efforts were in vain. In a space where people tried to assert their claims, gentle responses had little effect. "Valtrun-sama, your Royal Highness, please, I beg of you." At first, all I could do was wear a perpetually troubled expression. Endure it. As the princess of the Empire, I must avoid acting on my emotions. I desperately tried to suppress my emotions, but the discomfort overshadowed my efforts and began to dominate my heart. If I were to use magic to make all the people gathering around me disappear, would I be able to have peaceful days? It was at that moment when such dangerous thoughts flickered in my mind. You're obstructing the way if you stand there. Who are you? In front of the gate of the military academy, a young man passed by the crowd surrounding me. The crowd was indeed obstructing the way, and I thought it would be inconvenient for everyone around me. What's the matter? Do you need something? I'm a new student here, but it's bothersome for everyone if you all gather like that. Hi. Listen, I'm an upperclassman at this military academy. You, as a mere new student, shouldn't butt in. Ignoring the offensive language, he continued. I see. If someone as uncouth as you is considered an upperclassman, it speaks volumes about the integrity of this military academy. Hey, what did you just say? I said that you all are a bunch of incompetents. The short black hair that casually swayed caught my attention. He directed a piercing, cold gaze toward the people who had gathered around me, grabbed the hair of what seemed to be the son of a noble closest to him, and forcefully lifted him up. If you're going to make a fuss, could you please do it somewhere that doesn't inconvenience others? If you can't even grasp the bare minimum of common sense, I don't think you're suitable for this academy. What? Struggling to release the hand gripping his hair, the young man pleaded, but Aldia maintained his expression without a hint of change, holding onto the young man's hair firmly. Tears welled up in the young man's eyes as he frantically kicked his legs. The gazes that were directed at me swiftly turned to him. Hey, cut it out. Let go of him. He is the one who should cut it out. I want him to consider the inconvenience he is causing to others. Uttering such a provocative statement, it was only natural that the people present would voice their opposition to him. Some turned red in the face, and others brandished their weapons. It seemed like his provocative words had struck a nerve with their pride. However, even in the face of their hostility, he remained unfazed. His demeanor, tinged with a chilling aura, was somehow different from the others, and the moment I realized it, my eyes continued to follow him. Hey, you commoner, don't get too carried away. I'll teach you to know your place. He glanced at the people gathered around him. I don't recall saying anything wrong, though. Those who were met with his crimson eyes momentarily flinched, but they quickly resorted to the use of force. Shut up, take this. Learn your place in this military academy. Considering their aspirations to become my personal knight, they displayed decent moves. However, he effortlessly dealt with them without using any weapons, relying solely on his bare hands. His movements were precise and graceful, without wasting any effort, and I was captivated by them. What? You must be kidding me. He is taking on all those people by himself. This is impossible. Many were disheartened before even laying a hand on him. He had demonstrated such extraordinary physical abilities that it exceeded the confines of social status. He instilled overwhelming fear in his surroundings and stood there with a calm expression. Ouch! He is a monster, isn't he? The scene was littered with bodies. It was only natural for everyone to fear him. Including those who had fallen around him, everyone present could not help but feel a sense of terror toward him. And then he casually turned his back, directing his cold gaze toward the fallen individuals. Is this the extent of the upperclassman's abilities? His presence at the center embodied the essence of a perfected knight. No, he exuded the aura of an overwhelmingly powerful individual that seemed to surpass the very concept of a knight. It was impossible to envision him being defeated. Everyone felt a sense of intimidation, realizing that he was not someone to be taken lightly. As he let out a sigh, his eyes were a vivid shade of crimson. It was horrifying, yet at the same time, I found myself captivated by his dignified posture. Before I knew it, I had called out to him. This was the first time something like this had happened. I had never been so nervous when talking to someone before. My heartbeat resounded loudly, and I could feel my face growing warm. When someone addressed me, they usually responded with a pleased expression. However, he calmly bowed towards me and knelt down on the ground. I apologize for causing a disturbance, Your Royal Highness. And no, I don't think it's a disturbance. In fact, I'm grateful. The killing intent had vanished, and he exuded a tranquil atmosphere. If you say so, then I am relieved. He was the ideal knight that I had been searching for. Stronger than me, never shows flattery towards anyone. Yet, he also possessed a polite side. A mix of wanting him to be my personal knight and feelings of romantic attraction overwhelmed me. I had completely fallen for him at first sight. If it's all right, could you tell me your name? He displayed a slightly perplexed expression, but quickly regained his composure, wearing a composed expression. My name is Aldia Greets. I see. Aldia Greets. Yes, that is my name. Well then, I shall take my leave. W8. Before I could call out to stop him, Aldia swiftly left the scene. I wanted to talk more, but just getting his name was enough. Aldia Greets. I found someone who might be stronger than myself for the first time. I would not need a personal knight if they were weaker than me. It was at that moment that I changed my ways, something I had believed for a long time. The catalyst for that change was the encounter with Aldia Greets, who would later be hailed as the strongest knight in the kingdom. And he was also my first love. Aldia Greets? Yes, if it's him, then. I had been gazing at his back the entire time. He is also a student at this academy. Can I become friends with him in this place? This is not like me. When was the last time I felt this elated? My lips curled into a smile, and I did not care about the people around me. Unfortunately, I never exchanged another word with him during my 5 years at the military academy. The main reason for that was his commoner status and being from the kingdom. Your Royal Highness Princess Valtrun. The investigation of Aldia Greets, enrolled in the Night Department, has been completed. I had the Imperial intelligence operatives immediately investigate Aldia. He was not a noble, and there were no records of him being mentioned as a knight. Just an ordinary student from a common household. His performance within the military academy was average, neither outstanding nor failing. The image of a person emerged that could not possibly mesh with the scene I saw at that time. With all due respect, it may be better to refrain from appointing him as your personal knight. It could cast doubt on your dignity as the princess of the great Vulcan Empire. He is too ordinary and not suitable for the position. I recommend looking for someone else. I understand, thank you for your hard work. It felt unnatural, but I did not feel like complaining about the work of the intelligence operatives. I nodded in agreement with the intelligence operatives' words and decided not to appoint Aldia as my personal knight. Although I had been observing him for 5 years, I could not become close to him until the end. In addition to the difference in social status, it was because I believed second-hand information rather than what I had seen with my own eyes. Aldia Greets, who are you? There was no one to answer my murmured words. The vacant expanse of the blue sky was remarkably clear, seemingly unconcerned with my troubles. Why am I so concerned about him? I wonder if he is aware of it. While thinking that way, I never found the right answer. After graduating from the military academy, I no longer had a chance to meet him. I thought I would never see him again. I thought there was no reason to meet him, so I desperately tried to forget. I tried to convince myself that it was just a fleeting emotion. My love for him was surely a mistake. A suitable personal knight for me will never appear. He is different. That was the conclusion that came out. It was pointless to cling to regrets forever. Why could I not realize that my judgment was wrong? I was truly foolish and naive. In the end, I did not even believe in my own intuition. After graduating from the Philnot's military academy, I broke off the engagement with Prince Yuri. The annulment of our engagement worsened the relationship between the Empire and the Kingdom. The collapse of the engagement caused turmoil not only in both countries, but also in the surrounding nations. It led to great chaos in the world, and it would lead to the worst outcome. Just 1 year after the annulment of the engagement, both countries fell into a state of war. The surrounding countries unilaterally condemned the Empire. Originally, the Empire had a few allied nations, and we had failed to communicate the reasons for the annulment to those allies properly. It was all due to our mishandling of the situation. And so, the entire world sided with the kingdom. No matter how powerful the Empire was, dealing with acts of aggression from multiple countries was difficult. The war lasted for 6 long years, but it ended with the Empire's defeat. The Imperial army could not even set foot in the kingdom's territories. The enemy was too numerous to be defeated by force alone. If only I had become closer to Aldia, would the outcome have changed? While running through the battlefield, I suddenly thought about that. It was right after I had failed in my attempt to win him over. I'm sorry. I have friends and family in the kingdom. That's why I can't betray them by siding with the Empire. Well, I suppose it's a problem to hear that from an enemy country, especially from a princess. Friends and family are important, so it cannot be helped. It was something I could understand immediately if I thought about it. He is a knight of the kingdom. Betraying his homeland is impossible. Still, I can't help but think, would he have accepted that proposal if I were his friend? I blame myself for not reaching out to him when we first met. Aldia Greets had become a splendid knight, feared even within the Empire. The cold-hearted black-clated demon king. He continues to move forward without hesitation, no matter how wounded he becomes, and he keeps advancing without hesitation, even when his allies are completely wiped out. The pitch-black sword he tightly grips becomes stained red with the blood of Imperial soldiers. His merciless and one-sided fighting style creates numerous scenes of unimaginable horror, truly deserving of the title Demon King as the strongest knight. For the Imperial army, his appearance was considered the greatest threat. He ruthlessly tramples fleeing enemy soldiers, leaving a mountain of corpses in his wake. If he had been on our side, the Empire would have had a better chance of holding on. He has shown his invincibility to such an extent that it makes one believe that. Conversely, the fact that he was an enemy forced the Empire into a difficult battle against the kingdom. The reason I am being sent to the battlefield like this is because he exists. It was ironic. Every time the wounds of my homeland spread, I could meet him. But somewhere deep in my heart, I find myself slightly happy about that. Princess Valtrun, you did nothing wrong. Even after the war ended, and I was imprisoned in the kingdom's dungeon, he never mistreated me. He showed respect and treated me as the Empire's princess. I still wanted to walk the path of a princess together with him. Aldia, why are you so kind to me? I am not a cruel person who would be cold to someone who saved my life. It must be about that time. When I treated his wounds, in truth, I should have done nothing and just watched him take his last breath. As the princess, it was a big mistake to treat Aldia at that time. However, I do not regret what happened then. You are kinder than anyone, and you never truly desired a war. You shouldn't have been treated like this just because you are of royal blood. Because he showed such a face filled with anguish for my sake, I felt happy that he genuinely cared for me. He did not just see my title, he saw the real me. He was the one who understood me. The day of my execution was fast approaching, but strangely, I felt no fear. I will come again tomorrow. Yes. When I met him, all my anxieties vanished as if they were lies. The day of my life's end draws closer with each passing moment. Aldia visits me every day, attentively bringing me meals and other daily necessities. Princess, Aldia-san has arrived. Only Aldia and the child who was assigned to me in the dungeon treated me with such empathy. Welcome, Aldia. I've been waiting for you. However, I was happy. Many people around me have disappeared, but there are still people who care about me, and that fills me up. Aren't you cold? It's chilly in the dungeon. Yes, it's a little chilly. Please take this. It should provide some comfort. He gently places the blanket he brought over me. Thank you, Aldia. Even trivial conversations became precious treasures when exchanged with him. They became warm memories that I cherished. I have walked through harsh battlefields, and my feet are covered in wounds. However, when I see his face, I feel as if those wounds are healing. The moments right before death may have been the happiest time for me. I genuinely felt that way. From this point forward, we shall carry out the execution of Valtrun von Felsdorf, the highest-ranked war criminal of the Vulcan Empire. At the moment when everything ended for me, I saw his face. Though he was amidst the crowd, I recognized him at a glance. His eyes were filled with deep sorrow, and his mouth remained silent. Please don't make such a mournful face. I will be all right. My heart was remarkably calm. Thank you, Aldia. Becoming the last member of the Vulcan Empire's royal family was dishonorable, but I will never forget the time I spent with you, even in death. Carry out the execution. That's why, if I were to be reborn, would you walk by my side next time? Aldia greets. Won't you come with me to the Vulcan Empire? No, please come. It wasn't a casual invitation. Rather, it felt like an order from an absolute ruler. It surprised me that she would demand such a thing from someone like me, who was from the kingdom of Leshfeld. But then again, she had told me something similar before, back when we first met on the battlefield. Was she planning to say this from the moment the engagement with Prince Yuri was broken off? From Princess Valtrun's words, I realized something. Could it be that she too is like me? As I fell into silence, she slowly took my hands. You must be confused by this sudden request. It's understandable. Leaving your homeland and coming to a neighboring country, it's a difficult thing. No, that is not it. Looking at her sad face, I almost responded that way instinctively. But when I heard the rest of what she had to say, my words got choked up. But please, I want you. It felt like a cry from the depths of her heart. The scenes from the past intertwined as the figure of Princess Valtrun, extending her hand towards me, overlapped with the image of the Valkyrie I once saw. Valtrun, Your Royal Highness. When I called her name, she slightly lowered her head. Witnessing that sorrowful expression, it felt as if my heart would burst. Since the moment I realized I had returned to the past, my answer has remained unchanged. I want to live for Princess Valtrun. The wish I made on the brink of death still lingers within me, unforgotten. I won't force you. I may have said please come as if I were so great, but I won't try to recruit you against your will. However, if you have even a little bit of that feeling. Finally, then please come with me to the Empire. Finally, I can repay the favor I received from her. She must be under the impression that I would reject her, as I could sense the pain seeping through every word she spoke. She knows that there are many important people to me in my homeland, and that must be because she knows about my past. Her sadness stems from knowing the words I said on the day I did not take her outstretched hand, the choice I made to oppose the Empire. But now I will not push her hand away anymore. I once lost everything. The result of lingering in ambiguity was disastrous. This time, I will never make a mistake in setting my priorities. Why does she desire someone like me so intensely? I still don't fully comprehend it. However, the fact remains that she wants me, and I want her in return. So, the answer is already evident. Please lift your head, Your Royal Highness. I gently spoke to her, who trembled while looking down. She raised her face, but her eyes were moist, and it seemed like she was bracing herself for my rejection. I stared at her face as she weakly uttered her words. I wish she would not look so anxious. I have sworn not to hesitate anymore. With determination, I gently wiped away the tears that welled up in her eyes. I will go with you, Your Royal Highness. She wore an expression of disbelief, as if she couldn't believe it. That means. Why, she seemed to want to ask, looking at me. Are you sure? Will you come with me to the Empire? Of course. If that is your wish, I will comply. Besides, as a commoner, how can I possibly refuse the orders of a princess? And no, there's no need to force yourself if you don't want to. Is it something I don't want? It goes without saying that I'm delighted. To be granted the privilege of walking by her side, there's no way I wouldn't be happy about it. And from her words and actions, it became clear to me. She, like me, retains memories from that time. That's why she extended this invitation. And if that's the case, I am obligated to repay the favor I received from her. I know the moment when her beautiful face warps into sorrow. I do not want that future. I want her to always wear a smile, and I want to be there to support her. There's something I want to tell you, Your Royal Highness. What is it? Why did I accept her request? If she hears this, I am sure Princess Valtrun will understand. I looked at her with a serious gaze. Your Royal Highness, I am truly happy to have met you in this life. This time, I will not let her future of happiness be cut short. If that is her desire, I will walk by her side without any hesitation. Being reunited with Princess Valtrun brings me the utmost joy. And as a dramatic turn of events, she also retains those dreaded memories. Aldia, could it be that you? I was just as shocked as her. I did not expect her to have memories from before her death either, and so I kneeled before her. It is as you imagine, Your Royal Highness. I, too, have the dreaded memories of that chaotic war, just like you. I have always regretted not wielding my sword for your sake. Is that true? It is. I was a knight of the kingdom who couldn't be of help to you. That's why when I realized I had returned to this era, I made a vow. This time, I want to fight as your sword. Becoming close to her happened only after everything had been too late. However, it is different this time. The war has not even started yet. Princess Valtrun is right here, alive and well. Your Royal Highness, I pledge my loyalty to you in this life. As your sword and shield, it is the only way I can repay the favor I received from you. Now, the time has come to repay the favor that I couldn't return back then. Really? Yes, I swear. I am nothing more than a commoner. I do not have the noble spirit of sacrificing everything for the kingdom. The reason I fought on the kingdom's side was solely to protect the people dear to me. However, now I need not be constrained by such considerations. Your Royal Highness, if you're okay with me, I will fight for you with unwavering devotion. To me, the most cherished thing to protect now is her smile. Thank you, Aldia. It is I who wish to express gratitude. I have been given the opportunity to serve my chosen ruler, and this time I can fight with all my might, not as an enemy, but as an ally. I have obtained a significant purpose for wielding my sword. Are you okay with it? I will once again fight against the kingdom of Leschfeld, just as I did before. Yes, your Royal Highness, I believe I understand your determination. I will stand by your side, no matter where it may lead. After gazing at each other for a while, she reached out her hand to me. I am Valtrun von Felsdorf. I hope we can walk the path together in this life. I am Aldia Greets. I promise to support you to the best of my capabilities. Until my life's end, I shall be the sword and shield solely for you. Hee, it feels somewhat embarrassing, doesn't it? Yes, it does. It feels strange. You were a formidable threat when we were enemies, but now that you've become an ally, you are remarkably dependable. You're exaggerating. We have crossed paths once again. Perhaps this is a chance bestowed upon us by the gods to start anew. The graduation ceremony of the Filnot's Military Academy. On this day, the fate of the world would shake profoundly. The confrontation between the kingdom and the empire. It marked the prelude to a great war, and I have resolved to dedicate myself to her cause. The downfall of the empire, her execution, the anguish of losing everything, none of that shall happen this time. I will eliminate all those elements. I will obliterate all of her enemies. To protect that lovely smile of hers, I will overcome any adversity that comes our way. Chapter 2, The Beginning of the Path to Supremacy with the Princess. The next day, after pledging loyalty to Princess Valtrun, I was quietly making preparations for the recruitment of Fledgel with the help of Princess Valtrun. We are currently inside the Imperial royal family's exclusive carriage owned by the princess. The interior was luxuriously decorated, something that a commoner like me would never have the chance to experience in a lifetime. And inside the carriage, there are only Princess Valtrun and me. I felt a bit unsettled for some reason. However, in order to ensure that our conversation would not be overheard by anyone else, there was no better secluded place than this carriage. I'm aware of the existence of the Viscount's son, Fledgel von Margneuer, as well. If I remember correctly, he was engaged to Lady Mariana, the second daughter of the Duke of Vulcan Empire. I see, so he was engaged to the daughter of a duke. Inside the carriage, we were discussing Fledgel, whom we were about to meet. I never imagined that Fledgel's fiancé would be such an influential person. It was surprising that he had become close to the daughter of a duke. However, the princess explains that he will be separated from Lady Mariana if he continues to stay with the Viscount Margneuer family. The relationship between the kingdom and the empire will continue to deteriorate in the future. Fledgel went missing in the previous world. That's why I've been curious about what happened to him. Actually, Lady Mariana also went missing during the war. We didn't know at the time whether she was alive or dead. Could it be? They eloped. We both arrived at that possibility simultaneously. Without being affected by the cracks in the country, they chose to walk together. Thinking that way, we cannot definitively say that he was unhappy when he went missing in the past. If he made choices that I could not make and stayed true to his beliefs, that's worth more than anything else. I think that possibility is high. Then, if their happiness can be fulfilled in that way, should we not interfere? If it were just me, a mere commoner, inviting him might be one thing, but now I have pledged loyalty to Princess Valtrun. If I were to bring Fledgel to the Empire, he would undoubtedly be involved in the war as well. That is why I am uncertain about what the right course of action is. I'm hesitant to make a judgment. I have experienced firsthand how thoughtless actions can be the trigger for self-destruction. In response to my indecision, she showed a hint of contemplation before speaking. Aldia, make a choice without regrets. What do you want to do? The meaning behind her words deeply struck my heart. It could be interpreted as her own cautionary words as well. We are living our second lives. That was why the emotion of not regretting what we didn't do comes across as so. We've had enough failures, haven't we? In this world, I think it's best to believe in a path without regrets and move forward. Don't you think so? In other words, she was telling me that no matter what the outcome may be, I should make the best choice for myself now. That's what she conveyed. She was right. I was losing sight of why I had been given this second chance. I want to remain friends with Fledgel. The answer has solidified within me. Thank you very much. I have no more doubts. I will definitely bring Fledgel to our side. Yes, that's the spirit. To pull Fledgel away from the Viscount Margnor family. If he strongly opposes it, then I will reconsider at that time. However, if he agrees to my wish at that time, I will do my best to support him. He is incredibly talented. That's why he is someone I want to have on our side. Yes, considering his performance at the military academy, it's clear how capable he is. And if he was engaged to Lady Mariana, there's a possibility of gaining the support of the Duke's family. I can't find any reason not to bring him in. If it comes to being enemies, there is no doubt that he would become a formidable opponent. However, there is not just one ending. There are thousands of branching points, and the choices we make from them lead to the future. Therefore, it should be possible to hope for a future where we can move forward together with Fledgel. If we can present the conditions that Fledgel desires, it will be easier to invite him to the Empire. Then, we should guide them so that the relationship between him and Lady Mariana isn't torn apart. Yes, please. And even if it is a matter between nobles, the princess and I have the power to make it possible. Because we are living our second lives. No matter what obstacles come our way, we should be able to overcome them. We're almost there. I'll leave the persuasion to you, but I'm sure it will be fine. Yes, I intend to do my best. Therefore, failure is not an option. In the midst of anxiety and a sense of urgency dominating my mind, the movement of the carriage slowed down. The mansion is already right in front of us. Eventually, the carriage came to a complete stop, and she placed her hand on my shoulder. Aldia, we've arrived. I take a deep breath. However, in the end, my heart is still racing and I cannot calm down. Are you okay? I'm fine. Doesn't really seem like it. She is right. My hands are trembling with nervousness. Nevertheless, now that I have made up my mind, I will do my best to negotiate with him. Your Royal Highness, I'll go now. Yeah, good luck. Yes. After exchanging a gaze with Princess Valtrun, I got off the carriage and waited for Fledgel to come out of the mansion. The passage of time felt long, as if I had forgotten about the coldness of the wind. He is here. I heard the approaching footsteps and directed my gaze toward that direction. Fledgel. Aldia, why are you here? The reunion with my once-lost friend took place on a side road near Viscount Margnor's residence. Unfortunately, as a commoner, I could not step foot inside the noble mansion, so I waited for him to come out here on this side road. Princess Valtrun parked the carriage a little distance away and secretly watched over us. Failure is not an option. I silently pledged to bring Fledgel back to the Empire without fail. His complexion, after not seeing it in a long time, looked bad, and he seemed to have lost some weight. There's something I need to talk to you about. Is it okay? He lowered his head and awkwardly averted his gaze. Is it about not being able to attend the graduation ceremony? I am sorry, there were a few things going on. That's not what this is about. Is it something else? Yeah, I came to meet you for another reason. The real purpose of this meeting was not about that. Well, Petra was furious, though. I knew it. But I'm not really mad. I understand the circumstances, to some extent. He must have thought I was mad, because we did not meet up before the graduation ceremony. However, even if Petra was furious, I had no intention of blaming Fledgel, because I knew all the circumstances. I will not blame someone who is not at fault. Then, why are you here today? He asked in a somewhat indifferent tone. Perhaps it was after his relationship with his fiancée was severed. His frustration was clearly evident. I feel sorry for reopening the wound, but there was no time to be considerate right now. Taking a deep breath, I firmly looked into his eyes. Fledgel, I'll be straightforward. Would you leave the kingdom and come to the Empire with me? So it has come to that. His stunned face showed the extent of his confusion. Afterward, the discussion ended in just a few minutes. To cut to the chase, I succeeded in recruiting Fledgel. I learned that he was pressured by his father to break off his engagement with Lady Mariana, a noblewoman from the Empire, which caused a significant rift in his family. It seemed that there were quite a few things he could not agree with. All right, I'll go to the Vulcan Empire. He willingly accepted my proposal. With this, the objective of pulling Fledgel away from the Viscount Margnor family was achieved. If the story ended here, it would have been a happy ending. However, it did not end so easily. Why are you and Princess Valtrun in the same carriage? That happened as we were leaving. By a careless mistake, Fledgel caught sight of Princess Valtrun and me together and gave me a sharp gaze. While he exclaimed in astonishment, his expression changed rapidly. Princess Valtrun, with her dignified demeanor, sent him a gentle gaze. Aldia has become someone precious to me. That's why we're together. As someone precious. It was a phrasing that invited misunderstandings. I could see a future where I would be bombarded with questions. I tried to explain myself, to find the right words, but it was in vain, and the misunderstanding continued to spread. I intend for Aldia to serve in the military of the Vulcan Empire. And, ultimately, I plan to appoint him as my personal knight. That was something I had not even heard yet. I had only pledged my loyalty to her, but to be appointed as her personal knight? I had not anticipated the situation unfolding like this. Becoming a personal knight to a member of the Imperial family in the Empire carries meaning beyond words. Naturally, it entails protecting the life of one's lord, but it also means obeying their orders unquestioningly, no matter what those orders may be. While I do not think she would give me unreasonable orders, I was quite shaken inwardly. Your Royal Highness, is that statement true? Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mention it before. She has a deliberate look on her face. Princess Valtrun smiled in an artificial manner. Naturally, I was surprised by the bombshell she dropped, and even Fledgel was taken aback, delivering a strong punch to my shoulder. Aldia, what the hell did you do to the princess? I didn't do anything. Don't lie. You must have some leverage over her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be saying something so cryptic. In his mind, he must be imagining a scene where I am blackmailing Princess Valtrun. Please, I hope he refrains from having strange delusions. It was not just my imagination, but Princess Valtrun seemed delighted by my flustered state. She must have deliberately chosen her words to surprise Fledgel. The thought crossed my mind that I might continue to be toyed with by her in the future. Section. The day after visiting Fledgel's house, I called my dear friends to the outskirts of the kingdom's territory, which is a short distance away from Philnotz. With the war brewing between the kingdom and the empire, and considering the escalating damages caused by the conflict, I decided to take them to the empire. I am not going to go through the pain of losing my dear friends in a war again. This time, I will not let anyone die. Hence, this will be the groundwork for that. That's why I requested Princess Valtrun to arrange for their transportation so that they could safely reach the empire. But the result is a dragon mount, In front of a dragon mount with its wings spread wide and roaring, I was taken aback. I don't have fond memories of dragon mounts. In my previous life, I had struggled multiple times against these formidable foes. They moved swiftly and unpredictably in the air, making it difficult to deal with them. Even dozens of regular soldiers together would find it hard to stop a dragon mount's movements. Moreover, they had a ferocity that could wreak havoc even without a rider. It reminded me of what incredible creatures they were. Aldia, what's the matter? Well, it's just that the thought of riding one of these makes my stomach ache a bit. I see, it's understandable that you'd have such a reaction. Princess Valtrun smiled, seemingly understanding my feelings. Having fought against these dragon mounts and nearly died multiple times, as a result, I had developed an aversion to them. By the way, how were you able to call the dragon mounts? Upon hearing my question, Princess Valtrun answered with a smile. For a princess like me, it's quite an easy thing to do. She seemed proud of herself. Besides, I'd also love to see Aldia riding a dragon mount. Her mischievous smile looked adorable, but I was far from finding it funny. The dragon mounts, arranged as a means of transportation to the Vulcan Empire, were accompanied by a few soldiers. These dragon mounts were much larger than humans, and they were actively used for military purposes in the Empire. Looking at the dragon mounts before me, I turned pale. However, the others had different reactions. Wow, it's a dragon mount. I've never seen one before. Steno's eyes were sparkling as he reached out towards the dragon mounts. It is dangerous to get too close, as they could bite. That was why I, for one, would not casually approach them. His actions are a little worrying, but I understand the feeling of curiosity. During the war, dragon mounts were spotted all over the place. However, for someone born in the kingdom and experiencing the current peaceful environment, there are hardly any opportunities to catch sight of dragon mounts. These dragon mounts have the most exceptional lineage in the Empire. While we have many dragon mounts raised within the Empire, this particular breed stands out for its incredible speed, intelligence, and aggressiveness. Princess Valtrun proudly explained. Observing this, Petra muttered. But it's strange, isn't it? Why is Aldia getting so close to Princess Valtrun? Ah, I'm getting chills. Standing right next to Princess Valtrun, Petra's face took on a stern expression, and she sent a sharp gaze. Petra, you see, I can explain. Humph. It seems that there is no room for excuses. Even if I were to explain that we had a connection from my previous life, it is unlikely that anyone would believe me. Without actually experiencing time regression, it is hard to understand. Aldia and I happened to meet on the day of the graduation ceremony. Is that so? Yes, Her Imperial Highness is absolutely right. Although Princess Valtrun briefly explained why we were working together, Petra kept giving us her skeptical looks. I'll explain in detail once we arrive at the Empire. Is that okay? Fine, I'll accept that for now. Having obtained Petra's approval, I let out a deep breath. By the way, it's really a gathering, isn't it? All of my friends are gathered here. Addie and Tredia, who are still attending the military academy, are not here, but the 6 of us Stino, Petra, Ambrose, Mia, Fledgel, and me have gathered here. In addition, Princess Valtrun and a few dragon mount soldiers she brought along are also present. Well, that was the plan after all. Yeah. Stino and Mia, both in high spirits, talked cheerfully. Still, there are quite a lot of us. Seeing the size of our group, I am glad that we did not gather in a busy area, which would have attracted unwanted attention from passers-by. Imperial Princess. Who are they? One of the younger-looking dragon mount soldiers raised his voice. He must be curious about us. They are my important guests. I plan to invite them to the Empire. Is there a problem? With a stern expression and a snobbish attitude, the dragon mount soldier took a step back. He must be a nobleman's son. While asking Princess Valtrun about our identities, he sharply directed his gaze towards Fledgel. He must have sensed Fledgel's high status from his attire. Fledgel is the 4th son of the Viscount Margnor family, a noble family from the kingdom. From the perspective of the nobles in the Empire, it seems they are displeased with the friendliness between Princess Valtrun and the nobility from other countries. It seems like you've misunderstood, but the Imperial Princess and I are not in any close relationship. I didn't ask you. Nobles from the kingdom shouldn't meddle. The rumors about Princess Valtrun breaking off her engagement must be circulating within the Empire. That is why the dragon mount soldier was directing harsh words toward Fledgel. Imperial Princess, with all due respect, I am opposed to them setting foot in Imperial territory. Oh, really? And why is that? I believe the Imperial Princess understands how the future of the friendship with the kingdom will unfold. Despite that, do you really think that the Emperor would allow you to invite nobles of the kingdom as guests? Indeed, there are those who dislike the idea of us entering the Empire. And it's not limited to the Empire. Similar sentiments might also exist within the kingdom. However, Princess Valtrun remains undaunted. I have no intention of seeking my father's permission. What's wrong with inviting my friends to the country? Let's say the Emperor permits inviting that noble over there to the Empire. But the others are commoners, right? Inviting them as guests might tarnish the Imperial Princess's dignity. The Empire is a country where nobility reigns supreme. This was particularly evident during the war, where the majority of generals were sons and daughters of the Empire's nobles. The rise of non-noble generals came during the final stages of the war when the Empire was desperate. The discriminatory attitude of the dragon mount soldier toward the commoners is not uncommon. This mindset is shared by every noble in the Empire and was considered the norm. Are you suggesting that I'm blind or something? And no, that's not my intention. Then let me ask you, isn't it my own decision whom I befriend and invite as guests to my country? Well, that might be true, but... Hearing the princess's words, The man clenched his teeth and looked down. Sir Linos, they are my important guests. I ask you to treat them with respect. I'm sorry, but I can't accept them. The dragon mount soldier, named Sir Linos, mounted his dragon and took off into the sky. The other soldiers looked on with appalled expressions. The only one who raised his voice at his actions was a brawny man among the dragon mount soldiers. Hey Linos, are you abandoning the mission? I can't accept this situation. Never. I won't tolerate anyone disrupting the order, no matter who they are. I don't care. Ignoring the reprimand, he flew off into the distance. Hey, he's gone too far now, we can't call him back. The distance was so vast that he appeared like a speck in the distance. The brawny man was looking at him with an exasperated expression, but soon turned his gaze back to Princess Valtrun. I apologize, Imperial Princess. I didn't discipline the soldiers enough. The man who had been shouting, just moments ago, now humbly apologized. He must hold a certain position within the Empire. In response, Princess Valtrun smiled gently at the brawny man. Please raise your head, Sir Dorthos. It's not your fault. With that, she gently placed her hand on his shoulder. But abandoning the mission is an unacceptable act for a proud dragon mount soldier. It seems he has a negative impression of commoners. Yes, however, deep down, he's a serious and considerate person, but unfortunately, his pride gets in the way. It seems ingrained ideologies are hard to change. Perhaps that was why the Empire lost the war against the kingdom. That seems to be the case. Yes, I'm ashamed. Respecting established traditions and turning a blind eye to new ideologies. The consequence of that was the mass deaths of imperial generals. Incompetent nobles led the troops, resulting in unnecessary loss of military strength and, in the end, even their own lives. The kingdom was different. Even commoners were actively given the right to command troops if they were competent. I was one of those, and I believe it is a rational approach. Unless this exclusionary mindset is addressed, the Empire will undoubtedly be defeated in a war against the kingdom. This time, with the decision to serve Princess Valtrun, I must create a future in which the Empire will not be defeated. This is not just a problem limited to Sir Linos. It's a problem for the entirety of Imperial nobility. That's right, the Imperial nobility doesn't like to socialize with commoners. Yes, but Sir Dorthos doesn't seem to be bound by such customs, which is reassuring. Seeing Princess Valtrun smile, he scratched his head and turned away, looking embarrassed. That's not it, I simply admire strong individuals. I believe that the ideology of meritocracy is more prominent than the aristocratic supremacy system. In fact, our 4th Dragon Mount Soldier Squad consists of hand-picked elites, with over half of them being former commoners. Hearing Dorthos's words, the Dragon Mount soldiers nodded happily. Our captain is our pride. We've been oppressed for being commoners, but the captain is different. He gives us a fair evaluation. Yes, that's right. I'm really happy to be part of this 4th Dragon Mount Soldier Squad. Captain Dorthos is known to be one of the few nobles in the Empire with good character. Amid the excitement around Dorthos, Petra, who had approached me unnoticed, murmured softly. They seem so passionate over there. Don't say that. But it's true. I'm not lying. Even if it's true, you should keep quiet at times like this. Trying to caution her in a low voice, she pouted her lips and said, but still. Well, it is true that from our perspective as outsiders, it just looked like a mere farce. However, as someone who is going through his second life, I understand that it was only natural for Dorthos to be admired and respected by his squad. Petra, you may not know this, but it's quite impressive for an imperial noble to treat commoners without discrimination. Is that so? But I'm not really interested in noble affairs or anything like that. Why are you so stubborn and negative about it? She maintained a consistently indifferent attitude. Despite that, Ambrose spoke to her. Petra, the aura emanating from that person, it's like the epitome of purity, just like that of a saint. Aura, Ambrose, I have no idea what you're talking about. A healthy body houses a healthy mind. That's what I mean. Is that so? Petra tilted her head, not entirely understanding his explanation. He probably wants to convey that Dorthos is a trustworthy person. However, with such a roundabout way of speaking, Petra will not understand. He should have used a more straightforward approach. When I looked at Ambrose, he just smiled in response, completely unaware of my intention. Well, let's leave it at that. Imperial Princess, you're sending the guests to the Empire on the dragon mounts, right? This praise-filled scene ended abruptly with a single remark from Dorthos that seemed to disrupt the flow. It must have been quite embarrassing for him. His face flushed red as he glanced sideways at the soldiers' excitement. Princess Valtrun was thoroughly pleased as she observed the scene. Sir Dorthos, then I entrust the 4th Dragon Mount Squad to transport us. Please leave it to us. We will safely escort the Imperial Princess and her guests to the Empire. And so, despite a small dispute, we were able to enjoy our aerial journey without any further issues. Section, riding on the back of a dragon mount, we are heading towards the Valugan Empire, at least that was how it was progressing, but the journey by means of dragon mounts was rather abrupt. That was why a problem arose. Captain Dorthos, we don't have enough dragon mounts. A shortage of dragon mounts had occurred. If we had Linos no, even that wouldn't be enough. Combining the number of dragon mount soldiers and us, it results in a slight overage in the count. Dorthos clutched his head and scratched it vigorously, while the other soldiers wore equally pained expressions. While it's possible for 3 people to ride on a single dragon mount, it increases the risk of falling. Considering the stamina of the dragon mounts, it's best not to push them too hard. The Imperial capital is a distance away, so traveling back and forth will take time. Each dragon mount can carry about 2 people, with a slight possibility of overloading. However, the dragon mounts have traveled extensively before reaching this place, so it is best to avoid putting a heavy burden on them. What shall we do, Your Imperial Highness? That means 2 of us won't be able to ride, right? That's how it will be. There are 5 dragon mount soldiers and 7 of us, including Princess Valtrun, but there are only 5 dragon mounts. If the dragon mount soldiers, who can control the dragon mounts, are riding on it, 2 of us must give up riding to the Empire on a dragon mount. I apologize. The dragon mounts are in high demand everywhere. Therefore, only we were able to come here. Dorthos lowered his head, looking apologetic. Mia, who had been silently watching, interrupted. Can I say something? Actually, I have my own dragon mounts. So, if you leave me and 1 other person behind, the problem will be solved. Dorthos reacted to Mia's voice and quickly looked up. Then, after observing her closely, his face turned to surprise. See, could it be that? You are the daughter of the Crimea Trading Company's president, Miss Mia. Yes, that's why we own quite a few dragon mounts ourselves. I see, so that's how it is. Mia is the daughter of a trading company. I had always sensed that she was from a wealthy family due to the occasional graceful demeanor she exhibited within her carefree attitude. However, I didn't know she was the daughter of a trading company. Mia is the daughter of the Crimea Trading Company. I never knew. That's right, I'm as rich as a noble. I'm surprised, but stop with that smug look. I can understand why Stino was astonished. Petra, Ambrose, and Fledgel also appeared unaware of her background. The Crimea Trading Company is one of the continent's renowned trading companies, with an influence comparable to a small country. It wouldn't be unusual for the daughter of such a company to possess numerous dragon mounts. So, problem solved, right. With this, the shortage of dragon mounts was resolved. Moreover, if she owned dragon mounts, arrangements for riders could also likely be made. Everything was set to head to the Empire without delay, or so I thought, but someone objected. It was Princess Valtrun, standing beside me. There's no need for that. Aldia and I will stay in Philnotes. For some reason, she outright rejected Mia's proposal. What are you saying, Valtrun-sama? Since Mia suggested it, I think we should accept her kindness. Petra snapped at those words. It wasn't clear what had upset her, but she glared at Princess Valtrun with an uncharacteristically confident attitude for a commoner. Despite Petra's reaction, the princess responded with unwavering resolve. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to that. Why not? As a princess of the Empire, I cannot head to my homeland, leaving behind my guests. Please understand. We were treated strictly as guests. Her words implied that prioritizing us was natural. However, one point remained unexplained, and that was the matter of why the princess and I should stay behind. If we were to head to the Empire on dragon mounts, only one person would not be able to ride. Therefore, there was no reason for both of us to stay behind. So, I had a strong feeling that she must have had some other purpose in mind. Your Imperial Highness, is there something going on, perhaps? Whispering softly in her ear, Princess Valtrun quietly nodded. There's something I want to discuss with you about the future. Do you have time? Of course. I don't know what it is about, but it's undoubtedly related to the upcoming battle against the kingdom. Whenever she uses that cold, chilling tone, it usually involves matters concerning the kingdom. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Petra casts a suspicious glance in our direction again. Thinking quickly, Princess Valtrun smiles brightly. It's nothing. I was asking if it would be all right to let our friends here ride the dragon mounts. As Her Imperial Highness mentioned, I'll head to the Empire later. I went along with her story. Petra still had a look as if she wanted to say something, but Fledgel, placing his hand on her shoulder, spoke. That's how it is. We shouldn't keep the dragon mount soldiers waiting too long. Let's go. All right. He seemed to have sensed something and calmed Petra down. To be doubly sure, Ambrose also stood beside Petra. Aldia were going ahead. He looked right at me and told me so. Feigning calmness, I nodded at Ambrose and waved my hand. Yeah, I'll be a little late, but I won't keep you all waiting too long. See you all in the Empire. We'll be waiting. With various emotions, my friends took off into the sky. Princess Valtrun and I watched them soar. Did you bring your friends into the fold so you wouldn't have to fight them if war breaks out? Yes, that's right. I don't want to lose what's precious to me anymore. If they're within my reach, I thought I might be able to protect them using my past memories. I know you'll be able to protect them. I hope so. My friends, soaring high in the sky, were far beyond earshot of our conversation. Steno appeared tense from riding a dragon mount, Petra gazed downward at us, Ambrose kept his thoughts inscrutable with his eyes closed, and Fledgel stared intently at the distant Empire. As for Mia, she is not on the dragon mounts. Hey, what's that conversation about? I turned around and found Mia standing there. I was totally caught off guard, as I had thought she was already on the dragon mounts. It occurred to me that she might have overheard my conversation with Princess Valtrun. Wiping away the cold sweat, I exhaled deeply. Mia, how much did you listen to our conversation? I didn't hear much, but words like war and protect came through. So, what? Is there going to be a war? Oh, thank goodness. If it were known that we are living our lives for the second time, it would have caused quite an uproar. I must choose my words carefully. Hey Al, is it war? Are we going to war? Hey, answer me. I left Mia alone and got lost in thought because I was flustered. Now that she had heard the disturbing words in our conversation, it became clear that completely hiding the truth was impossible. Al, if you're going to keep secrets from me, I'll tell Petra-chan that you're keeping secrets from her. No, please, anything but that. Come on, just spit it out. Leaking the conversation to Petra would be a problem, but it's different if she personally heard me reveal our regression. I turned my gaze to Princess Valtrun. She appeared to understand what I wanted to convey and cleared her throat lightly to redirect Mia's attention to herself. Mia-san, allow me to briefly explain about our conversation. All right. First, concerning the possibility of a war. Yes. It's likely that a full-scale war between the Empire and the Kingdom will break out within the next few years. But this is merely speculation. We who know of the future war have absolutely no room for speculation or optimism. However, stating it as a fact would raise suspicion. I see. So, the reason Al and your Imperial Highness stayed back and didn't ride the dragon mounts was to discuss this. Yes. Since he and I had shared this information, we were considering our next steps. I see, so that's what it was. Nothing false was said. I believe that Princess Valtrun had been planning various strategies for the war with the kingdom. As we are both living our lives a second time, it's easier for us who are aware of past failures to devise countermeasures. I see. Then, may I ask why the Empire and the kingdom will go to war? Mia approached the princess with a more severe expression than before. For Mia, who hails from the Empire, the content of this conversation was not irrelevant. Princess Valtrun did not attempt to hide anything and spoke honestly. It's because I will break off my engagement with Prince Yuri. With the annulment of the engagement, relations between the kingdom and the Empire will likely deteriorate. She pointed out the crumbling relationship. From the way you say it, the engagement is still. Yes, it continues. Formally, but that too is only just a matter of time. I'm sure I won't be able to come to an understanding with him. I did not miss the change in Mia's complexion as she heard this. Many have their own thoughts regarding Prince Yuri. While observing Mia's complexion, she continues to speak. Whether it will lead to war from there, I don't know either, but mending a relationship once it has broken down is a difficult thing. Broken things cannot be easily fixed. Lost trust and the consequences of foolish actions will all return to haunt those who have invited disaster. I see. So, Mia-san, you may also want to consider what you're going to do. All right. Thank you very much for explaining the situation. The deterioration of relations between the two countries has already begun. As a result, people are being compelled to choose what to believe in and which path to move forward on a decision that must be made. Section: The Kingdom of Reshfeld and the Valugan Empire were currently in a state of armistice. The reason for this was the engagement between Prince Yuri Leto Reshfeld, the second prince of the kingdom, and Imperial Princess Valtrun of the Empire. The deep ties between the royal families, along with an unspoken understanding not to invade each other's territories, had brought about a period of temporary peace in both countries. However, that peace would crumble in just a few years. Please wait a minute. Does that mean the princess was dumped by that trashy prince? That's awful. In the military academy, he treated the princess poorly and was infatuated with his country's saintess or something. I wish that trashy prince would just break a limb. Let's feed him to the dragon mounts. The tentative peace was nothing more than that. Indeed, Mia's outburst seemed to confirm that the peace was false and on the verge of collapsing. Still, the language was rather harsh. Since the revelation of the entire story about Princess Valtrun's engagement annulment, Prince Yuri's reputation had plummeted in Mia's eyes. Many in the Empire disliked the prince for his selfish behavior at the military academy, so much so that Mia referred to him as a trashy prince, reflecting how much he was disliked. The story told earlier was just the final blow. The initial evaluation was not that high, either. It was as if a near-zero evaluation had plunged into the negatives. I've suspected that Prince Yuri would talk about breaking off the engagement for a few months now, so I don't really have any particular thoughts on it. The prince must be deceived by that saintess. Aren't you vexed? No, I didn't particularly like Prince Yuri myself, said the princess, expressing it flatly with a forced smile. Watching the two at the military academy, anyone could infer as much. There was never a scene where the prince and the princess were chatting amicably. The political nature of the engagement was all too apparent. After all, like me, Princess Valtrun is living her second life. Perhaps because she had already experienced the grueling process of nullifying her engagement, she seemed prepared. That was why she could find me hiding in the bushes when told about the annulment. She was not distressed by the immediate disadvantages and was always looking forward, concerned about the Empire's future. Her Imperial Highness is stronger than Mia imagines. Besides, talking about it now is pointless. I added, and Princess Valtrun nodded in agreement. Aldia is right. Prince Yuri doesn't matter anymore. What we need to think about now is only the Empire's future. Things will probably get tough from now on. Princess Valtrun's and my minds are filled with thoughts on overthrowing the kingdom. Mia shouldn't know this yet, but eventually, we will be swept into the ravages of war. Hey, Mia. After hearing the current conversation, you should now understand why I tried to get everyone to go to the Empire, don't you? She nodded slowly. Are you okay with that, Al? Yes, I made up my mind when I talked to Her Imperial Highness. Being from the Empire, she would have naturally sided with them even if I hadn't persuaded her. However, I also have many friends from the kingdom. I understand. Al didn't want a future where we fight, right? I don't quite understand why Al brought everyone to the Empire's side since you're from the kingdom, though. There might have been a future where I could have brought my friends, including Mia, from the Empire to the kingdom. But that probably wouldn't have led to a happy ending. Including Princess Valtrun, I want to protect those dear to me. But Al made that choice because of the princess, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, I get it now. If you compare that trash with the princess, of course you'd choose this side. The princess is fundamentally kind and doesn't get angry irrationally. That's right, Her Imperial Highness is very charming. Wow. Al also agrees. Mia laughed lightheartedly, making casual conversation. The difference in reputation may also be a factor. But Princess Valtrun has given me something far more precious, incomparable to such minor evaluations. Her Imperial Highness is also a benefactor to me. That's why I decided to serve her. Your benefactor. Yeah, I owe her a debt of gratitude that I could never fully repay. I now stand by Princess Valtrun's side and will continue to serve her no matter how dire the circumstances may become. I am certain that this determination will not change, regardless of how much time passes. Well then, I'm heading to the Empire on my own dragon mount. Princess, I'll see you again in the Empire. As Mia ran off into the distance, we were finally alone. I glanced around once more, just to be sure, but there was no one else in sight. Mia's presence itself was an irregularity. From now on, when discussing our life before regression, I'll need to ensure there's no one around. She's gone, isn't she? Yes, that's right. There is no such thing as a sigh of relief. Princess Valtrun and I quickly turned our attention to our next course of action. So, Your Imperial Highness, what are you going to do now? You're perceptive. It's something very important. The move I'm about to make should change the world's situation into something greatly different from before. What is she planning at this time, when the war has not even started yet? Hey, Aldia, why do you think the kingdom and the empire started the war? I found myself at a loss for words in the face of this unexpected question. Her specific intent eluded me. Because Prince Yuri broke off the engagement with your Imperial Highness. Right. With my existing knowledge, I can only come up with this answer. Surely, she wanted to hear something other than this cliched response. Well, considering everything so far, it would lead to such a thought. So, it was not the answer, after all. It was undeniable that the annulment of the engagement between Princess Valtrun and the prince triggered the war. However, she was hinting that the real reason for the full-scale confrontation between the kingdom and the empire was something else. I'll tell you, the direct cause of the war between the kingdom and the empire. The kingdom invaded the empire's territory, under the misguided pretext of reclaiming the Holy Land for the Saintess Lexia. Her words were tied to my compelling motive to defeat the kingdom utterly. I never knew that the root cause of the war lay with the kingdom. The war commenced following a declaration of war from the empire's side. That's what I always believed. However, she claimed the truth was different. Is that true? Are you surprised? I was, because I had no prior knowledge of this. But why? If the kingdom initiated the conflict, why did the entire world believe the empire was responsible for starting the war? As the divide between the kingdom and the empire widened and skirmishes broke out, countries around the world declared their hostility towards the empire. However, in retrospect, it all seemed too conspicuous. It's as if there was an underlying scheme in motion. I always believed the empire was the one to start the war. Princess Valtrun neither denied nor confirmed my words. She simply smiled, her expression fleeting. It's only natural that you would think that way. From an external perspective, it would appear as though the empire abruptly declared war on the kingdom. From an external perspective, could that mean there was no evidence of the kingdom's invasion? No, if that were true, the fact might have come to light from the very beginning. If she had been aware, she could have made it public. Nevertheless, the war was perceived as the empire's initiation, painting them as the aggressor. Will you tell me the details? Ignorance is truly frightening. When you lack knowledge, even lies can easily deceive you under the guise of truth. All right. I've been wanting to have a proper conversation with you about it, Aldia. I'll tell you all about it, the root cause of this war, and the direction I must strive for. Section: Imperial Princess Valtrun von Felsdorf. Once, Princess Valtrun herself stood on the front line and threw herself into the battle against the kingdom of Reichfeld's army. Throughout the war, she fought valiantly and ultimately met her end as a princess of the Valugan Empire. I am the one who knows this best, as I personally witnessed her tragic end. Now, in her second life, she doesn't seem to want to go from one battlefield to another. Her reason for this is very noble. Princess Valtrun placed her hands on her chest and opened her eyes wide. I want to lead the empire from now on. No matter how painful it gets or how discouraging it may be, I am determined to walk this path. She doesn't just aspire to remain an imperial princess. She aims to ascend even higher to become the empress. If her wish comes true, it will undoubtedly bring about significant changes in the future. However, it won't be an easy journey. Your Imperial Highness, do you truly wish to become the empress? Yes, to achieve that goal, I must sever my lingering ties with Prince Yuri. Procrastinating our engagement would only harm the Empire. Once before, the Empire rushed to a conclusion too hastily. As a result, they declared war before they were publicly attacked. While they likely reached that decision to preserve the Empire's dignity, initiating conflicts may lead other countries to view them unfavorably. Due to that past experience, she believes that taking a more defensive stance this time is necessary. We need to show the world that the kingdom's invasion comes first. This will be especially important in our conflict with the kingdom. They intend to provoke the kingdom into starting the war. After that, they will act without arousing resentment from neighboring countries that were once enemies. Was the idea of the act of aggression conceived by Prince Yuri? Yes, after the annulment of our engagement, he demanded that we surrender the Deist region, which is part of the Empire. However, we have no intention of giving up such precious territory. In that case, we have no choice but to fight to the end. Yes, we need to make our opposition clear. Once they make their move, I intend to defeat them decisively. However, waiting for the other side to act means allowing a preemptive attack, which could potentially put the Empire at a disadvantage. That's why I will develop the strategies necessary for a successful counterattack against the kingdom. I understand. I will do my utmost to align with your Imperial Highness's wishes. The challenge lies in restraining the impulsive Empire, while Princess Valtrun gains control over the entire Empire. If she publicly acknowledges the annulment of the engagement with Prince Yuri, her standing within the Empire will undoubtedly deteriorate. She must overcome this setback and align it with her path to becoming the Empress. The journey to becoming the Empress of the Empire is undeniably challenging. Despite this knowledge, she persists in pursuing this position. In that case, even if this path is fraught with obstacles, I am determined to repay her debt with gratitude. Princess Valtrun then turned her gaze toward me and smiled broadly. I'm counting on you, Aldia. Yes, let's walk this path together. Currently, Princess Valtrun and I are on our way to the royal castle of the Kingdom of Reshfeld. In the aftermath of the engagement annulment, she is taking this step to sever ties with Prince Yuri formally. During the graduation ceremony at the military academy, the princess and the prince had clearly taken opposing stances. However, simply taking a stand doesn't officially break off an engagement between the royal and imperial families. The annulment of the engagement is only finalized when formal letters are exchanged. In my previous life, their engagement had continued even though their relationship had deteriorated. This had prevented her from securing her position within the empire, effectively closing the path to becoming an empress. Which is why a formal annulment of the engagement is necessary this time. Aldia, I believe the annulment of the engagement will proceed without a hitch, but if an emergency arises, I'm counting on you. I nodded, gripping a certain object she had given, small magic tool that could briefly record voices. Ideally, it won't be necessary, but it's a precaution insisted upon by her. I accompany her precisely because we've considered unforeseen circumstances, and moving in a way that meets those expectations is my first task. I will execute everything according to your plan, Your Imperial Highness. Thank you, I find that very reassuring. Our resolve is set. We pass through the gates of the royal castle and approach the one who stands in our way. The interior of the castle is lavishly designed, not a place for commoners like me, but this time is an exception. Valtrun von Felsdorf requests an audience with Prince Yuri. I had been allowed entry under the pretext of serving as her escort. We proceed down a corridor where someone seems to be waiting for us. It's Prince Yuri, a person she would likely detest the most. Heh, so you came after all, Valtrun. I thought you wouldn't dare show up. The prince looks down on us with disdain, mocking her stoic expression. Cut the talk. I'm here to break off our engagement. What's the point? You were the one I discarded. Trying to repeal it now would be pointless. I'm tempted to sigh at his arrogant attitude. It's truly foolish. Why does he think she would cling to the engagement with him? She is the imperial princess of the empire, and he is oblivious to the fact that they are on equal footing, completely disregarding any diplomatic considerations. Despite his barrage of disdainful words, her face remains unchanged, speaking dispassionately. Is that so? Then let's officially annul this engagement with the approval of His Majesty the King. To her, breaking off the engagement is neither painful nor troublesome. Prince Yuri, however, gradually looks displeased, perhaps because her reaction wasn't what he expected. You seem quite composed. It's just the fact. Then his anger turns toward me, who stands beside Princess Valtrun. And who is the man beside you? He looks of low standing. The prince doesn't know me. We've never directly interacted before, likely because I'm a commoner. That's why he understands that I am not a noble. He is my escort. Oh, so the Imperial princess has such a scrawny commoner as an escort. Haha, now I see the level of the empire. Huh? Prince Yuri continues to provoke. However, she doesn't even cast her gaze at the prince. Sighing, she ignores him and starts walking toward the room where the king resides. Aldia, let's go. Yes, your Imperial Highness. I obey and follow closely behind her. Hey, wait. The prince seems to be bothered by being ignored. He tried to grab her shoulder forcefully. However, I didn't overlook it. Just before his hand touches her shoulder, I firmly grasp it, preventing the forceful contact. Normally, such an act of disrespect toward royalty would justify immediate execution. However, right now, I am acting under the guise of the Imperial princess's escort. How dare a commoner like you touch me? The prince's face turned bright red with rage, but I did not hold back. She is the Imperial princess of the Empire. I cannot allow any further disrespect. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding guards swiftly encircled us. Do you even know what you're doing? I'm merely fulfilling my duties as the escort of the Imperial princess. You bastard. He boils over in rage, glaring at me. Guards, behead this insolent fool. But he's the escort of Her Imperial Highness Princess Valtrun. I don't care, do it now, this is an order. Confused, the guards draw their swords. Once ordered by the prince, there's no talking back. Can't be helped then. If you intend to proceed, then I shall also fight you seriously. I have my own feelings about this, too. The insults Prince Yuri has thrown at my lord, Princess Valtrun, have been numerous. As her knight, I've been holding back, but irritation is welling up from within me. Meeting the prince's hostile gaze, I glared back. Then the prince's face suddenly shows signs of fear. Was he that scared? Hurry up. At the prince's words, the guards start closing the distance. Amidst this growing tension, the hand not holding the prince is gripped by Princess Valtrun. That's enough. When I turned around, she had a somewhat troubled expression on her face. Aldia, now's not the time. I understand how you feel, but causing a scene isn't wise. But I know it's for my sake, isn't it? Thank you. But calm down, okay? She probably saw right through my heated emotions. I take a deep breath and let go of the prince's hand. The moment I let go, he rubs the part of his hand that I had grabbed and steps back toward the guards. Don't think you'll get away with this. Even when glared at, I feel no particular fear. Damn it, are you making fun of me? Until now, his anger was apparent. But recognizing the change in the situation, he displays a malicious smile. Well, fine, it's best to dispose of trash like you right here. Do it, you all. Having been released, he now speaks with more confidence than before. Your Imperial Highness, permission to unsheath my sword. It can't be helped, but you must not kill the guards. Understood. I slowly draw my black sword that's been hanging at my waist. The guards also began to aim their swords at me. They can't go against Prince Yuri's orders. Hence, they have no choice but to oppose us. If you point your sword at me, you should be prepared to lose a limb or two. As I take a step forward, the atmosphere suddenly shifts. Deliberately pressuring the opponents, the guards start to move anxiously. Then, they all come rushing at me in unison, a coordinated, nimble movement. Take this. I see, their swordsmanship is not bad at all. The skill level of the guards is quite refined. As expected from those entrusted with guarding the royal castle, they are on an entirely different level compared to the students of the Philnotes Military Academy. They've staked their lives on this job. Their movements are well coordinated, and each one is highly skilled. They maintain distance from one another and attack me without interference. Yeah. Phew. They don't flinch, even against my intimidation. They're fully prepared. While carefully dodging their attacks, I clash swords against them with great force. I find a moment's opening and knock their swords away. Wah! Indeed, these guards are strong. From the fact that Prince Yuri could command them, it's clear that the guards have strong trust from the royalty. However, that's all there is to it. With the level of these guards here, they will never reach me with their swords. One of the guards' sword flies through the air and sticks into the floor a short distance away. Ha! Phewa! I also knock away the swords held by the nearby guards. And no way. The guards make faces as if they don't understand what just happened. Do you still want to continue? That's. I don't mind if injuries occur. They stop moving altogether at that. What are you doing? Stop fooling around and take his head already. The prince's heckling flies over, but the guards no longer close the distance. There's not a single step taken towards me. Shall I cut off both of your arms next? If you're willing to stake your lives, I'm more than happy to oblige. As I tell them in a threatening low voice, the guards all at once turn their gaze towards the prince. We can't. What did you say? Your voice is so soft that I can't hear you. Your Royal Highness, we can't defeat him. What? Hey, say that again. I said we can't defeat him. The difference in our abilities is too vast. With those words, the guards began to sheath their swords one after another. Don't spout such nonsense. He's just one person. Judging from his attitude, the prince probably couldn't measure my strength. I can't help but feel sorry for the guards who are being asked to do something unreasonable. Aren't you all soldiers serving the proud kingdom? No matter how many times you ask, the answer is the same. It's impossible. Fools, it's your job to make the impossible possible. The guards of the kingdom gathered here are exceptional. They are well aware that they're being overpowered. The prince may not understand, but I have put tiny cracks in all the swords held by the surrounding guards. If they aim their swords at me one more time, their blades will undoubtedly shatter. The outcome of this match has already been decided. That's enough, Prince Yuri, you have lost. As if forcing him to face the cruel reality, Princess Valtrun speaks sternly. Don't joke around. Aren't you all ashamed to lose to such an insolent youth? Saying such things is pointless. My escort will not lose to anyone. One look at his swordsmanship, and you should easily understand the difference in their abilities. Quiet. Don't speak so arrogantly. But it's the truth. Upon hearing this, a sense of humiliation seems to have surfaced on the prince's face. This skirmish doesn't carry much weight. It's nothing more than a response to the insult made by the prince against her. Your Imperial Highness, I apologize for showing you something unsightly. It's fine, Aldia. It was a good opportunity to reaffirm your strength. Besides, you held back well. No one is dead thanks to you. At Princess Valtrun's words, the faces of the guards turn pale again. If it is your Imperial Highness's command, I intend to accomplish anything. I feel truly reassured that you're here, Aldia. So, you heard that, Prince Yuri. Please don't make me choose the worst option, okay? Damn it. From her expression, it's clear. It was a cheerful demeanor, as if all the stress she had been holding onto was instantly relieved. Section. The Kingdom of Reshfeld. His Majesty the King, Douglas Leto Reshfeld. He is the king who rules this country and Prince Yuri's parent. His stature was immense, and as he looked down upon us from his elevated throne, his visage truly reflected that of a ruler. The princess and I had come to discuss with him about her engagement with Prince Yuri. And what brings you here today? Compared to Prince Yuri, King Douglas exuded an even greater aura of refinement. How such a cunning prince could have emerged from this man was truly puzzling. Actually, I have come to discuss my engagement with Prince Yuri. Oh. Douglas moved his chin, prompting her to continue. She took a deep breath after making brief eye contact with me. I wish to annul my engagement with Prince Yuri. Annulment of engagement. Upon hearing those words, Douglas's gaze sharpened like an arrow ready to strike down its enemy. Annulment of the engagement, you say? Surely I must have misheard. No, Your Majesty, you heard every word correctly. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. The unpleasant silence and Douglas's contemplative face heightened the tension in the throne room. You wish to annul your engagement with my son. His sonorous voice echoed throughout the throne room. Even Princess Valtrun seemed a bit tense. However, she was resolute. She quickly regained her composure and explained with her hand on her chest. No, it was actually Prince Yuri, the second prince, who first raised the issue. He feels I am lacking as his fiancé. That can't be. You are the Imperial Princess of the Valugan Empire, known for your intelligence. Furthermore, I recognize your qualities as well. Thank you very much for your kind words. However, I seem to be a person of shallow consideration, often displeasing Prince Yuri. Douglas furrowed his brows at her exaggerated humility. After hearing her words, he turned his gaze to Prince Yuri, who was standing a short distance away. Yuri, is this true? If, at this moment, the prince tried to act innocent and place the blame entirely on her, I would have to reveal the magic tool hidden inside my pocket. If he were as cunning as he seemed, I would have no choice but to use our last resort. However, our tense moment turned out to be unfounded. Yes, father. A princess from another country with such an attitude is not suitable for me. I've wanted to break off our engagement for quite some time. I see. Father, please annul my engagement with her immediately. To put it simply, the prince was a complete fool. He wanted to break off the engagement, and she was proposing it to King Douglas. An engagement that both parties agreed to annul. The relationship between the kingdom and the empire might be in jeopardy, but forcing them to continue a relationship that is on the verge of crumbling seems inevitable. Eventually, it will fall apart. I see, so both of you agree on annulling the engagement. Yes, of course. Considering it was the prince who first wanted the annulment, there was no way Douglas could force them to stay engaged. I see. This outcome was inevitable because the prince wished to break off the engagement. The moment his words reached Douglas, things were set in motion exactly as we had hoped. Your Majesty, will you allow the annulment of our engagement? Understood. I hereby declare the annulment of the engagement between Yuri Leto Rischfeld and Valtrun von Felsdorf. From this moment on, relations between the two countries were likely to deteriorate. This was an unavoidable circumstance. However, the vague ties between them had been firmly severed. The princess had a bright expression on her face. I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart for your precious time. The prince watched her, looking pleased. Yet, from this moment on, his position would gradually crumble, eventually leading to his downfall. The next king would likely be the first prince. Prince Yuri had lost the significant support of an engagement with the empire's imperial princess, which considerably diminished his chances of ascending the throne. If he had just maintained the engagement, there would have been no war, and he could have led a stable life as a reigning king. But the one who first discarded that opportunity was Prince Yuri himself. Ha ha! At last, I can lead a new life with Rashia, a foolish prince who, being swayed by the saintess, threw away a promising life. However, he will not come to understand that for a while. For now, he should just savor this fleeting joy. As the elated prince celebrated, Princess Valtrun stood up gracefully. Seeing that, I also raised my knees off the ground. Then, I shall take my leave. Having completed her business, she prepared to leave. Hey, Valtrun. What is it? It's a pity, isn't it? Being discarded by me, you can't become the next queen of the kingdom of Rischfeld anymore. Indeed, goodbye, Prince Yuri. The princess probably knew that his words would eventually bounce back to him, but she felt no obligation to point that out. She was not just another individual amongst the royals. The princess was a noblewoman aiming for the pinnacle, the position of empress. The breaking of her engagement with the prince did not waver her determination. Your Imperial Highness, congratulations on formally annulling your engagement with Prince Yuri. I offer her words with a hint of sarcasm towards the prince. She looked back at me with a smile forming on her lips. Yes, thank you. Now I can finally move forward. The path ahead is long. The future where she becomes the empress will be both a thorny path and the start of a history where she breaks a dark, blood-stained fate. I will walk alongside her on this path to supremacy. We will bear wounds and suffer together, but I will continue supporting her from the closest vantage point until she reaches her final destination. War is a great calamity that throws everything into chaos. It is a foolish act that threatens people's peace, a spark of conflict that no one desires. Nevertheless, quelling the chaos of war is not an easy task. Once set in motion, it accelerates and continues to move forward until it exhausts itself. Aldia, let's move on to the next operation. The detestable age of war is unavoidable. Rather than avoiding causing wars, Princess Valtrun was planning to take her next step to control the overall situation and put it in her favor. Your Imperial Highness, the next operation. I thought you were just going to return to the Empire. The formal annulment of my engagement with Prince Yuri was a blow that led to a decline in my status within the Empire. However, it was necessary for me to move forward. You understand, don't you? Yes, of course. Maintaining a connection with the kingdom will have long-term consequences. There was no point in continuing an ambiguous relationship. It was the right decision to sever ties with the prince immediately once she had decided to do so. With that in mind, she poses the next question. So, what is necessary for me to get closer to becoming the empress next? From my point of view, she is nearly flawless. She has the ability to become an empress as she is. In that case, securing talented individuals, perhaps. You're on the right track. The lack of talented generals was one of the reasons the empire lost to the kingdom. Recruiting and developing capable people is essential for us. She nods in agreement with my thoughts, but interrupts with, however, making it clear that I am not entirely correct. Your Imperial Highness, what do you intend to do? When asked, she leans in close to my ear and whispers in a crystal-clear voice. I will win over a significant figure within this kingdom, a prince. A prince? Yes, that's right. I was utterly shocked for a moment, but upon further thought, what she was trying to say became clear. In other words, you aim to draw in a prince other than Prince Yuri, correct? Exactly. I have no lingering attachment to Prince Yuri, but I'd prefer not to sever all ties with the royal family. There are 5 princes in the kingdom of Recruitment. Only the first and second princes are typically involved in the succession to the throne. The third prince and below have almost zero chance. In a harsh expression, they are the reserves in case something happens to the first 2 princes. Naturally, the princes would also be treated differently. If that's the case, the prince that Princess Valtrun wants to bring into her fold would be the third prince or lower. It means a prince with a low chance of becoming the ultimate authority. Your Imperial Highness, who are you targeting? She's probably not thinking of winning over multiple princes. The reason she's trying to win the favor of a prince to get closer to the emperor is solely to strengthen her influence within the empire. I rule out the first Prince Sane and the second Prince Yuri. There's little benefit for them to get close to me, as they are involved in the succession to the throne, and I don't wish to either. Mixing facts with her own feelings, Princess Valtrun speaks calmly. As for the third Prince Blois, he's no good. Like the first and second prince, he has a personality problem and is not particularly talented. He's hard to handle and useless. She harshly evaluates the third prince and also states she has no intention of involving the fifth prince simply because he is too young. By this point, it is clear who her target is, the fourth prince, Ixion Leto Recruitment. He is known as the Ghost Prince, an unremarkable presence among the 5 princes. Your Imperial Highness, why Prince Ixion? That's because he's extremely talented, much like you. I see. If you say so, Your Imperial Highness, there is no doubt about it. I understand everything from her meaningful phrasing. That is, Prince Ixion is only pretending to be an incompetent prince. Born as a prince in the kingdom of Recruitment, I never had any expectations for this life. My brothers, who share my blood, are all selfish. They just continue to behave arrogantly within the castle simply because they are princes. My father and mother are only interested in my 2 older brothers. They have not even spoken to me, the fourth prince, in a long time. How boring. I spend my days waiting for time to pass in this cramped room. I practice swordsmanship and study culture just enough to achieve mediocre results, making sure not to stand out. What meaning can I find in this kind of life? Since the day I began to harbor such doubts, I have wanted to abandon my position as a prince. A fourth prince who can never become king, an oppressive, boring life with no merit whatsoever. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to defect to the Valugan Empire. Living as a commoner might be nice. These muttered words were merely a joke. I do not seriously wish for that, but at least it seems more attractive than maintaining the status quo. I genuinely want to see the outside world freely and live my life for myself. Your Royal Highness, a guest has arrived. I heard the maid's voice from outside the room. People who visit me are almost always eccentric, because buttering up a failed prince like me is pointless. Normally, they would try to deepen their relationship with my older brothers. That would certainly be more advantageous for them. Who is it? It's a bit difficult to explain who it is. I can tell from her voice that the maid is flustered. She continues to mumble indecisively. I became slightly interested. Well, it's fine. Where is this guest? I cut off the maid's reply and made my decision. The guest is in the adjacent guest room, but Your Royal Highness. Let's meet them. I said I want to meet this guest. I opened the door of my room. The maid, who looked surprised, was standing there frozen, but I looked around without paying her any particular attention. The hallway is as quiet as ever, and I cannot even hear the voice of the guest in the next room. I do not see any servants, just the usual desolation. Your Royal Highness, are you sure you want to meet this guest? In response to the maid's question, I replied immediately. Yes, I want to see the face of someone who would want to meet me, this failure of a prince. Is that so? But the relationship between Your Royal Highness and this guest is a bit complicated. The maid seems reluctant to let me meet this guest. Would it be a problem if I meet this person? And no, I don't think there would be any issue. Then it's fine, call them immediately. I am a little excited for the first time in a while. Who is this person that even the maid seems so reluctant to introduce? Who would waste their time to meet someone like me? I stand in front of the door of the adjacent room. Now, let's see who is the person bored enough to visit me. I slowly open the door. When I step into the room, I sense a change in the atmosphere. A harmonious atmosphere combined with a tense air. You are. The person inside was someone familiar. Not just the royalty and nobles, everyone knows about her. Because she is the person who served as the bridge between the kingdom and the empire. Good day, Prince Ixion. Sister Valtrun. The person standing there was Valtrun von Felsdorf, the Imperial princess and the fiancée of my older brother. Why? Doubts fill my mind. I had always thought that she would not waste her time on someone like me. Whatever her motive might be, showing her any disrespect is unforgivable. It could escalate into a diplomatic issue. I quickly hid my previously curious attitude. Feeling cold sweat, I moved further into the room. How much time has passed since I was taken aback? Facing me, who was frozen in place, Princess Valtrun, with a smile, blinked, and patiently waited for me to speak. Her expression seemed much more mature than the last time I saw her, and her melancholic eyes, as if she sees through everything, paired with her smile, felt unnatural. Why are you here, Sister Valtrun? The words squeezed from my throat were laced with vague suspicions. Despite my incoherent speech, she seemed to understand my intention clearly and began to answer my question. I came to see you, Prince Ixion, said the princess. I still do not understand. Why would she want to see me? We barely exchanged pleasantries before. Yet now, she seems to have a keen interest in me. What has changed in her heart? She soon revealed the answer. And, let me correct one thing, I'm no longer your sister. It was as if she could see right through my heart, making my chest tighten. What is this? Like the calm before the storm, I felt a premonition that something tremendous would happen soon, something beyond imagination. Prince Ixion, I have called off my engagement with Prince Yuri. So, you don't need to call me sister anymore. Princess Valtrun spoke fluently, her expression very calm. However, my emotions were turbulent. And the man beside her, the black-haired escort, has drawn my attention since earlier. A dangerous vibe was emanating from him. It was not that I felt threatened by him, and yet chills ran down my spine, warning me not to provoke him. This is not a mere hunch. The fact that she trusts him completely is evident. It was unusual for an imperial princess to have just one escort. The man did not say anything, but his occasional gestures towards her seemed like they were communicating something. I can't escape now, naturally popped into my head. I have never felt anything like this before. No matter what I say, everything seems futile before these two, and they appear to be a different breed from the common lot who would be pleased with empty words. Prolonging the discussion would probably be meaningless. In that case, let's get down to business and have them leave as soon as possible. For me, the atmosphere was suffocating. So, what is Sister Valtrun's true purpose for being here? The princess, known for her intelligence, wouldn't have come all this way just to make a trivial joke by saying she wanted to see me. Upon hearing my words, Princess Valtrun's expression changed abruptly. Right, feeling each other out is a waste of time. You're a very wise person. What does she know about me? She continued to assess me with her eyes. Is she bringing something into my life? Where would it lead me? I do not know, but undoubtedly, my fate will be heavily affected if I listen to her. She grinned wickedly and leaned forward. Prince Ixion, have you ever thought about becoming the ruler of this country? Now, in front of me was an enormous bomb that seemed like it could explode at the slightest touch. Am I prepared for this dangerous deal? I need to decide now. I had anticipated that things would turn out this way. From the moment I sat at the same table as Princess Valtrun, everything had been going according to her plans. Very well. I'll join forces with you, Princess Valtrun. On this day, I, Ixion Leto Reschfeld, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Reschfeld, decided to renounce my loyalty to the kingdom. As a result of discussions with her, I promised to side with the Empire in the upcoming war between the kingdom and the Empire. The military power of the Valugan Empire is world-class. The kingdom also has a substantial military, but I cannot imagine it defeating the Empire. And most importantly, thank you, Prince Ixion. I cannot bear the thought of being an enemy of Princess Valtrun, who is far more intelligent than my brothers. No, I simply chose the side that seemed most beneficial to me. Even so, I'm pleased. If I had to add something, her words were also quite persuasive. I promise to recommend you as the new king of the kingdom, should the Empire win the war between the two countries. Hearing that, how could I not be moved? It was clear that the relations between the two countries would break down now that her engagement to my brother Yuri had been annulled. Although I had not heard about the engagement being annulled, if it had been officially dissolved with my father's consent, then it was irreversible. Even if I were to serve this kingdom, my status as the fourth prince would surely make me a hindrance. I would probably be sent to the front lines when war breaks out. I want to avoid the worst possible future of being used until I die. On the other hand, the benefits of siding with the Empire are significant. The Imperial princess is offering to make me the next king. I find her far more trustworthy than my brothers Sane and Yuri. Additionally, the likelihood of being forced into a difficult battle on the front lines seems low. She said I can do as I please, as long as I cooperate when necessary. There was no way I could turn down such favorable terms. Thank you again, Prince Ixion. I appreciate your wise decision. Wise decision, huh? She bowed her head as she said this. I am the fourth prince with a dubious standing, lacking prospects for a free life or the throne. But because of this unfortunate status, she reached out to me. She must have thought I would be easy to pull in. I think it is a good judgment. In fact, I have decided to lend her my hand. I am well aware that I am an easy pawn to obtain. With that, I asked her, Sister Valtrun, what should I do first? Once I had decided to lend her my hand, there was no turning back. Prince Ixion, as I've been saying, I am no longer in a position to be called sister. No, if possible, may I continue to call you that? Either way, we will eventually be at odds with the kingdom. As long as I stand by her, I intend to continue respecting her as a sister, not bound by blood, so I would like to keep calling her that. This is also a symbol of my resolve. All right. You can call me whatever you like. Thank you, sister. The topic is then shifted to what I should do. Prince Ixion, I have a request for you right away. Soon, the kingdom will demand the transfer of the Deist region, which is part of the Empire's territory. Then they would invade the Empire. At that time, can you delay the invasion of the kingdom's forces even just a little? Is that possible? To make her plan work, it is essential for me to have some influence over the military. It is uncertain how much I, being the fourth prince, can do, but it is going to be challenging. However, without hesitation, I nodded my head. Understood, I'll do something about it. It was only natural to give my all to the side I had bet on. I vowed to exert an effort I had never applied before for her sake. The life I was supposed to live as the fourth prince took a significant step forward. Chapter 3, The Imperial Princess's Personal Knight and the Provisional Elite Corps. The meeting with Prince Ixion concluded without a hitch. Just as Princess Valtrun had foreseen, he promised to side with the Empire. Since it was only a verbal agreement, I had no idea how much we could trust him, but she was in very high spirits. We left the royal castle and climbed into the carriage that had been prepared for us. We were to head directly to the Imperial capital, Alden. Your Highness. What is it? It's about Prince Ixion. Are you truly certain about this? I was referring to the promise she'd made to Prince Ixion, the one about making him the next king. I could certainly tell that he is as sincere and capable as you said, Your Highness. But he was a prince of the kingdom. Even if he wasn't directly in the line of succession, it felt unnatural for things to have progressed so easily. He had been so calm and composed as he accepted our demands that I'd almost expected him to show a little more internal conflict or hesitation. That, in turn, was now nagging at my mind as a source of anxiety. "Aldia, what are you trying to say?" It just felt too convenient. I can't help but feel that he might betray us. When I told her that, she nodded in agreement. "Yes, I suppose so." Her words, "I will make you the next king," must have been incredibly appealing to Prince Ixion. But would he really believe the words of a princess from another country so easily? At first glance, Prince Ixion's attitude seemed extremely favorable toward her. However, it was impossible to gauge his true feelings completely. This world is full of people who mask their true intentions with a pleasant facade. For royalty and nobility, one is forced to consider that possibility far more often. "You don't need to worry." Despite my anxiety, she sat beside me and spoke in a soft tone. "Are you sure?" "Yes. I understand your concerns, Aldia. I truly do." The smile she gave me was so lovely, she looked exactly like the ideal princess. She then gently placed her hand on the back of mine. My heart skipped a beat. Unable to grasp the intent behind her action, I simply straightened my posture, and she began to speak quietly. "Of course, I am also considering the possibility that Prince Ixion will betray us. But I've already taken measures for that, so rest assured." "Yes, Your Highness. It's really all right. The future we desire is drawing steadily closer. We'll manage somehow." If she said so, then laying the groundwork should be simple. I will do everything I can for her. What will be our first move when we return to the Empire? Let's see. Just as I am corresponding with Prince Ixion, there are more than a few people within the Empire who are connected to the kingdom's leadership. I see. If a war were to break out between the two nations, having so many dangerous elements lurking within our own territory would put us at a significant disadvantage. So we have to drain the poison completely. Traitors like that have existed in every era. They rarely make overt moves. Traitors are, by nature, cautious in their actions. Finding them sounds like it will be a difficult task. Not at all. Is that so? Yes, even if the era is different, I, who know the past world, can already guess the identities of most of the traitors within the Empire. I understand. We have a strength that others do not. We have already experienced the future once. However, even if she can identify the traitors, her status makes it difficult for her to act directly. Your Highness, would you allow me to handle the investigation within the Empire? That is why I must take on that role. To become her hands and feet, to be the foothold for the future she desires. Yes, thank you, but I don't intend to leave it all to you. It's too much work. She must understand that there is a limit to what I can accomplish alone. Then, you will be entrusting it to others as well. Exactly. I have my eye on several capable and trustworthy individuals. If we can bring them to our side, it will make everything that follows much smoother. I see. Gathering allies, that also sounds like it will depend on negotiations. Then let us begin by winning over those you trust. May I ask you to do that? Leave it to me. She intends to build a record of achievements worthy of an emperor. To do that, she will need many hands. That is precisely why I will follow her and devote myself to making her ideal a reality. Section: The Valugan Empire. Capital city, Alden. It is the largest metropolis in the world, boasting a population of over 3.5 million and is located in the northern part of the empire. Facing the sea, its trade is also prosperous, generating massive profits led by groups like the Crimea Company. It has truly achieved a level of development worthy of the imperial capital. It was a considerable distance from the kingdom's territory on the southern part of the continent, so the carriage ride took several days. A wyvern might have gotten us here more quickly, but she seemed to think a carriage was sufficient, as we were in no particular hurry. Welcome back, Your Highness. That must have been tiring. Thank you. You must be tired as well, Aldia. No, I am quite all right. As I stepped down from the carriage, the cityscape of Alden spread out before me. Countless tall buildings. A unified, subdued color palette. They lined the path all the way to the Imperial castle. The closer one got to the center of the country, the more such buildings there were. My impression upon seeing the city in one sweep was, in a single word, overwhelming. This place is incredible. It's completely different from the kingdom. In my first life, I never had the chance to slowly take in the imperial capital's scenery. all I thought about was cutting down the enemy before me. I didn't have even a speck of memory of this magnificent city. That's true. The Empire's architectural style is different from the Kingdom's. The Kingdom emphasizes beauty. In contrast, the Empire places importance on functionality and the fortification of the city. Everyone who comes here from the Kingdom says the same thing, that it feels like they've wandered into another world. Now that you mention it, I can certainly see that. Just as she said, the Imperial buildings look to be made of very sturdy materials. Furthermore, the ramparts surrounding the city were high and thick. The houses on the city's outskirts use metal for their outer walls, don't they? Yes, the homes on the outer edge are of particularly robust construction. They're also highly resistant to fire. I could strongly agree with her words about emphasizing fortification. Alden faces the sea, so its entrances from the land side are limited. In the past, when the Imperial army was cornered by the Allied forces led by the Kingdom, they fought with Alden as their final stronghold. The reason they were able to withstand the Allied army's fierce assault for 7 months, despite being at an overwhelming numerical disadvantage, was thanks to how easy this city was to defend. The road to the Empire's complete defeat was a long one. The Imperial army of the past fought bravely in this place, and here they fell. Princess Valtrun must have fought desperately to protect this place as well. Her profile seemed to carry a complex mix of nostalgia and sorrow. Your Highness, this time we will absolutely protect it. The past where the Imperial capital fell does not exist in this world. It is a blood-soaked history carved only into her heart and mine from another world. I will not allow a future that brings her sorrow to come again. You're right, we will. Princess Valtrun squeezed my hand tightly. Her hand was warm, slender, and elegant, yet at the same time, I could feel a strength within it. It pained my heart to think that this beautiful hand would be stained with blood and bear the sorrow of so many. Surely, that is the destiny she has been given, but I can lighten the burden she carries. I will support you. You and only you, as long as I live. Then I will rely on you, without reservation. Please, leave it to me. Therefore, the day I let go of this hand will never come. I swear that this city will never again be turned into a bloody battlefield. We're person hunting, correct? Yes, Aldia, I cannot move about freely, so I'm counting on you. Yes, as you command. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that this peace might be maintained long into the future. Section. The city of Alden was even more vast than I had imagined. It was divided into numerous districts, each showing a different face. And while on the surface it gave the impression of great prosperity, this massive city also held many dark corners where the light did not reach. The heavy, oppressive silence in those areas was completely undetectable if you only looked at Alden's public face. The difference in atmosphere was that stark. I walked in silence down a dimly lit alley. I had split off from Princess Valtrun and was searching for someone at her request. Around here, While Alden was a city of remarkable development, the gap between rich and poor was also starkly apparent. Outside the city walls, shabby houses were dotted here and there. Even for commoners, one's standard of living varied greatly depending on whether you lived inside or outside the walls. The citizens inside the walls lived relatively affluent lives. In contrast, the people living outside spent their days in a place that resembled an unkempt slum, so much so that it felt like a lawless zone. The disparity is intense. There were few streetlights and the area was dim. It was a difficult place to find someone. Still, I had to find the person she was looking for and make them our ally, because this person was crucial to her. I need you to find a man named Fatty. He's a commoner, but he can use powerful magic. In addition, he has an extremely high aptitude for territorial suppression and is also suited for espionage missions. If we can get him on our side, he'll be more valuable than you can imagine. So I'm truly counting on you. The information she had given me was rather vague. And in truth, I still hadn't found this Fatty. It would be easier if I had a few more details, like his facial features or his age. But I suppose it's an important mission precisely because he isn't easy to find. Excuse me, do you know someone named Fatty? I heard he lives around here. Fatty? Nah, never heard of don't think he's in this district. I see, thank you. I searched for a long time, but I couldn't find a single lead. It seemed like no one here even knew who Fatty was. It was already getting late. I was wondering what to do when. Hey, mister. Someone tapped me lightly on the shoulder from behind. I turned to see what it was, and a young man was standing there. He looked to be in his late teens. He seemed a bit younger than me. He was slender but reasonably well built, and his complexion was good, considering the surrounding environment. He had red hair, strong features, and a gentle sort of air about him. But contrary to that gentle atmosphere, I felt an unexplainable sense of unease. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was a feeling that something was off. His clothes weren't overly dirty, but he didn't look like he was from a wealthy family either. I raised my guard slightly, but I couldn't see anything suspicious about him so far. He just seemed to be bothering me out of curiosity. The young man suddenly leaned in close. Are you looking for someone named Fatty? Yes, I am. The young man asked, his voice full of interest. What's your business with Fatty? Do you know him? More or less, so why are you looking for him, mister? Asked so directly, I hesitated over how to answer. I couldn't very well say. I was ordered to find him by Princess Valtrun. That would only increase the chances of getting dragged into unnecessary trouble, and he would likely be employed as a key asset in the war against the kingdom. I didn't want to just come out and say, I want the person I'm looking for to be a soldier. But if I didn't explain in detail, he might not tell me where Fatty was. After careful thought, the answer I squeezed out was extremely vague. Actually, I've been ordered by the Imperial family to find talented people. Fatty's name was on that list of talented individuals. It was an answer that obscured the details as much as possible, but it wasn't a lie. Ho, is that right? So, I'd like to know where he is. As I said this, the young man gave me a piece of information with a smile. But mister, do you know about all the bad stuff Fatty's done? He's a real shady guy, makes his living in the assassination business, you know. That was information I didn't have. I watched his expression for any change and straightened my posture. I sensed that he was trying to tell me something in his own way. Was he hesitant to let me meet Fatty? If so, his cheerful smile was a complete contradiction. So. Lost the will to look for him? The young man asked, as if to see if I was afraid of Fatty. However, my personal reaction was one of complete indifference. No, my desire to find him hasn't changed at all. Such trivial details didn't bother me. The assassination business was certainly the act of killing people and not something to be praised. But that alone was not reason enough to give up on a person we needed. I didn't know that information, but knowing it doesn't give me a reason to stop looking for him. The young man looked surprised. Did he think I would tremble in fear and run away? He shouldn't underestimate me. I may not look it, but I have experienced the life and death struggles of the battlefield time and time again. I've even experienced things that aren't normally possible, like dying once already. Being told someone is an assassin isn't enough to make me flinch. If that person were to thrust a blade at my throat, I would simply silence them with force. I can judge whether he's a threat or not after I've actually met him. Wow, mister, you're pretty fearless, huh? The young man's eyes lit up, his face showing an even stronger interest in me. It's not that I'm fearless. I just want to complete my orders from the Imperial family. That is my only focus. Orders? Yes, to find talented people. Time is limited, and I can't afford to waste a single second. Princess Valtrun will become the Empress and lead the Empire. The personnel for that purpose must be gathered quickly. If they flow to another country or organization, the loss would be twofold, factoring in the fact that we failed to acquire them. I don't have time to hesitate. Well then, mister. Let's say you get this Fatty you're looking for on your side, and in doing so, you make an enemy of a certain high-ranking noble. Could you still say the same thing? A difficult question. He was asking if the existence of Fatty was worth acquiring, even if it meant making an enemy of a noble. In this case, he must mean an imperial noble. Was this noble hostile to Fatty, or would they suffer a disadvantage from Fatty's recruitment? I thought for a moment, then immediately returned my gaze to the young man. It might depend on the person. Apparently my answer was unexpected. Why, he's a high-ranking noble, you know. Normally, you'd back off, right? He was right, that would be the normal reaction. But she and I are the exception. While it's important to respect status, we of all people cannot be too bound by it. Why? Because we have actually seen the future where the Empire, by prioritizing its aristocracy, was defeated in the war with the kingdom. It's not as simple as all the Imperial nobles are allies of Princess Valtrun. Naturally, there are nobles who are obstacles to her, and they must all be purged within the 2 years before the war breaks out. It doesn't matter if they are a noble. We will reach for the talent we need, and we will crush those who get in our way. That's all there is to it. Are you really okay with that? Yes, otherwise, we will never obtain what we desire. If you bend your convictions, you'll never be able to grasp anything. To achieve our goal, we must not mistake our priorities. That is exactly why I must meet this person, Fatty, and judge him for myself. To see if he is, or is not, a man worthy of being her vassal. Wow, mister, you're pretty cool, you know that. I don't think so. The young man grinned broadly and nodded several times. So, will you finally tell me where he is? I don't have much time. Hey, yeah, you're great, mister. What has been up with this kid from the start? Geez, you're so impatient. I couldn't grasp the young man's intentions. I had no idea what he was trying to do. This is getting to be a waste of time. Whether he knew where Fatty was or not, I didn't have time to play along with his games. It seemed faster to just search for him directly. If you're not going to tell me where Fatty is, I'll be on my way. As I turned to leave, he grabbed my arm with considerable strength. I'll tell you, don't try to go. Are you in the mood to tell me now? Yeah, very. In that case, please tell me where he is. I just stared at him in silence. The young man circled around me, then drew a long knife from his waist. I immediately put my hand on the hilt of my sword, but he just laughed innocently and took a step back. What do you think you're doing? You're looking for Fatty, right? And that's a reason to pull a knife. Yeah, it is. Fatty is an assassin, and he's already standing right in front of you, mister. With that one sentence, I understood everything. The Fatty you're looking for, that's me. Section: The interior of the Imperial castle was decorated in a calm color palette, with black as its base. People passing by shot me sideways glances, but I paid them no mind and continued walking. 2 people, a man and a woman, followed behind me. They were the ones Princess Valtrun had asked me to find and bring back. After meeting Fatty, I had gone to find one more person she sought, and had thus succeeded in summoning them here. Unlike Fatty, this was someone I had known in my first life. I had also been told where she was, so finding her didn't take much effort. Is it really okay for me to be here too? The woman whispered anxiously in my ear. It was Her Highness's wish to summon you. You don't need to worry. Oh, is that so? The woman still looked uneasy, but there was no more time to brace herself. The door to the room where Princess Valtrun was waiting was right in front of us. Your Highness, may I have a moment? I knocked on the door to her private chambers, and a voice came from within. Enter. The tone was a command, but the voice was gentle, and I felt a sense of relief. I glanced back at the 2 behind me for a moment, then opened the door. Pardon the intrusion, Your Highness. I have brought the 2 as requested. When I entered, she greeted me with a smiling face. Thank you for bringing them in my stead. No, not at all. Her thanks made my cheeks soften. The 2 behind me were beckoned by her, and they slowly moved forward from behind my back. Fatty and Ritzurate. I have been waiting for you. Welcome. Receiving her words of welcome, the 2 of them froze. For them, this was their first meeting. They seemed perplexed by the one-sided goodwill from Princess Valtrun. She then turned her gaze to me and handed me a single document. What is this? It's a contract with you. A contract? Yes, would you be willing to sign it? What kind of contract did Princess Valtrun want with me? I have already sworn my absolute loyalty, and I would never betray her. Still, if she was worried, I was willing to put my vow of absolute loyalty in writing. I read the document. I, Valtrun von Felsdorf, do hereby appoint Aldia Greets as my personal knight. Personal knight? We had spoken of it briefly before, but a personal knight, that meant vowing to offer your body and soul to Princess Valtrun. It meant preparing to give your life for her, and not hesitating to kill if she commanded it. It meant always being her ally, a relationship that could not be severed until one of them died. And royalty may only have one personal knight in their entire lifetime. She was trying to give that single, exclusive position to me. Are you dissatisfied? This was far beyond dissatisfaction. I couldn't believe her unwavering expression. Am I really good enough? Am I truly capable of meeting your expectations? Do I even have the right to bear the weight of being appointed your personal knight? Aldia, that is not a problem. Your Highness, I have wanted you to be my personal knight for a very long time, ever since that time. I wasn't completely sure which time she was referring to, but it was probably a moment from our first life. Just as you chose to walk with me, I have also chosen to walk with you. This is my declaration of intent. Just as you devote yourself to me, I want to do many things for you in return. This contract is for that purpose. You are stronger than anyone. If I am to have a personal knight, I can think of no one but you. Princess Valtrun took a breath and gripped my hand tightly. In short, I want you closest to me. After being told all that, I couldn't possibly refuse. For a final confirmation, I placed a hand on my chest and stared into her blue eyes. Are you truly sure that I am the one you want? Yes, I want you. The matter of personal knight, I would gratefully accept the appointment. I swiftly signed my name on the paper. There was no hesitation. Accepting her wish was my highest priority. From this day forward, I am your personal knight. I pledge anew my resolve to risk my life for you, your Highness. Thank you. My will had been firm for a long time, but by becoming her personal knight, I felt I had given that resolve a clearer shape. Now then, Fatty, Ritzgerate, you have gathered under me, so I must show my sincerity to you as well. Princess Valtrun next turned her gaze to the two of them. Hearing her voice, Fatty and Ritzgerate straightened their backs. For commoners, just being spoken to by an imperial princess was an honor. To think they might receive an even greater boon, it was only natural for their faces to stiffen. First, Fatty. Yes, I am extremely honored to meet you, Lady Valtrun. Fufu, you don't have to be so formal. I know you hate royalty and nobles after all. It was plain for anyone to see the color drain from Fatty's face. The sweat trickling down his forehead was likely due to his wariness at having his innermost thoughts seen through. He pressed his lips together tightly, and his gaze darted around. Watching him, Princess Valtrun continued without losing her smile. Rest assured, I have no intention of complaining about your beliefs. In fact, I am thinking I would like to grant your wish. What do you mean by that? You're being forced to carry an unjust debt by Marquis Rigel, are you not? What? How? His eyes flew open, and he took a step back as if scraping the floor. He seemed genuinely shocked that she had correctly stated something only he could have known. From my perspective, it wasn't surprising, no matter what information she knew about the Empire. I, too, was a person living a second life, but Fatty was different. No one is supposed to know that. That doesn't matter right now. What's important is whether or not I can grant your wish. Am I wrong? In the end, that's what this conversation boiled down to. I will make your wish a reality. You will lend me your strength. It's a simple arrangement, isn't it? Needless prying will only be your ruin. He couldn't talk back to the words of Princess Valtrun, who had seen through everything. He closed his eyes and bowed his head deeply to her. You are correct, I understand. I promise to devote myself to you, Lady Valtrun. Fatty had no choice but to accept her words. Thank you, we will make Marquis Rigel's crimes public. To that end, I want you to fully demonstrate your skills. Fatty had called himself an assassin. As an assassin skilled in covert operations, he would surely be able to gather a great deal of valuable information. If you will truly bring judgment upon that Marquis Rigel, I will not spare any effort. A look of determination lit Fatty's eyes. I know what he has been doing. But to prosecute him, we need tangible proof. You understand the rest, don't you? Gather that proof, she was indicating. Fatty likely had connections to Marquis Rigel, so it shouldn't be a difficult task. Above all, now that he had the backing of an imperial princess, there was no need to fear the Marquis. I promise to seize the evidence without fail and deliver it to you, Lady Valtrun. A fine answer. I'm counting on you. From this day forward, one assassin's gray life would slowly begin to take on color. What sort of change this would bring to the Empire's path, no one yet knew. And so, the negotiations with Fatty concluded safely. From his attitude, it was clear he would not be sparing in his cooperation. Princess Valtrun turned her gaze from Fatty to Ritzgerate. Next is you. Why, yes. She had brown hair and was a bit tall for a woman. Despite that, her posture was surprisingly beautiful. The sight of her standing there with a dignified expression gave off the air of a typical honor student. It fully expressed her serious personality. Foo-foo, you don't need to be so tense. And no, not at all. Princess Valtrun tried to calm her, but her expression remained rigid. She seemed a little wary, having watched the exchange that just took place. She must have felt firsthand how Fatty had been overwhelmed in his discussion with the princess, but I didn't think she needed to worry. Just as I predicted, Princess Valtrun spoke in a calm tone. Now, Ritzgerate, I want you to become the commander of a new army I am establishing. Ritzgerate's eyes widened at her words. Me, the commander of an army you are creating, Your Highness. That's right. I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. It wasn't strange at all that Princess Valtrun favored her. Why? Because in the first life, she was the one who had served as Princess Valtrun's personal knight. It seemed I always met people in suffocating situations. The dignified woman standing before me, a massive dragon at her side, pointed her spear in my direction. The way she stood was so beautiful it was captivating, somehow reminiscent of the same imposing presence Princess Valtrun possessed. I am Ritzgerate, Her Highness's personal knight. Are you prepared? As Princess Valtrun's sworn vassal, she stared right at me with unwavering eyes. I wondered how I appeared in her reflection as we continued our standoff. We clashed on the battlefield often. Aside from Princess Valtrun, I think she was the only opponent against whom my sword was truly ineffective. She was just that good. Mounted on her dragon, she used her long-reaching spear to deny my approach. I tried time and again to slip into her blind spot, but I was blocked every time, and we never reached a decisive conclusion. Within the Valugan Empire, she was without a doubt the strongest dragon soldier. I believe it was thanks to her skill that she crushed the kingdom's advances time and again, allowing the Imperial army to hold on when it was on the brink of collapse. But because she was a commoner and a woman, she was an enemy general who had only risen to prominence in the final stages of the war. She was so strong, it wouldn't have been strange for her to have made a name for herself much earlier. The fact that she had only just appeared on the main stage also showed just how desperate the Empire, which so heavily valued status, had become. Another draw, it seems. Looks like it, unfortunately. I see. I can understand why my mistress has taken a liking to you. Your sword is so refined. It's truly a waste for you to be an enemy. At the time, her words filled me with guilt, but I held fast to my position as her enemy. I am a knight of the Reshfeld kingdom. Yes, I know. My mistress has told me so often I'm sick of hearing it, that you will not join our side. She knew me well, even as an enemy. Her cool expression broke, and she hung her head in genuine disappointment. Every time your sword grazes my spear, I think, if only you were an ally, how reassuring would that be? If we could fight back to back, we wouldn't lose to any foes, that's what I find myself thinking. That future doesn't exist. I cannot side with Princess Valtrun. My feelings and my actions were not aligned, and I was in great anguish. Whenever I was forced to recognize my hostile relationship with Princess Valtrun, my heart ached as if it were being squeezed. Please don't look so pained. My mistress understands your circumstances well. Therefore, not as an enemy, but as a fellow warrior, she raised her spear. Do not hold back. Come at me with your full strength, as you always have. As long as I still live, I will receive every blow from your sword. She, a person from the enemy nation, was also kind to me. Sorry and thank you. Not at all, those are my mistress's orders. I cannot say how much those words saved my heart. Her existence was, second only to Princess Valtrun, an incredibly important one to me. Well, time had completely stopped for Ritzgerate. Her mind had likely shut down from the suddenness of it all. I never would have imagined in the past that I would get to see that Ritzgerate with such a blank look on her face. Seeing Ritzgerate standing there speechless, the princess immediately turned her gaze to me. Then she gave me a cute wink. Aldia, what do you think? Well, considering her skill and character, I personally believe she is a fitting person to be commander. See, I agree. I was here to respect Princess Valtrun's opinions to the fullest. That said, it wasn't just because she wished for it. I genuinely felt that the position of commander suited Ritzgerate. If she were in command, the new army would surely achieve stable results. Was she that surprised that I praised her? My words seemed to shake Ritzgerate as well. She began to speak in a quiet, reserved voice. I am a commoner and a woman. Why can you be so certain that you can expect so much from me? I don't understand. She directed the question not at Princess Valtrun, but at me. In this empire, where the aristocracy reigned supreme, it was no wonder she had become so humble. The Ritzgerate before me now seemed to have less self-confidence than the one I met in the past. She was different from her old self, who had held the title of personal knight. She probably hadn't yet realized her own potential, so I told her plainly. I am merely stating my own opinion. As Her Highness said, I believe you are just that capable. That you are a commoner, or a woman neither Her Highness nor I are particularly concerned with such superficial information. The moment I said it, Princess Valtrun burst out laughing. Aldia, you fufu, you really do understand me, don't you? I am your personal knight. So you are my personal knight after all. When I answered in that casual tone, Princess Valtrun smiled, looking amused. Lady Valtrun, are you truly sure it's okay for it to be me? Ritzgerate pleaded with the princess, who was still chuckling. Yes, I acknowledge you. Appointments based on status or gender are unnecessary. I intend to keep only those who are capable and trustworthy by my side. Capable, trustworthy. That was one of her core truths. That was precisely why she had chosen someone like me, a commoner from another country, to be her personal knight. Princess Valtrun was absolutely different from your average royalty. She possessed a compassionate heart, a strong will, and sharp insight and judgment. She could see who was necessary for the country and select them as precious assets. I see, just as the rumors said, Lady Valtrun, you truly are a kind person. Tears welled in Ritzgerate's eyes. Until now, not a single person has ever said such things to me. When I became a dragon soldier, as a commoner and a woman, everyone just told me, you can't do it. That's all I ever heard. Ritzgerate is a strong woman. She ignored her unfortunate background and worked hard as a dragon soldier. The reason she became so strong was none other than her refusal to stop fighting against adversity. I'm so happy. I feel like I've been acknowledged for the first time. That must be why Princess Valtrun chose her as her personal knight in the first life. It's all right. You will, without a doubt, become a renowned general. I guarantee it. Yes, I will become even stronger for your sake, Lady Valtrun. Ritzgerate has a strong desire to improve. As she is now, I am still much stronger than her. However, in a few years, she will become strong enough to stand beside me. I can't afford to get complacent either. I will inform your current Dragon Corps of your transfer. I'd like you to come here as soon as possible, but understood, I will pack my things and prepare to move here. Yes, arrangements for your room have already been made, so once again, I'm counting on you. Ritzgerate. Yes, this life is for you, Lady Valtrun. She replied with a bright, clear smile. Princess Valtrun's former personal knight had thus found her way back to her side. If we could fight back to back, this was also the moment that what she had once said to me had come true. For my part, I felt a quiet fire ignite within me, vowing to work in a way that would bring no shame to the title of Princess Valtrun's personal knight. I would strive to be acknowledged by Ritzgerate as well. I silently hardened my resolve, my thoughts turning to the words of the woman who had died in the past. The rest of the discussion proceeded smoothly. Fatty and Ritzgerate slowly bowed their heads to Princess Valtrun. Well then, we'll be going now. Please excuse us. The two of them left the room. The princess and I watched them go. With them gone, the room felt just a little bit larger. Are you truly sure it was all right for me to be your personal knight? I asked the question after a brief silence. What she had said back at Fledgel's hadn't been a joke at all. Naturally, I was shaken. Besides, the one who had served as her personal knight in the past was Ritzgerate. It was astonishing that she would appoint me, passing her over. Why do you ask? Are you dissatisfied after all? No, I just thought she would be better suited for the role. There isn't that much difference in skill between me and Ritzgerate. And besides, wasn't it Ritzgerate who spent more time with her? The only time I spent with you, Your Highness, was in that kingdom prison. And yet, you chose me, I'm happy. But at the same time, I can't help but wonder if it's really all right for me to take this position instead of her. She gave me a soft smile, as if she understood my agitation. Before I knew it, her fingers were intertwined with mine. Our knuckles brushed against each other as her slender, warm, pale hand held mine tightly. Ritzgerate was indeed my personal knight. For the person I was back then, I couldn't have imagined anyone else in that roles. She said that and then slowly shook her head. But things are different now I have you. You chose to be by my side. The one I wanted most of all, you. That's why this is how it should be. It was just like a confession. Her cheeks were tinged with red, and she looked incredibly beautiful. Besides, even if she isn't my personal knight, Masquerade is more than capable of achieving great things. That's exactly why I was able to choose you without any reservations. She was saying that it was precisely because she trusts her that she didn't choose Masquerade for the role. That's true, her skill with dragons is on another level. Even without being your personal knight, she'll surely rack up countless military honors. See, that's why you don't need to worry about a thing. I chose you. That is my decision. It was an incredible honor. I felt like the luckiest man alive to have her say that to me. A personal knight burns their very life for their royal charge. When she dies, I die with her. That's why I must never let her warmth be extinguished. As your personal knight, I will prove myself worthy of the title. Yes, I know you will. No matter what happens, I will protect her. I had sworn it countless times, and yet I felt the desire to protect her surge anew. I knew it. I think I might be in love with you, Your Highness. Why? Ah, it's nothing. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. I tried to hide my face, scrambling to cover for the words that had just slipped out. I immediately opened the door and hurried out. That's not fair. After you say something like that, how could I not be happy? Princess Valtrun might have murmured something in the room, but I couldn't hear it. I had left in such a hurry that the voice from inside the room didn't reach me. Interlude the beginning. Hey, Aldia, what is the meaning of this? Explain it properly so we can understand. It was 1 week after the establishment of the Provisional Elite Corps. Just as I'd expected, I was being grilled by my friends. Steno and Petra were leading the charge, thrusting pieces of paper in my face. On them were the words, Provisional Elite Corps Assignment Certificate. It's just as it says on the paper. When I gave my short reply, Mia, who had been watching from the back, raised her hand. But you didn't explain this to us, did you? Her deep blue eyes, belying her calm expression, were fixed squarely on me. No, I didn't. Well then, Aldi, go ahead and explain. Mia said her piece and took a step back. She was right. This was something we had decided on our own. Princess Valtrun and I had selected the members we wanted for the Provisional Elite Corps, and this was the result. We have established the Provisional Elite Corps under Her Highness's direct command. We want all of you to be its initial members. And you should have asked our permission. Weren't you prepared for this the moment you decided to follow me? WL. Petra's momentum rapidly fizzled out, and she fell silent. It was a bit of a low blow, but I hadn't called my friends to this country just because I didn't want to fight them. Securing capable personnel was also an urgent priority. A major conflict requires a proportional amount of military strength. As graduates of Philnote's military academy, they all had the potential to be effective assets immediately. I hadn't revealed it yet, but one of the main reasons I'd assigned them to the military was that the Provisional Elite Corps' first battle was imminent. It would be too difficult to gather people who could form the core of the army now, and we didn't have time to train them. We were desperate for people who could command a unit. While we're at it, I want to ask something. Next, Fledgel, wearing a grim expression, took a step closer. What is it? Even if I accept what you're saying, why am I the only one who got this? On the paper in his hand, a different set of words was written. Imperial Princess's Internal Affairs Officer Assignment Certificate. An Internal Affairs Officer, why? Seeing Fledgel's sour face, I cocked my head. What do you mean, why? It means exactly what it says. I mean, why am I the only one not assigned to that Provisional Elite Corps? After discussing it with Her Highness, we judged this to be the most appropriate assignment from an aptitude standpoint. It was true that his assignment was different from the others, but to make full use of his vast knowledge, we wanted him to serve as an internal officer, contributing in ways other than combat. Aptitude, huh? He narrowed his golden eyes. Yeah, we considered things besides combat. You were always good at administrative work, right? Well, yeah, you know me well. We've known each other long enough. Given his education as a noble, this assignment was the most logical fit. We needed people to take on command roles in battle, but we'd also been feeling the need for an internal officer to help Princess Valtrun with her foundational duties. Of course, as her personal knight, I was first in line to help, but there would absolutely be times when we were still short-handed. Fledgel, this is for your sake too. In addition, I believed that if he distinguished himself as Princess Valtrun's right-hand man, his own wish might be granted. For my sake. Yeah, you came to the Empire with me, but that's not the only reason you're here, is it? That is, you have an important reason to stay here. As an internal officer, this role will help you achieve your goal. If you want to build a record of achievements, this is a more certain path than being a general, don't you think? You have a point. Fledgel loved his fiancée. Having abandoned his peerage in the kingdom, he needed to build a solid status here in the Empire and be recognized if he was to stand by her side again. The quickest way to grasp that was to assist Princess Valtrun with her work. Any objections, Fledgel? He seemed to understand what I was getting at, and his expression grew even more serious. No complaints. Aldia, I seem to have made you worry about me, thanks. No one else, save for me, could have understood what Fledgel was thanking me for. But I knew exactly what he meant. This was just the result of considering Her Highness's intentions. Don't worry about it. I see, well, I'd better give it my all then. Yeah, I'm counting on you. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He was here to rebuild his relationship with his former fiancée, who was in this country. I was here to spread Princess Valtrun's prestige throughout the Empire. Fledgel and I exchanged a look, vowing to help each other achieve our respective goals. Section. After that, I somehow managed to win them all over, and everyone agreed to their assignment in the Provisional Elite Corps. I had made the decision without consulting them this time, but I resolved to be thorough about explaining the circumstances in advance from now on. Phew. Letting out a deep sigh, I walked beside Princess Valtrun. You've been working hard these past few days. Your Highness, thank you for your kind words. After finishing the discussions with Petra and the others, we were heading to a conference room to plan our next operation. Princess Valtrun had been meeting with key figures in the Imperial Army day after day. This was all necessary to carry out the upcoming first mission for the Provisional Elite Corps. This time, we have a meeting with General Rudolph, commander of the Imperial Cavalry Division, and General Epica, commander of the Imperial Mage Division. Rudolph and Epica, I recognized those names. Nervous? She smiled and glanced over at me. Yes, a little. I suppose so. They're both opponents you've fought before, after all. That's right, I had fought fierce battles against them in the past. They were two of the most skilled commanders in the Imperial Army. My memory of them was fainter compared to Ritzierate, but I clearly remembered them being difficult opponents. One was a berserker with overwhelming physical strength and a fiery fighting spirit I lacked. The other was the sharpest and most powerful mage in the Imperial Army. They were two very different types, but both were undeniably among the strong. It's a strange feeling, I guess. Talking to people you once killed. Yes. And I had, in my previous life, killed both of them. We were enemies, so it couldn't be helped. But now, they weren't people from a hostile nation. I didn't know how I should act around them. The Provisional Elite Corps will be clashing with Marquis Rigel soon. Due to various circumstances, the regular Imperial Army can't make a move, so we've been tasked with the role. Marquis Rigel, Fatty's nemesis, right? Yes. We've gathered evidence of his crimes, but it wasn't enough to get the Imperial Army to mobilize. And that's where the Provisional Elite Corps comes in. Exactly. I had a vague idea of the situation. The army couldn't move because someone within its ranks was connected to Marquis Rigel. The official story was that they couldn't confirm his crimes, but the main reason was pressure from the nobles who held sway over the military. Which side are General Rudolph and General Epica on? I asked the question that had suddenly occurred to me. Were these two generals allies of Princess Valtrun or not? We were meeting them under the pretext of a direct discussion, but that didn't guarantee they were people she trusted. I continued to stare into her clear blue eyes, and she suddenly stopped walking. If those two belonged to a faction hostile to me, what would you do? I answered immediately. If they are an obstacle, I will do as you wish, Your Highness. An enemy of Princess Valtrun was something to be eliminated. That, at least, was an unshakable truth within me. I didn't know the full extent of General Rudolph's or General Epica's influence within the Empire. They might be incredibly powerful. Even so, my resolve to eliminate her enemies would not be swayed. Don't make that face. Hi. Relax, they are on our side. She placed her hand on my cheek and leaned in closer. Was I making such a terrible face? Yes. You looked absolutely murderous. If she said so, it must have been true. Sometimes my emotions get the better of me. Even when I'm trying to act calmly, I can exceed the limits of my reason and expose an ugly part of myself. I apologize. How many times had I apologized to her now? I had only just become her personal knight, and I was already failing her. It's fine. It's just proof of how much you're thinking about me. But even so, I am still inexperienced. That may be true. But we still have plenty of time. Let's grow together. Yes. We stopped in front of the conference room. Now, it's time to focus. Behave with the dignity befitting my personal knight. Yes, as you command, Your Highness. Section. We've been expecting you, Your Highness. The one who came to greet us was a woman who appeared to belong to the Imperial Mage Division. She had long, light blue hair and a distinctive tattoo etched onto her right cheek. But despite her striking appearance, she carried a very calm atmosphere. Lady Epica and Lord Rudolph are waiting for you inside. Yes, thank you. This way, please. The woman glanced at me for just a moment before turning back to Princess Valtrun and beginning to lead the way. Do you know her? Princess Valtrun whispered. She must have been referring to the light blue-haired woman guiding us. I searched my memory for anyone matching her description, but no, I don't recognize her. No one came to mind. She's one of the most talented in the Mage Division. Her name is Cornelia. I still don't recall the name. I had no memory of fighting her in the past. Even if I had, if she didn't leave an impression, she must have been just one of the many Imperial soldiers I'd cut down without a second thought. Her skills are impeccable, you know. Do you want to add her to our side? Fufu, that's not possible. Not yet. I understood that Cornelia was a capable person, but I couldn't guess how I was supposed to interact with her. This way. Called again, I looked up to see a man and a woman elegantly enjoying some tea. Cornelia, thank you for guiding us. You may return to your duties. Yes, ma'am. Well then, Your Highness, Lady Epica, Lord Rudolph, I shall take my leave. As Cornelia left, I felt her gaze on me again. Excuse me, personal Knight Sama. As she passed by me, she whispered that one thing. She was gone through the door before I had a chance to reply. It wasn't unpleasant, but I definitely felt her gaze as if I were being appraised. I could understand why Princess Valtrun praised her. She wasn't just looking at my title of personal knight, her eyes were trying to probe my very core. While still mindful of Cornelia, I quickly returned my focus to the two people before me. Lady Valtrun, thank you for making time for us during your busy schedule. It's quite all right, this is important for me as well. I straightened my back and took a long breath. Epica von Darius, Rudolph von Argus. Both were nobles, and I had to be cautious in how I dealt with them. Epica wore an extremely amiable face, but I couldn't help but feel it was completely insincere. So this is your personal knight, his name is Aldia greets. Right, Aldia, I remember now. She had an innocent smile at least, from an objective standpoint. Epica, the commander of the Imperial Mage Division, was popular in the military. Her mature appearance gave off a sense of reassurance, and her slightly murky, violet blue eyes were so deep you felt you could be pulled into them. She wasn't just skilled, she was also an expert at strongly influencing people's hearts. Let's support the future of the Empire together. A pleasure to meet you. I hesitated for a moment, wondering whether or not to take the hand she offered, but yes, a pleasure. I couldn't create a tense atmosphere in front of Princess Valtrun. Thinking that, I accepted her hand. It was grasped with surprising strength. In that instant, I felt as if something close to her true, usually hidden, nature had surfaced. Is something wrong? Oh no, I was just so curious what kind of person Lady Valtrun's first ever personal knight would be. Her gaze raked over me, from top to bottom. I understood this from my experience fighting her. We may have shaken hands, but I didn't trust her one bit. It's extremely difficult to deal with someone when you don't know what they're thinking. As my expression stiffened, Epica's smile only grew more unpleasant. You're the only one Lady Valtrun has ever taken a liking to, after all. I want to know all about you, too. Yep, I really can't stand this woman. I desperately tried to keep my feelings from showing on my face. Epica, that's enough. In the midst of this, Rudolph's voice cut in, chiding her. Rudolph, I'm just trying to get to know him. Like hell you are. It's painfully obvious you're cornering him and scheming something. Rudolf, commander of the Imperial Cavalry Division. In contrast to Epica, he was a straightforward fighter. And just like his fighting style, his way of speaking was blunt and direct. As her equal in rank, he seemed to have understood her personality for a long time. Let go of his hand. You're scaring him. He is not scared. I'm putting all this pressure on him, and he's barely even flinched. Right. Well, if I panicked at something like this, I wouldn't be much of a personal knight. It's only because I've survived so many hellish battles that I can withstand her pressure. Aren't you curious about him too, Rudolf? Yeah, I am, but that's a separate issue. Just cut it out. Hearing Rudolf, Epica put on her innocent smile again and released my hand. My apologies. I got a little carried away. It's fine. For someone apologizing, she didn't look the least bit sorry. As the tense atmosphere lingered, Princess Valtrun's cough cut through it, changing the mood instantly. Shall we get down to business? Her voice reached my ears, pulling the conversation back on track. As if declaring the time for probing was over, she spoke with a dignified expression. First, let me introduce him properly. This is my personal knight, Aldia. I brought him from the kingdom, but I guarantee his strength. Those words were directed at Epica and Rudolf. I felt they contained an implicit warning. Don't mess with him anymore. I see. If Lady Valtrun vouches for him, he must be very strong indeed. Yes, at least to this day, I have never seen anyone who can defeat him. At her words, Epica's eyes narrowed. No one who can defeat him, that is very interesting. If you doubt it, you should try a mock battle with him when you have time. Then you'll see just how strong Aldia is. Princess Valtrun's estimation of me was surprisingly high. In that case, do you have a little time after this? Epica's violet blue eyes grew sharper. Aldia is strong. I'm sure it would be a good experience for you too, Epica. Well, it would be a pity to kill him, so I'll be sure to go easy on him. That's true. Aldia, you mustn't kill her, all right. Epica probably meant that as a taunt, but Princess Valtrun's swift counterattack was devastating. Thrown off balance, Epica's expression darkened. You seem to think very highly of this boy. Yes. If he hadn't appeared, the position of my personal knight would have remained vacant. He alone possesses the strength worthy of the title. That was as good as saying that even Epica, with her post as commander of the Mage Division, lacked the requisite strength. Taunt after taunt, the heavy atmosphere grew heavier. You say some interesting things, Lady Valtrun Fufu. Somehow, this was turning into a situation where I was now required to fight Epica. Her fighting spirit was flaring up, burning with an unsettling intensity. And Princess Valtrun, too, seemed to be getting a little worked up. I gently squeezed her hand. Your Highness, please calm down. I'm sorry. I lost my composure for a moment. It's all right, but there are things we need to discuss right now. Our original purpose was to discuss the transfer of Recruitment and the formation of the Provisional Elite Corps. I didn't mind sparring with Epica, but I was reluctant to drag out our time in this room. We've gotten sidetracked. The things I really want to discuss are Recruitment and Marquis Rigel. At her words, Rudolf, who had been mostly silent, reacted. Marquis Rigel, you mean that bastard? Rudolf, don't just butt into the conversation. Epica, I'm not free enough to sit through your useless chatter. You're so annoying. Let's hear the details about this clash with Marquis Rigel. It seemed we were switching to the topic of Marquis Rigel. I was just breathing a sigh of relief when Epica cut in again. You know, I personally don't care about Marquis Rigel. What? If we're going to talk, I'd rather prioritize Recruitment, that girl. In contrast to Rudolf, who showed strong interest in Rigel, Epica showed strong interest in Recruitment. The two, with their opposing views, glared at each other. Ousting Marquis Rigel is a top priority for the Imperial Army as well. We should discuss that before we talk about some random soldier named Recruitment. Halle. Rudolf, you just don't get it. Whether we oust Rigel or not, the corruption in the Imperial Army isn't going to stop. Rather than worrying about the future of this sinking ship, isn't it more constructive to discuss the young people who will shoulder the Empire's future? You don't know that yet. Oh, I do. Because I don't feel there's any future for the Imperial Army. Your subjective judgment is worthless. Oh, my judgment, as commander of the Mage Division, is almost always correct. Their argument was going nowhere. Let's talk about Recruitment first. At this point, the order didn't matter. In the end, Princess Valtrun's single word settled it. I wasn't thinking too deeply about the priority, as we were going to discuss both topics eventually. As you both know, she has been transferred from the Imperial Army to the Provisional Elite Corps. It was an after-the-fact report, but she informed them of Ritzirate's new posting. Yes, I know. I'm so glad. She found a place that recognizes her effort and skill. Apparently, she was well aware of Ritzirate's circumstances. Following Epica, Rudolph also nodded. Yeah, the Dragon Division is rampant with aristocratic favoritism. Especially for women, I hear they're treated horribly. It's beyond horrible. You're so naive, Rudolph. What? They were exchanging hostile glares again. Given her high interest in Ritzirate, it seemed Epica grasped the situation more deeply. The Dragon Division, unless you're a noble male, you can't get promoted, not even if you have outstanding skill. The mistreatment is far harsher than you imagine, Rudolph. And if a girl is even a little bit strong, the backlash against her is even worse. You know a lot about it, Lady Epica. After saying her piece, she looked out the window, as if in ridicule. One of the talented mages who joined my division was originally in the Dragon Division, too. She's strong, better than any man, and could overpower your average soldier with her raw skill. But when she first transferred, her self-esteem was terribly low. After saying that, she quietly spat out her feelings, tinged with irritation. That's why I hate the Dragon Division. She clearly had strong feelings on the matter. So, I am grateful to you, Lady Valtrun, in no small way. It goes against my principles to see a talented person crushed. She said this and took a sip of her tea. Section. After that, the discussion turned to Marquis Rigel. Rudolph, who had shown strong interest in this topic, grimaced. It seemed he couldn't stand the atmosphere of aristocratic favoritism that permeated the Imperial Army. He appeared to feel intense fury, especially toward the Dragon Division for buckling under Marquis Rigel's pressure. The nobility is nothing but shit. I hate this idea that they can do whatever they want just because they have money. Rudolph slammed his fist on the table, making the teacups rattle. We can't let that bastard get any more arrogant. But we can't do anything about it, so frustrating. Epica looked as if she was enjoying Rudolph's reaction. What a nasty personality. As I watched them, Princess Valtrun turned a serious face to the two generals. We will handle Marquis Rigel. You have no objection to us striking him down, correct? Of course. In fact, we'd like to ask you to do it. I see. With both of your consent, then, we will be thorough in our dealings with Marquis Rigel. The two of them here would likely not interfere. They wouldn't support us, but they also wouldn't lend a hand to Marquis Rigel if he found himself in a pinch. Aldia, how are the preparations for the Provisional Elite Corps coming along? Asked by Princess Valtrun, I recalled the current progress. General Ritzirate is pushing the troops' growth at a rapid pace. Her training methods are a bit forceful, but if it's to prepare for the battle with Marquis Rigel, I see no issue. I see. And what about those we brought from the kingdom? They are gaining experience so they can take command on the front lines. For now, we've had them conduct practical operations, such as clearing out bandit strongholds in the suburbs and engaging criminal organizations. As I said that, Rudolph raised his hand. Hold on, clearing out bandit strongholds. How did you find them? The Imperial Army only manages to locate them a few times a year. To give the soldiers combat experience, we needed to find these antisocial forces. Normally, as Rudolph said, their whereabouts are almost impossible to track. However, thanks to Fatty, that problem has been solved. As a brilliant assassin, he is also well-versed in the information of the underworld. A mission like finding a bandit hideout is a simple task for him. My apologies, but that information is confidential. WHY. The Provisional Elite Corps is a separate organization from the Imperial Army. Therefore, we cannot share intelligence. Leaking internal information leads to a breakdown of order. The truth was that it was all thanks to Fatty, who had joined Princess Valtrun's service, but there was no need to tell them that. That's how it is, Rudolph. If you want to use the Imperial Army to deal with the bandit threat, you'll have to find them yourselves. At her words, Rudolph didn't pursue the matter any further. Understood. My apologies for my rude question. I'm glad you understand. We had finished discussing most of the main points. Are there any other questions? Princess Valtrun asked for any final opinions before closing the meeting. At that, Epica's violet blue eyes narrowed. In that case, I have one if I may. Yes, of course. After getting the princess's permission, she closed in on me. To be honest, I didn't care about the content of this meeting. From the day you appeared at Lady Valtrun's side as her personal knight, my interest has been focused solely on you. This feeling, I knew it. Epica's face floated in a gray landscape, and a harsh scene of magic flying everywhere flickered in my mind. I could feel Epica's fighting spirit being stirred up. It was just like that time, on that eerie, rain-soaked battlefield where I faced her. The magic flowing through her entire body stimulated my skin like an electric current. Directing a fraction of my awareness to the sword at my waist, I asked, "Is there something you want from me? If you're recognized by Lady Valtrun, you must be strong." "I get that. But I don't care if you went to Philnotes's military academy or what, but the position of personal knight isn't something a young man like you can obtain so easily. Do you understand that? I am fully aware of the gravity of the position. This was a vow I had staked my life on. I hadn't accepted it with some half-baked resolve. But Epica was asking if I truly had that much resolve. If you are prepared, fine, spar with me. I want to see for myself with my own eyes. There was no lie in her words. It wasn't just a test. I could see right through to the malicious air about her, the desire to crush me completely. With Princess Valtrun's approval, Epica and I headed to a courtyard within the castle grounds. Epica was a seasoned warrior. She didn't just hold the title of Mage Division Commander, she possessed the skill to match it. We stood several meters apart. It was close enough to favor melee combat, yet she hadn't lost her smug smile. "The terms of victory are just as we discussed. I win when I incapacitate you. You win if you can so much as graze me with your sword. Sound fair?" She was offering me a handicap. Of course she was. To her, I was just some naive greenhorn fresh out of the academy. She couldn't possibly imagine I was superior. "Are you sure about those terms?" "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing, just confirming. Because if these are the terms, there's no way you can win, Lady Epica. You've got a sharp tongue. For a fresh-faced graduate, I wouldn't get too cocky." I wasn't being cocky. I was just provoking her to gain an advantage. Epica's magic was powerful, defeat was a real possibility. I needed to rattle her, even slightly, to reduce that chance. If she fought calmly and read the flow of battle, I'd be in for a tough fight. Making her lose that composure was a necessary first step toward victory. "Shall we begin?" "Yes." "I'd be delighted." I drew my sword in a fluid motion. It wasn't a training sword, but the black blade I always use. A killer's blade that had cut down countless people and drunk its fill of their blood on past battlefields. "You think you can fight me with a sword like that?" She was mocking me, but I just closed my eyes and calmed my mind. "You'll understand once we clash." "HMPH. Is that so?" Still, it's been a while since I fought someone this skilled. She was one of the opponents I'd had a desperate back and forth with in the past. I couldn't help but feel a little tense, having a serious match with someone like that again. I felt my heart pounding, but I desperately maintained an expressionless face and gripped my sword tightly. "All right. The match between personal knight Aldiagreets and Mage Division Commander Epica von Darius begins now. Both combatants ready." Rudolph was acting as the referee. The moment his raised arm dropped, the fight began. Epica and I moved at almost the same time. She launched a simple spell, a greeting of sorts, a glowing purple orb. It looked like a simple ball of condensed magic, but I knew its true nature. I avoided it completely, tracing its path without making contact. Cutting it down with my sword would have been the easy way to deal with it, but that was exactly what she wanted. "Oh, you held back, good for you." I couldn't let it touch me. It was laced with a paralysis toxin. She was likely hoping I'd make a careless move, get poisoned, and be immobilized. "I'm prepared for a few cheap tricks." "I see, I called you a graduate and insulted you, but I take it back." "I'm honored." She probably wasn't holding back before, but seeing me dodge that, her focus definitely sharpened. But it's strange. Almost no one sees through that attack on their first try. A simple-minded idiot like Rudolph falls for it every time. You're one of the smart ones, I see. Even as she chattered, she was preparing her next spell. But how long can you keep dodging? Vicious spells assaulted me, one after another. I dodged left and right, but the barrage was relentless. Every spell I dodged put more distance between us. This is bad if she widens the gap. I tried to get closer, but a fierce wave of attacks continued, as if to absolutely keep me away. And the magic came with troublesome special effects: paralysis, slow, tear gas, blinding flashes. It was a struggle just to evade. Ika. Oh my, you look like you're struggling. Just before a cloud of dust completely obscured my vision, the last thing I saw was Epica's gloating smile. The furious exchange of magic had kicked up a massive cloud of dust, blanketing the area in white. Ha, surely that's a win. Hey, Epica, you went too far. If you hit a kid with an attack like that, you'll kill him. Rudolph's angry shout echoed across the courtyard. WL, you know how strong you are, so why didn't you hold back? It couldn't be helped, he provoked me. Even so, an adult is supposed to stay calm. What do you think a young man's future is? The dust cloud was thick. Kicked up by her powerful magic, it seemed to signal my defeat. Well, not that I've lost. I burst through the dust and shot straight toward Epica. How? It's over, please surrender. The blade of my sword was resting perfectly still, millimeters from Epica's throat. Whoa, are you serious? Rudolph was staring, his eyes wide and mouth hanging open, as if he couldn't believe I was still standing. Princess Valtrun, on the other hand, watched with a calm expression, as if this was the only possible outcome. It should have been a direct hit. My magic, so why are you still on your feet? My clothes certainly bore the marks of her magic. It had been impossible to dodge every single spell. Just as she said, I had taken the hit. You're right, I couldn't dodge them all. Then you just endured my magic. It was powerful, to be sure. But I know magic that is far more powerful. Compared to what Princess Valtrun can do, this level of pain is almost trivial. I told you, didn't I? You had no chance of victory. A young man fresh from Philnote's military academy. It was only natural for her to see me that way. And it was true. I had begun serving the princess right after graduating, but the real me had piled up vast combat experience on battlefields where blood and guts flew. I'm not like some raw recruit. Are we finished? I turned on my heel and sheathed my sword. No more words were necessary. Yes, of course, Aldia greets. No, personal knight Aldia. I apologize for underestimating you. I'm sorry. It's fine. I'm just glad we've cleared up the misunderstanding. Epica bowed deeply. I inclined my head in return. With that much skill, I can see why you were appointed personal knight. Thank you. That's all. Epica's face had become a complete mask, impossible to read. She finished speaking, gave a nod to Princess Valtrun, and grabbed Rudolph's arm. Hey, what's going on? Something urgent has come up. We'll be taking our leave. I haven't heard anything about it. Shut up and come with me. I had no idea what this urgent business was, but I figured I could consider the matter settled. I hurried over to Princess Valtrun. Sorry to keep you waiting. She smiled gently. That was splendid, Aldia. Thank you. I'm sure she recognizes your strength now. And the same can be said for Rudolph, who was watching. It wasn't that flashy of a fight. Flashiness isn't what's important. You took Epica's magic and remained standing. That alone proves your toughness. Toughness, I'd never really thought of myself as being durable. To be honest, I wanted to dodge every one of them. I just couldn't avoid that one last hit. A win was a win, but I wasn't entirely satisfied. The ideal victory would have been to dodge everything and then counterattack. A powerful counter after being on the defensive would have been more impressive. Epica's fundamental skill was higher than I'd anticipated. I was the one who had underestimated her. I will devote myself to becoming even stronger. I knelt before Princess Valtrun. You're going to get even stronger. Yes. Why? There was only one reason to become stronger. To protect you, Your Highness. You only pursue victory so greedily because you have a reason to win. Strength is the same. You must have a reason, something you want to accomplish, or you can't hone your skills. And I can keep pursuing strength. To protect her, I will do anything. Section. I lost. Plain and simple. Personal knight Aldia greets. He was someone I must not make an enemy of. I reflected on the match as I half ran, dragging Rudolph by the arm away from the courtyard. Hey, Epica, seriously, what's wrong? So noisy. Can't he just read the room and let me drag him away in silence? This dense man was just making me more irritated. I'd ended things politely in front of Lady Valtrun, but my pride was in tatters. To lose to someone so young, what a humiliation. Just shut up and follow me. Look, I get that you're pissed you lost, but... I cut him off with the most ferocious glare I could muster. He flinched and grimaced. "God, don't get so angry. You'll scare away your good fortune." We were finally a good distance away. I let go of his arm and stopped. He just thinks I'm being a sore loser, but that's not all it is. Huh, I get it, but you should act more like an adult. You're the one who doesn't get it, Rudolph. Huh, what are you talking about? This man, he really hasn't noticed. Unbelievable. I was starting to worry if the man leading the Imperial cavalry was really this dense. I began to explain it in terms even this idiot could understand. Personal Knight Aldia. He's far more dangerous than he looks. He just tilted his head. What? How? The guy's tough enough to tank your magic, and then he was on you, aiming for your neck with perfect precision. He seemed like a genuine powerhouse, didn't he? Honestly, are your eyes just for show? What were you even watching during that fight? You make a terrible referee. Gah. Don't gah me. If you couldn't sense the danger from that man, you're just hopelessly dense. Aldia greets. On the surface, he's calm, skilled enough to be a personal knight, and has outstanding combat sense. His loyalty to Lady Valtrun is also high. She has a very good eye, choosing him. That's high praise coming from you, that's rare. He has many admirable qualities. He's so strong, he'll probably be remembered as one of the most exceptional personal knights in history. But that doesn't change the fact that he's dangerous. On the surface, he's a perfect child without a single flaw. On the surface, what's your problem with him? He's abnormally strong. And what's wrong with that? Being strong isn't bad in itself. But that kind of strength, it's not something you get without vast experience. He's far too seasoned for his age. I caught a glimpse of a terrible viciousness in that sword, as if it had claimed thousands of lives. Don't you find it unnatural? To be so young, yet more battle-hardened than even me? And on top of that, he's frighteningly obedient to Lady Valtrun. So what? He just doesn't get it. A personal knight who is strong, obedient, and competent. Lady Valtrun, who commands such a man, will one day rule this country. It's all fine and good as long as she has that monster on a leash. But what happens if that leash breaks? He's too devoted to her, to put it badly, he's practically blind with his faith in her. If anything were to happen to her, he's capable of turning on anything and everything. I saw it in his eyes. He has no fear of self-sacrifice. He's the type who will use any means necessary to protect what he cares about. He probably has no aversion to dying. He has a quiet face, but he's hiding a selfish, ruthless side that's even worse than mine. So, what you're saying is, Personal Knight Aldia is unstable and dangerous. I shook my head at his words. In times of peace, he's fine, but if that power ever runs rampant, it could unleash a catastrophe beyond our imagination. That's what I wanted to say. A catastrophe? What do you mean? Oh, just stop. Stop asking so many annoying questions. We're done talking. Now go away. You're the one who dragged me here. I shoved the complaining Rudolph's back and made him leave. He grumbled but finally walked away. I said too much at the end. It's been a long time since I lost my composure like this. Cornelia, you're there, aren't you? As I called her name, Cornelia emerged from a blind spot. Rudolph hadn't even sensed she was nearby. Feeling a little annoyed by that, I turned to her. You were right, it wasn't just nonsense. Are you willing to cooperate now? More than before, at least. Cornelia said with a prim expression. Aldia agrees. He is the princess's greatest trump card. At the same time, he is a massive bomb. If we don't handle him with extreme care, he could one day bring about the world's ruin. There was still so much I didn't understand. What kind of bomb could Aldia Greets become? And, for that matter, just who was this light blue-haired woman in front of me? In any case, I'm still just observing. I don't have enough reason to cooperate with you yet. That's fine. I will make you cooperate in the end. I was definitely getting dragged into something troublesome. I knew it, but at the same time, another feeling was welling up from deep inside me. A feeling like curiosity. What's going to happen next? I sensed the danger, but I couldn't pull away. I was captivated by the existence of the man who had defeated me. What kind of influence would this personal knight have on the Empire? I desperately wanted to find out. Cornelia turned her back to me, a satisfied look on her face. Where are you going? My voice made her pause for just a second. To report. I'm just going to tell that person that I'm close to securing your cooperation. That person, I see. I'd asked her once before who that person was, but I felt the air around her instantly freeze, and I hesitated to press further. I'd sensed then that it was a topic I must never, ever touch, so I couldn't bring myself to ask again. "Excuse me, Lady Epica." "Yes." She left, the area was enveloped in silence, and I felt a slight chill. Maybe I'll go out for a drink, it's been a while. Being led around by the nose wasn't my style. I decided to chase some simple pleasure to get my rhythm back, it's fine. There's still time. How to deal with Cornelia. How to handle personal night Aldia. What will happen if I make a move? That's not my problem. So, whether or not I'll do as she wishes, I'll be the one to decide that when the time comes. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 4, A Stepping Stone to the Future. Time passed like the wind. My days since coming to the Empire had been far busier than I'd imagined, and before I knew it, 2 months had gone by. Some days I spent training with my friends, other days I was carrying out orders for Princess Valtrun. Rain or shine, I was so busy I barely had a moment's rest. And yet, I never once felt it was a hardship. As long as I could think, I am doing this for Princess Valtrun, I didn't feel tired at all. My days continued to be more fulfilling than any I had ever experienced. Kingdom Calendar, year 1241, June. The Provisional Elite Corps, led by Princess Valtrun, was steadily expanding. Many capable commoners, led by Recruitment, were appointed as soldiers, regardless of whether they were noble or commoner. Petra, Ambrose, Steno, Mia, and Fatty were all prime examples. Nobles were also being brought into the fold. Fledgel was chosen to act as the liaison with our informants in the kingdom, and many other sons and daughters of nobility were distinguishing themselves in both military and internal affairs. This hand-picked group, this Provisional Elite Corps, would surely achieve wonderful results. And yet, our numbers were still overwhelmingly small compared to the main Imperial army. While the total strength of the Imperial army was just under 2 million, the Provisional Elite Corps numbered only around 30,000. We had only just been established. We were expected to grow into an even larger organization in the future. I surveyed the entire Provisional Elite Corps and then spoke to the sovereign standing next to me. "Your Highness, our battle preparations are complete. We can deploy at any time. What are your orders?" We were currently deployed on a plain in Marquis Rigel's territory, about to engage his army in an all-out confrontation. The reason was that Fatty had gathered proof of the Marquis's crimes, and Princess Valtrun had reported them to the Emperor, Grode. This had set the stage for the Provisional Elite Corps' first battle. I could recall that scene vividly. These accusations are groundless. Slander, I have done no such thing. Marquis Rigel denied any involvement. But thanks to a magical tool Princess Valtrun had given Fatty, we had successfully recorded video evidence of his illicit operations. Even after seeing this, you still refuse to admit your guilt. Confess your crimes gracefully. Cowering at her words, Marquis Rigel looked as though he'd just swallowed a bug. I will not acknowledge such a thing. And furthermore, I will never recognize a little girl like you as a candidate for the throne. No one tried to stop him as he spat the filthy words and fled. We all just watched his pathetic, ugly retreat. At last, the Emperor Grode spoke quietly. "Ha, Valtrun, you are to strike down Marquis Rigel. Pass judgment on him with your own hand. As you command, I will see it done." Marquis Rigel fled back to his own domain and prepared for a hopeless siege. As a result, the Provisional Elite Corps' first campaign became a decisive battle against Marquis Rigel's army. Aldia, the army's formation. Yes, our Provisional Elite Corps is positioned to surround the enemy. The main army, commanded by Your Highness, will slowly push the front line from the center. General Recruitment on the left flank and I, on the right, will circle around to the rear to annihilate them. To prevent a drawn-out battle, General Recruitment has already cut off the enemy's supply lines. I see, thank you for the report. Our numbers were about even, but the quality of our soldiers was overwhelmingly superior. Above all, Princess Valtrun herself was taking command. Victory was all but certain. We need a decisive victory. A simple win wouldn't be enough. We had to crush the enemy completely to establish her authority as absolute. That was the most important part of this battle. Mia's dragon unit is currently sweeping for hidden ambushes from the air. The chance of a surprise attack is as close to 0 as possible. Barring some major unforeseen event, our advantage will not be overturned. We had to drain the poison from the Empire before the war with the kingdom. Marquis Rigel was, without a doubt, the poison itself. In addition, he was a noble from the anti-princess faction. When Valtrun declared war on the kingdom, he would definitely be a hindrance. Therefore, if we could eliminate him now, it would be convenient in many ways. Your Highness, your orders, please. The stage had been set perfectly. All that was left was to deliver the results. As her personal knight, I was fired up, ready to fight like a lion. The soldiers of the Provisional Elite Corps all looked up at Princess Valtrun and me, standing on the high ground. Their morale was perfect. They looked ready to go at any moment. We will now commence battle with the rebel army led by Marquis Rigel. Strike down every last one of these fools who have sullied the honor of the Empire. Provisional Elite Corps, advance. At her cry, the soldiers raised their weapons to the sky. Hearing the cheers of the soldiers, so loud they seemed to overwhelm the landscape, she turned to me. Aldia, I am counting on you. You are to capture Marquis Rigel, and you will make him pay for his crimes. I dropped to one knee and bowed my head to her. Leave it to me. I will repel the traitors without fail and bring Marquis Rigel before you. The first battle, since I had come to the Empire, had begun. Section, General Ritzgerate, we have word from the main army, we are to advance. The order came from a messenger. The air crackled with tension, and the faces of the soldiers instantly hardened. It's finally time. The Provisional Elite Corps' first battle. And the first real stage I've been given. Failure is not an option. All units, as planned, block the enemy's line of retreat. Pay close attention so that our supply lines are not stolen, and use hit-and-run tactics to strike down the enemy commanders. The main mission for the left flank, which I commanded, was to support the main army so they could fight at their full potential. We had the role of disrupting the battlefield so the enemy couldn't put up a decent fight. The performance of the dragon soldiers would be the key to this battle. Mia, leave the ground scouting to the others. Take your unit and position yourselves over the city. Okay dokie, well Stino, you've got the rest. Wah hey ha why me, all right you lot, let's move out and flush them all out. Mia, with her flippant tone and carefree face, led the other dragon soldiers. She was a bit too casual, which made me worry, but I could vouch for her skill. I had no doubt she could handle harassing the enemy. Taking over the scouting mission was Stino's infantry unit. They weren't particularly well suited for enemies hiding in the forest, but it was good enough if they could just draw their attention. Stino, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. Scouting's my specialty. If you say so, I'll look forward to good news. Haha, I'll do my best. He has a habit of saying whatever, but his passion for battle is second to none. He's probably lying about scouting being his specialty, but I'm sure he'll accomplish the mission he's been given. They all moved out, and I went to inspect the troops maintaining the blockade on the supply line. Listen up. Even if the enemy numbers are great, remain calm and deal with them. We are sharing information constantly, so reinforcements will be sent to any position under heavy stress. Advancing the line is important, but I want you to focus on fighting in a way that minimizes casualties. The soldiers nodded, their faces serious, and began to move. Time to give orders to the next unit. Just as I thought that and mounted my dragon, the same messenger came running back, panting. He must have been in a great hurry. What is it? General Ritzgerate, I have a message from Lord Aldia. A message? Yes, a message. Aldia greets. The benefactor who had introduced me to Lady Valtrun, and he was also her personal knight. I nodded and prompted him to continue. What is the message? Yes, I'll read it. To General Ritzgerate. It is an honor to fight alongside you. Let us seize victory without fail. That is all. It wasn't an emergency. But I was so surprised and so happy that he had encouraged me like this. It was a short message, but it was filled with his expectations for me. He had thought highly of me when I first met Lady Valtrun, too. I personally believe she is a fitting person to be commander. I remembered when Lord Aldia had said those words. A smile naturally crept onto my face. General Ritzgerate. It's nothing. Oh, right. This is bad. I can't be grinning over his words at a time like this. I have to pull myself together. I gave a small nod to the messenger. Thank you. Message received. Please give him my regards. Yes, ma'am. I put on an even more serious face than usual, striving to act cool and composed. Am I acting normally right now? I desperately tightened my expression, which threatened to break into a smile, playing the part of the serious, normal Ritzirate. Inwardly, I wanted to burst with joy, but as the general of an army, I couldn't act so rashly. Maybe, after this battle is over, I should ask him out for a drink. As I thought that, I steeled my resolve once more and took to the sky with my dragon. If he has such high expectations of me, I absolutely must achieve a great victory. A triumphant victory is no longer just a goal, it's a requirement. Section. The soldiers gathered on the windswept plain. There was no sound, save for the clinking of armor. They waited quietly for the signal to attack. Aldia, the main army, is on the move. We're ready over here, too. Our heavy infantry is also fully prepared. Leading the mage corps was Petra, standing calmly at the head of her unit. Tasked with cornering the enemy in the city's interior was Ambrose's heavy infantry, their ironclad defense their greatest weapon. All preparations are complete. It's about time we begin. I scanned my eyes over the troops. Each unit was ready for battle. We were watching for our moment, ready to advance the instant the main army clashed with the enemy. Both of you, I'm counting on you to lead. When I spoke, Petra and Ambrose nodded in unison. Dressed in the official uniforms of the Provisional Elite Corps, they were no longer academy students. They were fully fledged soldiers, standing on a battlefield. Leave it to me. I'll burn every last street and block every escape route, just as we planned. I'll teach them the true terror of magic. Our heavy infantry will be the cornerstone of our defense. We won't let a single scratch reach the troops behind us. So go, Aldia, fight without worrying about us. They're so reliable. Right, with you two here, I can fight with everything I've got. Of course. You can count on us. I had two brilliant friends fighting alongside me. If I let the enemy push us back here, I'd never be able to face Princess Valtrun. The right flank, which I commanded, had fewer soldiers than the main army or the left flank. To avoid being drawn into a war of attrition, we needed to watch the enemy's movements and strike their weak points. Maneuver carefully so they don't realize our flank is thin. If the main enemy force turns on us, we could take heavy losses. Even if the enemy assault intensified, I planned to repel them by force, but I wanted to keep our casualties to a minimum. And alone, there was a limit to how many I could protect. That's why I was counting on the units led by my two friends to hold the line. Then it's up to us in the Mage Corps to put out some serious firepower. Exactly. In this battle, how much of a presence Petra's Mage Corps could establish would be critical. I'd prepared plenty of magic recovery potions, just in case they ran low. We must win this battle. This is the Provisional Elite Corps' first campaign. Let's make it a glorious one. Marquis Rigel had barricaded himself in his territory in a hurry, so he hadn't been able to gather a proper fighting force. He only thought of saving his own skin, not even evacuating his citizens. A man like that had no hope of repelling our army. Aldia, the main army has begun its attack. At Petra's voice, I took a deep breath. All right, right flank advance. Following the order, Ambrose's heavy infantry began marching toward the city. It was a slow advance, but there was no need to rush. It would be some time before the enemy soldiers began to rout. Petra's Mage Corps also began their incantations to seal the escape routes. The cavalry unit I led fanned out, moving to cover a wide area. The main army has the advantage, just as expected. Even without Princess Valtrun having to fight, they're showing no signs of being pushed back. I glanced over at the left flank, commanded by Ritzirate. They were also carrying out their mission smoothly, cutting off the enemy's supplies and blocking all escape routes. I could see the dragon units launching repeated surprise attacks. Thanks to his hasty preparations, Marquis Rigel's army had an extremely small number of dragons. We had complete control of the air, allowing us to do as we pleased. The enemy is coming this way, too. Ambrose's great voice echoed across the right flank. Lord Aldia, their numbers aren't that great. So it seems. Should we charge with the cavalry? No, let's leave this to the Mage Corps. Enemy soldiers were waiting for us near the entrance to the city, ready to intercept. Since they were defending a narrow point so stubbornly, it would be most effective to wipe them out with magic. Petra, if you would. All mages fire. At Petra's command, multiple fireballs shot into the city. The enemy soldiers were engulfed in flames, falling one after another. We did it. Their numbers are down, we can take the city entrance. The soldiers raised their weapons to the sky, cheering the mages' success. We need to hold that entrance. I gave the signal to the cavalry, leaving a minimum number of scouts behind as we prepared to charge. Ambrose, the cavalry is taking that passage. We'll cut them down. You take care of any survivors. Right, leave it to us. The cavalry charged across the plain, driving straight toward the burning enemy soldiers. A countless number of arrows flew at us, but such blind firing had no chance of hitting. Don't flinch, show them what you're made of. Yuo. Cutting down enemy soldiers, the cavalry unit carved a path forward. The violent sounds of battle rang out loudly. It could hardly be called a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. The enemy soldiers, cut down defenselessly, died trembling in terror. Our run. It's over, we can't hold this place anymore. Don't be stupid, if they get through here we're all gah. There was no mercy. I cut off the enemy's heads, one after another, and pressed forward. Keep advancing, the enemy commander's head is close. Yes, sir. The enemy was to be cut down, pity was unnecessary. My sword, swung with single-minded focus, tore through flesh and broke bone. Watching the enemy's faces twist in terror, I cut them down, one by one. Even though we had charged in with only a small cavalry unit, their lack of training meant we faced no real resistance. Lord Aldia, we've secured the passage up to the intersection. Shall we set up a temporary position? Yes, we can't let them take it back before the heavy infantry arrives. Set a wide perimeter. If it's too hard to defend, narrow the area and make the formation deep and thick. Yes, sir. After receiving their orders, the cavalrymen silently began to form a defensive line. All the while, Petra's mages continued to launch fireballs into the city from a distance. At this rate, the enemy wouldn't be able to spare any forces for us. They'd have their hands full dealing with the fires. Hold them. Don't let them in. Let the world hear of our army's glory. The cavalry moved like a whirlwind, cutting down every enemy soldier who tried to reclaim the passage. Eventually, the enemy's momentum died down, just as we had more or less secured the area. Aldia, did I keep you waiting? No, perfect timing. Cavalry, hand over the line to the heavy infantry. Reform your ranks. We're heading deeper into the city. Ambrose's heavy infantry had arrived. With this, the right flank had taken complete control of a section of the city. Petra's mage corps also pushed their line forward, beginning their assault on the city's interior. Keep firing, don't give the enemy a moment's rest. She's a demon, I thought. Then again, I was probably one to talk. My black sword was slick with enemy blood. Ambrose, continue to protect the mages and advance the line. I'm going ahead to raise hell inside. Understood. He was a man skilled enough to have been a guard captain in the kingdom's army. I had no doubt he could hold this position. I'll have my men report on your status. If it gets dangerous, call for me immediately. I moved to the front of the cavalry unit. Listen up, do not stop for any reason. We ride through. Swing your weapons, but keep moving. If you do as you were trained, we'll seize this territory quickly. I repeated the tactics I had drilled into them over this short period. The mounted soldiers nodded, readying their various weapons, swords, spears, and axes. Lord Aldia, the charge formation is ready. We can go at any time. One of the cavalrymen reported. I took a deep breath. Cavalry charge. The sound of horseshoes thundered chaotically, shaking the ground like a small earthquake. Enemy attack. Hey, they're already inside. Push them back. Too late, you can't easily stop a cavalry charge. Cut down every last one of them. Sir, we're charging. Forward. It was a reckless charge, but the enemy was struggling to respond. We tore through the collapsing enemy lines. Once you're through, we attack the next point. Sir, the defeat of Marquis Rigel's army was near. The enemy forces were crumbling, and our advance into the city was proceeding smoothly. Leaving a mountain of crimson corpses behind me, I turned my sword toward the next group of soldiers. Section. This agitated feeling just wouldn't subside. How did it come to this? I stared blankly at the princess's army surrounding me. I am Ganger von Rigel. As the head of the Rigel family, I held great influence within the empire. My back-alley business, wringing money from the commoners, was on track, and everything was smooth sailing. And then it all happened. Marquis Rigel, the princess's army has begun its advance. A clash is unavoidable. Damn it, that cursed little whelp. To think she'd frame me, I'll never forgive her. Get out there and meet them. Slaughter every last man who dares to oppose me. Why, yes, sir. As the soldier scrambled away, I plopped down onto the sofa. Well, fine, luckily, the city streets are a tangled maze. It would take them a good while to reach this place. I'll have the soldiers deal with the enemy head-on, and if things get dicey, I'll just use them as a decoy and escape from the opposite side. Hee, I won't go down that easily. No matter how hard that simple-minded whelp racks her little brain, a child is a child. I'll teach her the importance of respecting her elders. Just you wait, you little whelp. After I crush your army to dust, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Hee, come to think of it, that princess is quite the beauty. I wonder what kind of face she'll make when I defile her. I'll make her regret angering me. Marquis Fledgel, we have a huge problem. As I was indulging my fantasies, another soldier rushed in, shouting. Now what is it? I'm in the middle of planning. But sir, I must report this immediately. This is insufferable. I was just imagining the sight of that insolent princess, broken and ruined. My mood soured, but I listened to the soldier. Spit it out. Sir, this is very difficult to say. Don't waste my time. Out with it. I roared, and the soldier flinched. The truth is, the ambush unit we had hiding in the nearby forest to strike the princess's army from the rear has been annihilated. What? What did you just say? The ambush unit annihilated? That was impossible. They were my most elite soldiers, hand-picked for that unit. I'd poured a fortune into training them. They weren't your average grunts. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I am in no mood for your jokes. I pressed him with a menacing voice, and the soldier took a step back. But sir, we lost contact. A scout was sent to confirm, and he reported their total destruction. Couldn't he have been mistaken? No, sir, that's impossible. He wouldn't have been so certain if he was. Don't tell me, the ambush unit was really wiped out. But why, they weren't easy to find. This means it's highly likely their position was leaked. How? Where did they get the information on the ambush unit in the forest? Marquis Fledgel, our army is being pushed back. Our dragon soldiers were targeted early and have been wiped out. We've completely lost control of the air. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the enemy reaches this location. Your orders, sir. We must devise a countermeasure immediately. My mind was a complete mess. Why is nothing going right? It was as if they were reading my every move. It was sickening. If I didn't do something, my territory and I would be finished. A retreat. No, I don't even know if I can buy time. I had to escape, but I was surrounded. I couldn't move. No, wait. Come to think of it, I still have my trump card. If I send him to the front, he can change the tide of this battle. He'll slaughter any normal soldier. Even if they have strong fighters, they won't escape unscathed. I can't let them off this easy. I have to make them suffer a little. Yes, I'll let that monster run wild. You soldier. Yes, sir. Summon note, I'm sending him into battle. Lord note, but sir I had no time to worry about appearances. Release him from the dungeon. Tell him if he distinguishes himself in battle, all his crimes will be pardoned. Go now. Why, yes, sir, right away. Note was locked in the underground dungeon for his involvement in smuggling narcotics. He's a walking monster, a first-class brute. I wonder if they have anyone over there who can stop him once he's let loose, running on pure instinct. What a foolish princess. She must not know about the monster lurking in my domain. Phew, I'll slaughter them all, the princess included. They'll all die regretting they ever made an enemy of me. In the end, I will be the one who wins. Section. The battle in the city was proceeding smoothly. The covering fire from the mages was inflicting enormous damage on the enemy, and the tide was firmly in our favor. Lord Aldia, we've cleared the enemy from the surrounding area. The heavy infantry and mages are also expanding the territory under our control. It's going well. Lord Aldias. Thank you for the report. I had been concentrating so hard that I hadn't registered the soldier's voice. What was that killing intent? That pressure? An unpleasant sensation trickled down my spine. The air on the battlefield was already heavy, but I felt a sharp, stabbing pressure that was even worse. Can I ask you to take a message to Her Highness and General Ritzirate? Yes, of course. I need you to tell them. Be on guard for any enemy that looks different. Understood. I will deliver the message. If I'm overthinking it, all the better. But the feeling of dread was real. I couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't end this easily. Enemy retreat confirmed. Should we pursue? A fair amount of time had passed since I'd sensed that ominous presence. The battle was still progressing favorably, but my anxiety only grew. Don't pursue too deeply. We proceed with caution from here. The air was suffocating. My men are also starting to notice the strangeness on the battlefield. Still, doesn't it seem like the enemy's numbers are way down? One of them murmured, and the others glanced at each other. It's true, we're seeing way too few group attacks. It's pretty much just stragglers launching solo charges at this point. Our main army is still fighting. Do you think they just stopped sending troops to the right flank? No way. If we pushed through, their whole army would be in deep trouble. It's weird. They were right. The enemy's movements were unnervingly quiet. Maybe they just don't have anyone left to send. That's too optimistic. Let your guard down and you'll pay for it, right, Lord Aldia? To break the slackening mood, I shot my men a cold look. Stay sharp. Why, yes, sir. The enemy had to have forces left in reserve. Even if we had swept this area, the fact that no one was trying to take it back was deeply suspicious. Half the unit switched to scouting. This could be the prelude to something terrible. Tell the heavy infantry and mages to rendezvous with the left flank. I don't like our forces being this divided. Understood. We had more or less annihilated the enemy on the right flank. Given the lack of reinforcements, it stood to reason that the burden was increasing elsewhere. If the enemy was hitting the main army harder, they should be able to handle it. But if they had concentrated their forces on the left flank, Ritzgerate would be in danger. Gwa. I was still talking to a cavalryman when, suddenly, one of the riders in front of me was blown into the air. An unnatural, impossible height. Enemy attack. Location is the central fountain square. Do you have a visual? Not yet. My cavalry unit had pushed almost to the center of the city. Multiple enemies confirmed. It looks like they concentrated their forces in this one spot. So they'd let us advance, luring us into a kill zone. Lord Aldia, I think, that's the enemy commander. I could see him, the one who had sent my cavalrymen flying. I'd been on guard for a strong enemy to appear, but now that we'd made contact, the tension ratcheted up. Gua, is that the one killing our men? I knew in an instant that this was the most dangerous enemy in this battle. A large man was swinging a long club, roaring. Even the surrounding enemy soldiers kept their distance, a clear sign that it was dangerous to even get near him. I see, this one is too much for regular soldiers. All units, evade his attacks and wipe out the surrounding enemies. I will take down that monster. As her personal knight, I had to bear this responsibility. When I swore my loyalty to her, I promised to be undefeated. I would continue to win, and I would forge the path for her to walk. Is anyone afraid? The soldiers grinned. We're not scared of anything at this point. That's right. We've come this far. We're just here to kill as many as we can. Let's just win this fast and go home. Not a single soldier in my unit was afraid of the giant man. Good. Let's go. We will strike down the enemy before us and crush this army completely. All units, attack. I had a terrible feeling. The battle was going well, so why was my anxiety growing? As if to signal the coming storm, gray clouds were rolling in. Aldia, Ritzerate, everyone, please be safe. I prayed, looking up at the sky. Fatty, what are the enemy's movements? No unusual activity. Everything is proceeding smoothly. I see, forgive me, that was a needless question. Not at all. Everything was going smoothly. Nothing bad was happening. Your Highness, is something on your mind? Fledgel asked quietly, his expression unreadable. No, I just felt a little anxious. I was just wondering if it could really end this smoothly when everything is going so well. I see. I couldn't shake the feeling that the cornered enemy was planning one last, desperate, vengeful strike. Your Highness, I have a message from Lord Aldia. As I was watching my army advance, a soldier galloped up from the right flank. News from Aldia. What is the message? Yes, ma'am, it is. Please be careful if you see any unusual-looking enemy. It seems Lord Aldia has sensed something. I see, thank you for the report. No, ma'am, excuse me. Aldia went out of his way to send a soldier with a warning. My bad feeling might not be just my imagination. Fledgel, share this information with the other armies immediately. Report anything you find. Yes, ma'am. I watched Fledgel gallop off, then turned to Fatty, who remained. What do you think? He pondered for a moment, then spoke as if a thought had just struck him. It's possible they've released the monster from the dungeon. The monster from the dungeon, I'd heard the rumors. A ferocious mercenary, imprisoned in Marquis Rigel's dungeon. A brute with the strength to send dozens of soldiers flying, a monster who had killed countless people. It wouldn't be surprising at all for Rigel to unleash him in a desperate attempt to turn the tide. How strong is this monster? I don't know for certain, but he may be as strong as Lord Aldia or General Ritzgerate. That strong. He was saying that only the 2 knights I had chosen, my personal knights from 2 different lifetimes, could possibly match him. If they were to fight him, what do you think their chances would be? I truly cannot say. His abilities are a complete unknown. I cannot guarantee that even they would win. Fatty knew how strong Aldia and Ritzgerate were. Compared to the other soldiers, those 2 were in a league of their own. For him to say that knowing that, this was an unexpected and dangerous development. I was anxious, but I had faith. No matter what kind of enemy appears, Aldia will absolutely win. Why do you think so? I had no concrete reason. Still, if I had to name one. Because I believe in him. In Lord Aldia. Yes. Because he is my personal knight. As his princess, I believe in his victory more than anyone. I pray for it. And besides, he told me, I will be your sword and your shield. My sword must not break. My shield must not be pierced. My personal knight must not die until my own life ends. Therefore, it is only natural that Aldia will win. My path to the throne depends on it. He will keep his promise. The man who was so sincere, so devoted to me in that dark dungeon, would never lie. Aldia will be fine. I've never seen anyone stronger than him. Is that so? Do you doubt me? No. I also believe in Lord Aldia's strength. More importantly, I would never doubt your words, Your Highness. Fufu, thank you. Even as he said he believed, his expression was still anxious. Well, it's hard for him to have total faith. I was likely the only one who was absolutely certain of Aldia's victory. And not just because he was my personal knight. It was a faith born from having seen him fight in the past. The strongest knight of the kingdom? I could believe in his victory because I knew he was stronger than anyone. It's impossible for him to lose. The man who plagued the entire Imperial army, the man they called the Demon King. I whispered the words, so quietly no one else could hear. His true strength, which had once been a catastrophe for the Empire, was not so weak as to be broken in a single battle. He would seize victory and return to my side alive. Right, Aldia? Section. An attack grazed my clothes, gouging a huge chunk out of the ground. The large man showed no sign of fatigue. His relentless attacks came one after another, never slowing. HMPH. That was close. A direct hit would have taken my head off. Kill, kill. The man swung his club, tearing up the stone pavement. Wary of the sheer power, I couldn't get in close. I thought his wide swings would create openings. I wanted to curse myself for that naivete. In reality, his attack range was massive, and getting close would only get me killed. He has no openings. I had only fought a handful of people this strong in my past. A berserker who didn't fear death. In some ways, he reminded me of my former self. To have no fear is, in a way, to be invincible. He could make moves that a normal person would instinctively restrict. I have to kill this thing to move forward, huh? My heart was heavy, and not just because of his strength. HMPH. I had never fought this man in my previous life. I couldn't find his habits or weaknesses without more time, and the stronger the enemy, the harder their weaknesses are to find. I kill you, be free. The club's horizontal swing cut through the air. I dodged at the last second, but I felt the tips of my hair get clipped. HMPH, strong, who? I am Aldia Greets, Her Highness's personal knight. I am here to strike down you traitors. I see, I kill you, everything perfect. If I let this man live, he would inflict devastating losses on our army. Sorry, but this is where you die. Good, I like those words. The man stomped, cracking the ground and shaking the entire area. HUNNGAH. I won't be killed so easily. I swore to fight for Princess Valtrun. I will walk with her until the very end. This is not where I die. GUOOH. With an inhuman roar, the man charged, club in hand. If I blocked it head-on, my sword would shatter. I parried the impact, redirecting the club's trajectory. Sparks flew where the weapons met, a testament to the massive force. I parried one blow, then dodged the next two. This can't go on. A pure defense won't change anything. HMPH. UGIH. If this fight dragged on, Marquis Rigel might escape. My allies nearby seemed to have dealt with the other enemies, but I couldn't call them for help. They would be slaughtered. I have to end this fast. Huh? My sword grazed the man's cheek, but it didn't cut deep. My agitation was ruining my form. Because I was worried about the time, I couldn't land a clean hit. Lord Aldia will help. Stay back. You're no match for him. But just keep anyone else from interfering. Let me focus on him. I couldn't let them die. They were vital for the battles to come. You alone, friends here, but alone. You not beat me. He had the advantage in reach. The distance between us felt impossibly far. Is there any plan? Sweat trickled down my forehead and dripped to the ground. I couldn't think of a way. I was stuck, it was then. Huh? It's not over here. A familiar spear struck the man's club. A flurry of blows sent the man stumbling. Long, glossy brown hair flashed in my vision. Lord Aldia. Ah, she came. General Ritzgerate. The despair vanished instantly. Ritzgerate had appeared, her sharp spear work already overwhelming the large man. The threat of victory, I could see it clearly. Enemy more. A woman but strong. I never thought I would get to fight alongside her so soon. She must have sensed I was in trouble and come to help. Thank you, General Ritzgerate. Not at all, there is strength in numbers. What is difficult for one, two can surely overcome. I was surprised to hear her say that. I had figured she preferred honorable one-on-one duels. I was silent for a moment, and she tilted her head. What is it? Oh, nothing. I just thought you disliked strength in numbers. On the battlefield, there are no likes or dislikes, only life and death. That is all that matters. That, too, I thought, was an answer very much like her. Perhaps she was more greedy for victory than anyone. Is your dragon tired, General? I imagine your battle was intense. He's still full of energy. He can certainly handle taking down this man. That's very reassuring. Yes. Ritzgerate's beloved dragon reared up, towering over the man, an overwhelming sight. It spread its pitch-black wings and let out a terrifying roar, challenging him. Dragon meat tasty, kill. The man, however, didn't flinch. If anything, his eyes lit up. He wanted to eat the dragon. His tastes were awful. I'd been observing his slurred speech, and it was clear this man was not sane. Ritzgerate also frowned in disgust. He doesn't seem to be one for conversation. In any case, we have no choice but to kill him. Capturing him seems impossible. My thoughts exactly. General, can I count on your support? I plan to attack from the front, but I'm having trouble closing the distance. Leave it to me, Lord Aldia. He might be insane, but he was incredibly strong. One wrong move, and my head would fly. With Ritzgerate's dragon here, the man couldn't easily close the distance on her. Mounted, with her long spear, she had the greater reach. UOOOH. As I thought, he targeted me. I was on foot, my sword much shorter than his club. He decided I was the easier target, but unfortunately for you, I've seen through your moves. Ha! Inga! The man's club slammed into the ground. My kick connected squarely with his stomach. I had parried his weapon, then used martial arts in the opening. My sword isn't my only weapon. His hands were busy, but my feet were free. He was too focused on my blade and couldn't react to the kick. General Ritzgerate now. The moment I called her name, her spear flashed past my side. Prepare yourself. Inga. The man, sweating, barely dodged her follow-up. Or rather, he avoided a fatal blow. The tip of her spear grazed his arm, and crimson liquid dripped to the ground. I missed. No, you cut him. He's not unscathed. The distance opened up again, we reset. Unforgivable, you hurt me, kill. Kill. So much for weakening him. It seemed to have had the opposite effect. His adrenaline must have been surging. He didn't even seem to feel the pain. My apologies, I failed to finish him. Next time I will. No, I couldn't land a decisive blow either. His rage was a problem, but it was inevitable. I gripped my black sword and took a deep breath. Let's go. Yes. Let's end this. She also seemed to feel that dragging this out was a bad idea, and she leveled her long spear. I'll go from the right. Then I shall take the left. I, her dragon, and the man charged at the same time. The distance between us vanished. Such an attack. The club's blow was heavy, but not unbearable. Compared to the attacks I'd weathered from Ritzurate in the past, this pressure was nothing. General Ritzurate. Yes. With you. While fending off the man's assault, we both swung our weapons. The black sword and the long spear crossed in front of him. A sharp clang of steel echoed, and a cloud of dust blinded us. Nga. I heard the man's groan. Ha. Blood trickled slowly from the man's forehead. As the blood dripped, the light faded from his eyes. A red puddle formed on the ground. The man's legs gave out and he staggered. Ka. The man's last swing never reached us. Kiraru. Her dragon had caught the club firmly in its forelegs. Why I lose? The man showed no sign of pain, but he seemed to understand his strength was gone. He grit his teeth, trying to stay standing, but his end was near. Blood like tears spilled from his eyes. Not yet. As the giant body swayed, I murmured, "It's over, you frenzied warrior. Your battle ends here. Rest in peace." A final courtesy from me. Good night. Her spear pierced the man's heart. At the same moment, my sword took his head. It was a certain death. He would not rise again. Hugh, it's over. A sigh of relief escaped Ritzurate. I let my own shoulders relax just a little. This wasn't my victory alone. It was a victory we had seized together. It's finally over. I prayed there were no more monsters like that left. Lord Aldia, splendidly done. At Ritzurate's praise, I shook my head. No, without your help, General, I could not have beaten him so quickly. Thank you. You don't say I couldn't have beaten him. This was a battle I had to win, even if I was alone. As I thought, Lord Aldia, you're strong. You are the goal I must strive for. I'm not that worthy. Our words lightened the mood. She had really warmed up to me. She wasn't a very talkative person, so it was surprising to see her speak to me so much. The main army seems to be fighting hard. Let's head to the manor. Yes, this is the final stage. A fine showing for our first battle. If we keep this up, victory is certain. The only job left was to capture Marquis Rigel and bring him before Princess Valtrun. Just as General Ritzurate said, the battle was in its final stage. Lord Aldia, all hostile forces in the vicinity have been neutralized. The area is secure. Thank you for the report. The cavalry will continue to guard the central square. Wait for the main army's arrival and cooperate with the left flank soldiers to tend to the wounded. Sir. With my orders given, Ritzurate and I turned our gaze in the same direction. Beyond the central square, Marquis Rigel was right in front of us. Shall we go, General Ritzurate? Yes, I'll cover your back. We had to capture Marquis Rigel and bring him before Princess Valtrun. Because she is the one who will judge him, not me. We saw enemy soldiers blocking our path, but we didn't slow down. I'll support you. Please. Just the two of us. But with her at my side, there was no way we would lose to a mere crowd of soldiers. There's only two of them. Kill them quickly. Don't underestimate us. You'll regret that arrogance. I exchanged a glance with her, and she charged ahead. Her dragon stopped just short of the soldiers, reared up to show off its massive size, and let out a tremendous shriek. Gyah. The soldiers trembled and turned their backs, trying to flee from the beast. Even if you know it's a dragon, anyone would feel terror when faced with such a ferocious sight on the battlefield, and that hesitation would be fatal. I burst out from behind the dragon. The head of a soldier I'd cut down flew through the air. Ha! I mowed down the soldiers near him in the same way. With grievous wounds to their limbs, sides, chests, and heads, the enemy soldiers collapsed in agony. Ah, my arm. My eyes, I can't see anything. Help, gay. Hearing their screams, the remaining soldiers' faces went pale. You have to create your own openings. People are creatures that will, without fail, show hesitation. Blood splattered my face, but I had no time to care. I focused on swinging my sword faster, even by a second, even by a single stroke. I eliminated all wasted motion and simply cut down the enemy before me. I'm going too. Ritzurate also began to swing her spear, sending enemies flying. What are they? Those two, they're not human. Hey, what do we do? Maybe we should just... Idiot, look at their eyes. They don't look like they'll spare us. Monsters. Being called inhuman isn't so bad. For warriors like us, it was a compliment. General Ritzurate, let's push through. Right, reinforcements are coming from behind. The main army will be here soon. We had cut down dozens of soldiers, opening a path. A mountain of corpses was piling up as our allies poured in behind us. Lord Aldia, we're here to help. Push forward. General Ritzgerate, all that's left is to secure this area. The soldiers swarming and fought with courage and valor. At last, this battle was about to reach its end. Let's cut them all down. Our swords and spears created a crimson road, built from blood spray and dying screams. The sound of metal clashing on metal rang out. The sound of magic exploding echoed from all around. It was a battle that produced many sacrifices and many feats of bravery, and at last, it met its end. The enemy soldiers, led by Marquis Rigel, were squeezed by the Provisional Elite Corps' encirclement, their numbers dwindling. At almost the same moment that she and I had cut down the last of the nearby soldiers, the enemy's formation collapsed. Most of them were dead, and the few who remained began to choose surrender. Is this the end? It should be. Ritzgerate wiped at her blood-stained uniform and pointed her spear to the sky. That was a hard-fought battle. Many people died here, but their sacrifices were not in vain. General Ritzgerate. I slowly held out my hand. The soldiers have finished fighting and are waiting for orders. Let's go. Yes. She took my hand and we walked toward our troops. We did it. We won. Hey, don't relax until the main army gets here. But our first battle, it was a huge success, right? Yeah, a perfect outcome. From all around, the soldiers of the Provisional Elite Corps were raising cheers. The dispirited enemy soldiers were dropping their weapons, their faces blank. They're certainly fired up. Ritzgerate smiled as she watched them. We won, our Provisional Elite Corps. Yes. I'm so happy we won. With this, Ritzgerate's name would surely be known throughout the Empire. As the general who led the Provisional Elite Corps to victory, she had made a spectacular debut. A soldier rushed up, breathless, bringing the good news I had been waiting for. Your Highness, thanks to the efforts of Lord Aldia and General Ritzgerate, Marquis Rigel has been apprehended. A sigh of relief escaped me. Oh, thank goodness. What is the status of the other fronts? Yes, the right flank, led by Lord Aldia, defeated their enemy quickly and is now working to maintain order. The left flank, led by General Ritzgerate, split its forces. Half went to support the rear guard, while the other half came to support the main army. My own main army's vanguard had swept through the city. It seems there was no need for me to step in. To think I could just watch from the rear, the army was even better than I'd expected. Your Highness, Marquis Rigel has been moved to the city's central square. Shall we proceed? Yes, the rear guard will enter the city with the vanguard. Fledgel, send a report to the Imperial court that we have won the battle, and tell them Marquis Rigel's status is unknown. Understood. I emphasize the last part. He didn't question it, just nodded with his usual calm expression. Yes, Your Highness, I will do so. He catches on quickly. I'm grateful. There was a reason I'd left Rigel's fate ambiguous. To me, he was simply an obstacle to be crushed. Normally, I would just have him subjected to the proper punishment and be done with it. But I have a subordinate who bears a deep hatred for him. Fatty. Ma'am, the time has come to fulfill my promise. Depending on his attitude, I would like to leave his disposal to you. Will you accept? This wasn't a question, it was payment for Fatty's cooperation. He nodded, his face grim. Yes, I would be honored to take that responsibility. Depending on his attitude, I'd said it, but this was already decided. There was no way that arrogant Marquis would beg me for mercy, and even if he did, I wouldn't grant it. With Fatty in tow, I led the rear guard forward. I didn't know the full extent of the suffering he had endured at Rigel's hands. That's why I felt he was the one most suited to punishing the Marquis, not me. Fatty, how are you feeling? It's hard to describe. It doesn't feel real. I never dreamed the day I could deliver justice would come so soon. So that's how it is, but it is real now. Yes. Lady Valtrun, I am deeply grateful. This was simply a case of our interests aligning. I fully intended to have him work as hard as possible for me from now on. Don't mention it. I've changed. I've learned that kindness alone cannot save everyone. I've learned that sometimes you must use people. It was all necessary for the future of the Empire. I was aware that I was ruining someone's life with my own hands, but I couldn't turn back now. Soldiers will always die in battle. That's what war is. Regardless of the scale, it is, above all, an ugly thing. I'll never get used to this. No matter how many times I experience it, it never feels good. I don't like conflict, but there are times when it must be done. If I keep looking away, a far more undesirable outcome will be waiting. It is precisely because I know that tragic future that I, a princess, am instigating this conflict. I don't care if they call me a cruel princess. If this is the destiny I've been given, I am prepared to accept all the criticism until my life is over. Besides, I have Aldia. He will stay by my side, no matter what. Aldia, as long as he is next to me, I can keep walking forever. To seize the future I desire, I will continue on my own path of supremacy, with my beloved personal knight at my side, to the very end. Section. The capture of Marquis Rigel was laughably anticlimactic. The moment word got out that we had defeated that berserker and taken the central square, the battle was decided. The remaining soldiers, realizing they had no chance, threw down their weapons and surrendered. Those who resisted to the end were dealt with appropriately. I didn't want to kill needlessly, but it couldn't be helped. To honor those who stood against us, I cut them down head-on. Lord Aldia, we have complete control of the area. Thank you. Now, check for any stragglers and don't forget to call for their surrender. Sir, the entire area was under our control. The enemy soldiers had either defected or simply handed over Marquis Rigel. It was a relief not to have to fight for him. Damn you, traitors, you're all useless. And then there was Rigel himself, currently bound and screaming. He still hadn't grasped the danger of his situation and was still spitting insults. His audacity was incredible. Word has reached Lady Valtrun that the Marquis is in custody. She should be here soon. Ritzgerate finished her report and glanced at Rigel. She frowned slightly. So, what do we do with him? Shall we keep him company until Her Highness arrives? We walked over and stood in front of him. When he realized we were high-ranking officers, a filthy smile spread across his face. Hey, you two, how about it? Care to join me? I'll pay well. The Rigel domain is famous for its vast wealth after all. And if money's not enough, how about women? For you, little lady, I'll prepare the finest men. Not a bad deal, is it? This is, well, it's about what I expected, but he's even worse than I imagined. Ritzgerate was staring at him like he was garbage. She was silent, likely too furious to even speak. Deciding this was bad for her, I gently placed a hand on her shoulder. General Ritzgerate, please go give orders to the troops. I'll handle this. She bowed her head, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, thank you for your consideration. I understood why she was angry, seeing his complete lack of remorse. Don't worry about it. Thank you, that's a great help. I'll be going then. She clearly wanted to get away from him. She walked off quickly. That woman, and after I offered her such a generous deal. He's still talking. There is absolutely no chance of a dramatic reversal here. The square was completely occupied by our soldiers. We were also making progress in explaining the situation to the citizens. The Lord's crimes had been made public. I doubted a single person here would be willing to side with him. Hey, Unite, are you listening to me? Oh, he was still talking. What a tiresome man. The thought of having to listen to his nonsense until the princess arrived was exhausting. What's with that sigh? Nothing. I just think you should calmly consider the situation you're in. I am calm, this land will continue to prosper, so untie me and let me go. That's calm, or is he just an idiot? I couldn't wait for her to arrive. I stared at the distant sky, forced to listen to Marquis Rigel's endless, pathetic babble. Section. After about 10 minutes of dealing with Marquis Rigel, I heard the sound of countless footsteps. With that many people, there was no doubt. Therefore, if you side with me, you'll live a life of eternal happiness. I turned away from the still ranting Marquis, and truly rejoiced at the arrival of my mistress. Sorry to keep you waiting. Princess Valtrun dismounted and walked slowly toward me, her troops in tow. She stopped in front of me and whispered in my ear. Thank you, Aldia. You are the best personal knight I could ask for. She saw my shoulders jump and gave me a gentle smile. This was a reward greater than anything else. If she was happy, then all the effort was worth it. She walked past me and stood before Marquis Rigel. How does it feel, now that your desperate struggle has failed? You little whelp. And you, Marquis, lost to that little whelp. She forced the cruel reality on him, but he still refused to accept his defeat. HMPH, a brat like you can't even do anything on your own. Rigel continued his provocations. She let out a deep sigh. Then, Princess Valtrun beckoned to someone behind her. I knew who it was, but the Marquis just watched suspiciously. I'm actually glad you show no remorse. It means I won't have to feel guilty. Princess Valtrun smiled. Perhaps sensing the true emotion behind it, beads of sweat broke out on Rigel's forehead. He finally senses the danger. A little late for that. What are you going to do? Oh, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just leaving your fate to someone else. She called a man from behind her to stand in front of the marquee. Rigel's expression froze, and he began to tremble. Why, you? The person who appeared was Fatty, the man who held a deep-seated grudge against him. It's been a while. You've taken care of me for so long, I'm just here to return the favor. His tone was calm, but his eyes held not a trace of kindness. They were filled with pure, cold cruelty. You bastard. Have you forgotten what you owe me? I lent you money. Owe you? Oh, right. You're talking about the debt with the impossibly high interest you forced on me. Thanks to you, my life was just about ruined. Fatty spat the words, his voice thick with resentment. If he hadn't met Princess Valtrun, his life would have been terrible. But you paid off the debt. You have no reason to hate me. Idiot, I only paid it off because Lady Valtrun paid it for me. If it weren't for her, I'd still be taking on brutal assassination jobs just to pay you back. Fatty glared at Rigel and threw a knife. Bug. It embedded itself perfectly in Rigel's right shoulder. Does it hurt? The people whose lives you ruined, they felt much worse. Rigel clutched his shoulder, his face crumpling as if he were about to cry. But Fatty's cold, hard expression didn't change. On behalf of all the people you've tormented, I'm going to give you the punishment you deserve. Get ready. Hey! As Rigel shrieked, Princess Valtrun turned away, a satisfied look on her face. She took my arm, a clear sign that she was leaving the rest to Fatty. I nodded silently and glanced one last time at the marquis. Help me! His pathetic face seemed to scream it. His mouth moved, as if trying to say he was the victim. But no help is coming for him. Fatty, his fate is in your hands. Thank you, Lady Valtrun. It's fine. Normally, a captured noble should be brought before the Emperor. But we had fought with all our strength. In a battle like that, was there really any leisure to take him alive? It was certainly possible that, in the chaos, Marquis Rigel was unavoidably killed. Knowing this, Princess Valtrun spoke in a deliberately loud, clear voice. Come, Aldia, let's return. We have a victory to celebrate. Yes, Your Highness. A man who had spent his life making enemies would find no one to save him. W8, please, I'm innocent. I was just asked to do those illicit things. I swear I never wanted to. Is that so? Why, yes, I swear it on the Emperor's name. So please, won't you help me? He was trying to spill all his secrets at the last minute, but it was useless. With her back still turned to Rigel, Princess Valtrun smiled, looking genuinely delighted. Asked, you say, by whom, I wonder? Be by agents from the Reshfeld Kingdom. I was used. Help me, I'll never do it again. I'll give you my full support, Your Highness. I'll back your claim to the throne, so please. The Princess Valtrun of the past might have shown mercy, even to a petty villain like him. But the woman she was now was different. Marquis Rigel, you have served the country well, up to now. Then. With a radiant smile, Princess Valtrun spoke in a crystal-clear voice. Yes, thank you for all your hard work. Your role is over now, isn't it? Her cruel words plunged Rigel from his hopeful high back into the depths of hell, his face twisted in terror. How foolish, as if you'd ever be saved. Aldia, please begin preparations for our return. As you command, Your Highness. We turned our backs on Marquis Rigel. No, wait, help me. Goodbye. Now, atone for your crimes with your life. With those final words, he was dragged away by Fatty's subordinates. Marquis Ganger von Rigel. He vanished from the public stage after the battle in his own territory. He had, after an all-out confrontation with the Provisional Elite Corps, died a heroic death in battle. That was the unchangeable record, the official truth of this battle. He had played his role as Marquis Rigel to the very end. For that, at least, he deserved praise, and at the same time I was grateful. Without this battle, Princess Valtrun would not have gained this renown. That's why I wanted to say just one thing. As a necessary foundation for the future Princess Valtrun desires. Thank you for your hard work as our all-important stepping stone. Epilogue, Your Highness, you must be tired. Yes, and you as well. The Provisional Elite Corps began its withdrawal from Marquis Rigel's territory. Princess Valtrun and I were also heading to our carriage to return to the Imperial capital, Alden. Unusually, it was just the two of us for the journey. She had refused to let any other soldiers ride with us. It was a difficult day. You must be exhausted. No, this was nothing. Compared to the battlefields of my past, a fight like this was child's play. The memories of that accursed war came flooding back. Aldia. My apologies, I was just lost in thought. Lost in thought? Yes, about the past, about the war between the kingdom and the empire. As I murmured that, her gaze seemed to fix on something far away. That's right, you were fighting on that battlefield for so long, weren't you? Her blue eyes, tinged with sorrow, looked as if they were reflecting those old battlefields. There were far greater battles to come. Thinking about that, it was difficult to let my guard down. Are you anxious? Can you see right through me, Your Highness? I looked down with a bitter smile, and she gripped my hand tightly. It's not that, it's because I'm the same as you. Every time I think I might lose what's important to me, my heart feels like it's going to tear apart. The war with the kingdom was inevitable. It would spill far more blood and claim far more lives than this battle. Your Highness. I squeezed her hand back tightly. In response, her cheeks flushed bright red, and she leaned in close to my ear. But when you're by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. Foo-foo. There was no way I could remain calm. I felt my pulse quicken. Your Highness, aren't you a little too close? I suppose so, but... She pressed herself even closer, clinging to my arm. Your Highness. It's fine, just for today, isn't it? With those words, she rested her head against my chest. I couldn't comprehend her actions. Why was she so close? My mind went hot, and I couldn't think. But she just smiled mischievously and tightened her grip on my arm. If you're my personal knight, this is the part where you're supposed to quietly pat my head. Pat your head? I did as she asked, slowly raising my hand to her head. The instant my fingers touched her silky white hair, she made a small, satisfied sound. That's enough, thank you. Yes. And just like that, as if flipping a switch, she moved away. Aldia, the hard battles will continue. Yes, they will. But I won't lose. This time, I will protect everything that's important to me. Yes. She stared resolutely into the distance. I'm not stopping anymore. To forge the future of this empire, I will keep moving forward. She truly was stronger and nobler than anyone. Next, we prepare for war with the kingdom. I will absolutely not surrender the Deist region, the empire's precious territory. She would, I knew, continue to charge ahead toward her lofty ideals. No matter how much she was hurt, no matter how much she suffered, her conviction would never waver. And I would be right by her side, supporting her. The war with the kingdom will begin in 2 months, correct? That's right. We don't have much time, Aldia. Cooperate closely with the main Imperial army and prepare for their assault. Yes, Your Highness. Her expression was completely different from a moment ago. This was not the face of a gentle girl. It was the face of the brave Imperial princess herself, bearing the weight of a great nation. Today's battle was just the beginning of my path to supremacy. Everything starts now. I will be with you, wherever that path leads. She laughed innocently. Are you sure you can say that? If you keep walking beside me, you'll end up covered in scars, you know. I knew she was joking, which is precisely why I took her hand again. I am well aware of that. It's because I understood that I became your personal knight. You're right. From the day I became her knight, I had decided that the place I would die is at her side. I have no intention of giving my place beside you to anyone else. That almost sounds like a love confession. Yes, perhaps it is. She was so flustered she couldn't speak, her face bright red. She was more precious than anyone, the one person I wanted to keep protecting, and that's exactly why I felt the urge to tease her. Just kidding, of course. Society would never forgive a personal knight for falling in love with his princess. No, this wasn't love. This was a bond far deeper and heavier than mere love. Aldia, you were teasing me, weren't you? It's not my fault Your Highness is so cute. Is that a joke too? What are you saying? Of course I mean it. MPH. That's an even more cowardly cheap shot. My apologies, it just slipped out. You idiot, as punishment, you're not allowed to leave my side until I fall asleep tonight. Pouting, she tugged on my hand. Your Highness. Please, don't ever let go of this hand. Through the warmth in my hand, I could clearly feel her presence. It was proof that the gentle princess I had once lost was alive. It felt like that warmth was pleading with me, be strong. That is why, in this empire route, I will stand beside her and continue to eliminate every enemy that blocks her path, so that her happiness will never, ever be extinguished for all eternity. End of Volume 1.